since the dawn of time, the forces of nature are ever present. A wild whirlwind of chaos and change that always seeks balance. Through the ages, the earth froze and thawed, sculpting the land, the mountains, and all of its inhabitants. Through processes that are still shrouded in mystery, we evolved too, into sentient humans capable of emotion, rational thought, and responsible stewardship. Our riders, who have mastered the board, use the full array of these gifts to imbue a personal and creative touch on how to draw lines through the forest. Just beyond the Great Divide, nestled by the Columbia River, rests one of Canada's finest ski towns, Revelstoke Mountain Resort, where North America's longest descent, mighty alpine bowls, and endless glades await. Today, we've gathered 24 of the best snowboarders on this planet, each ready to conquer this snow-capped battleground. The biggest title in snowboarding is up for grabs, and it's time to bear witness to the next moment in snowboarding history. The powder is lower, and the terrain is as good as it gets. It's time for the 2024 YETI Natural Selection Tour.
Most prestigious contest in snowboarding. The best riders, incredible natural terrain, perfect conditions. This is the YETI Natural Selection live from Revelstoke Mountain Resort. As you just heard, 24 of the world's best riders are going to be competing over 2 days. Today here in Revelstoke is Qualifiers Day, where 16 men and 8 women will be cut down to just 8 and 4. They will then compete in the Selkirk Tangiers range for the finals. And the winners will take home a Rivian R1T truck, the NST 2024 winners titles. Welcome to the studio, where I'm joined by one of snowboarding's part-time legends and full-time raconteurs, Mr. Todd Richards, and Mary T. Walsh. We're not entirely sure what the T stands for, but we like to call her Mrs. T. She's got a hatred of milk for adults, and she doesn't suffer fools, but the similarities end there. How you both doing, Mary? You well?
So good. I'm so excited. I've been waiting since duels dropped for this day, and it's finally here.
Todd. Yeah, this is like, it's the pinnacle. It's the event. I call a lot of events, but this is the one that kind of gives me the most butterflies and gives me the most anxiety because I want to do it right because it's ours. This is ours.
Mark McMorris sat in that seat this time last year and said whether he's watching, whether he's riding, this is his favourite day of the winter. So, bona fide. Okay, we know that the main character and natural selection is always Mother Nature. So let's get stuck straight into the venue at Revelstoke with the OnX backcountry map. We can zoom into this venue. It's just on the outskirts of the Revelstoke Mountain Resort. Travis and the natural selection team very, very careful to pick a zone that wasn't going to cannibalize local terrain. So they've worked really, really hard on the Montana Bowl here to actually bring out a new section of terrain that's going to help the resort expand. It's got both an east and a west zone. And Todd, it looks like it's got a blend of everything in it.
It does, you know, and they've been affectionately calling it the Montana Mattress Factory because they've gone in there and they've made these, you know, there's big naturals and there's also like these enhanced features that are like these platforms. So it's a combination of what Scary Cherry brought, but also Jackson Hole. So it will cater to the people that want to do the lines and also to the more freestyle-oriented riders, and I think that's a great combo.
And compared to this time last year, it feels like there's a little more confidence with the riders, Mary.
Oh, completely, Ed. I think that last year was this behemoth, you know, the Boulder Park was just a really insane venue. This venue is incredible, but there's a little bit more familiarity. You know, Dustin Craven's been working on the course with the crew all last summer to really beef up that the enhanced terrain. So I think the riders are really excited.
Okay, if you want to take a closer look at the OnX backcountry maps, you can do. You can go and download that app. It'll give you full satellite access. Right now, though, we can see this venue in all its glory. That East Star and the West Star, two very different zones, Todd.
Yeah, they are. The east side is more very steep. West, more open, more big features that you can hit that have been enhanced. But that east side bowl is the one where if you're more of an alpine favored rider, more of a backcountry rider, that's maybe where you're going to want to go to get your lines and have that more risk to reward factor.
Okay, little less exposure definitely than last year's face, which is settling the riders down. We can take a closer look at the course from that rider's eye view now, though, with the GoPro course preview, courtesy of the GoPro 12.
What up, everybody? I am Elena Height, and we are here at the bottom of the Natural Selection Revelstoke course. Just had our first run through it, and it is insane. The venue is super unique this year. We've got two start zones, an east start zone, a west start zone, and in both of those places, there's tons of different hallways and poppers and pillow lines and cliff drops to hit. So it should be a really good showcase of snowboarding. We're calling this the East Hallway. We got the West Hallway down there. I really like this side of the course. It's pretty straightforward, lots of poppers, nice and steep. We got a gap jump over here. As you can see over there, there's lots more platforms to pop off of. After this roll, it gets nice and steep. Lots of cliffs down there, so exciting. The thing that's really rad about this course is that it really is a mixture of all of the natural selection courses you've seen before. Poppers, steeps, natural terrain, we got it all. I'm super psyched to be there and just get shredding.
Backing up exactly what you just said, Mary, like there was real confidence and a kind of froth in Elena's voice.
Oh, 100%. I think the snow is stacked perfectly. The riders have been waiting, and there's just excitement in the air.
Okay, well, we can join another two members of our pretty talented team today. Out on the venue, we have the one and only Stan Levier up at the top of the course. He's going to give us the Oakley weather check and a little temperature check at the Vibe at the top of the course.
How's it going, Ed, Lee? Good to see you guys in the studio. Today's pretty much as good weather as you could ask for. 20 degrees, mostly sunny, just a little wind, 6 degrees. As for the Vibe, I'd say the big discussion is the east side, that lookers left terrain. When Patrol got in there this morning, some sizable sliding going on, about 40 centimeters down, a March 8th layer, definitely releasing at a lot of those landings. So I'd say some riders might have to reconsider a different route. That's probably the big question. Will they have to? I heard Travis on comms this morning saying a lot of that is still looking pretty good. You can still pick some of it off, but you might want to expect some movement of snow on that east side. So, you know, let's do it live. But how are you doing down there, T-Bird?
Stan, my man, I gotta say, I miss you, brother. I miss you, man. We are down here at the bottom of Montana Bowl, and Stan, what you were just talking about, we are actually looking at. There is a little bit of avalanche debris deliberately set off by the ski patrol this morning. All the riders were down here, and the majority of them are thinking there's still plenty to ride in the east face, but that's just how backcountry riding goes. Aside from that, down here in the finish corral, I've never felt stoked like this at an NST event. We got a live crowd down here. We got some media. We got VIPs. We are ready to roll when Torstein Horgmo arrives in the finish area. It's going to be loud.
Thank you so much, Tom. You noticed there both Tom and Stan repping the Arc'teryx gear. All of the crew kitted out this year, and they've done 2 weeks of prep in the backcountry around Revelstoke. And as you can see from the trees and the course, they've had no shortage of snow over the last 2 weeks. So good to have them kitted out in some decent gear. Now, let's get stuck into the format. Todd, you can talk us through it to start with. It's a pretty juicy day.
It is going to be a juicy day, and the way this is going to run and the head-to-head format, it's going to bring drama. And I think that's what we all look forward to with natural selection, not only the terrain providing the drama, but also the head-to-head matchups. So we come into this thing where 16 men, they're going to be paired off into heats of 2. Someone's going to, get eliminated today. And it's a big bummer because this whole field is so stacked with talent, and just the way that we have slopestyle riders up against backcountry specialists. It's going to be insane to see this thing go down.
Okay, and Mary, I know in terms of that format, it does favour all of these riders. You've got some huge names there, but as Todd said, you're going to wave goodbye to some of them.
No, I think it's really hard. We look at these matchups, and they're like final matchups for everyone, but you know that someone's going to get eliminated, as you were saying. It's kind of a heartbreaker before we even start. But the riders now, especially going into the 4th year, they know a little bit of what to expect, what the judges are looking for, and what they're trying to do to pick apart and combine their past experience as slopestyle riders, halfpipe riders, with the backcountry venue. I think that's what really brings together the strategy here in the format.
Okay, like Mary said, we're on the third year now of Credo. It was introduced in Jackson in 2022. How do the riders work around these criteria?
Well, it's an acronym, and but I really think that the execution and overall impression out of all of those are going to be the things that factor in the most. You can have one move, but really, if you look at last year's winner or any of the runs that Travis has done to take the win, it's that execution of line to make the difficult look easy, to be looking ahead and seeing features that you can combo together, and to do it smoothly while taking that risk. That is how it's going to be done.
Okay, unless you've been living under a rock, I'm sure you've seen these matchups on social media over the last couple of days, but it doesn't make them any less impactful. Mary, you said it last year. These are fantasy league head-to-heads.
Yeah, I think the first drop, Torstein Horgmo elected to go first with first draw in the bracket pick, going against Mark McMorris. I mean, that is just bananas. And then following that, we have Dustin Craven, Sage Kotzenberg, opposite ends of the style spectrum, both very hungry for this course.
I got to say, Sweetie up against Ferg. I mean, that's the one where you think about two. You got the Froth Goblin, and you've got this person on the rise that came out of half pipe, and now he's like this backcountry, and he's got landing gear like nobody else. That is the heat that I'm looking at to be absolutely bonkers in this first opening round.
The one I'm looking forward to, it's the last one of the day, is the Master versus the Apprentice, Travis versus Red. That one's going to be an absolute banger. We're going to get stuck into the action very, very shortly. Up for grabs today, though, we have the BOA Dialed In Award. Todd talked about Credo, the judging system. The most creative, the most unique features from today in the men's and the women's will each win $3,000 on the BOA Dialed In Award. And then, just to keep things interesting, Ski-Doo have put one of those E-Rotax 2025 sleds on the line for the highest scores in the men's and women's in qualifying today. And then, of course, there's a Rivian up for grabs in the Selkirk Tangiers finals day for the champions. When we come back, we will have the first of the men's runs for you. Do not go anywhere.
There's something special about winter.
Every year I get the same feeling. Winter is coming in. It's one of the best feelings.
Hey, you ready?
Welcome back to the YETI Natural Selection. It is qualifying day here at Revelstoke Mountain Resort. 24 of the world's best riders ready to throw down. We've swapped out Todd Richards, but in his place we've got another snowboarding legend in the studio with us. If snowboarding was a solar system, then Eddie Wall would be our sun. Not just helping life survive, but also thrive. Eddie, absolute pleasure to have you here. How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. I'm literally on the edge of my seat right now. I can't wait to see what goes down today.
And look at that beanie. What do we call that? Dusty Rose?
Yeah, I think Dusty Rose. Yeah, I like that.
It's an absolute beauty. Mary, we've run through the matchups, and you mentioned specifically the first one, Mark McMorris versus Torstein Hogmo. This is an absolute heavyweight clash of the titans to kick us off.
Oh, yeah. This is kind of a harkening back to slope style at the early 2010s right now. And to see both of these guys come through that competition field, they both have nerves of absolute steel. Like, you don't get much better at performing under pressure than both Tor and McMorris. So it's going to be wild to watch them go head-to-head and open up this competition.
Okay, before we get stuck into the action, quick little shout out for 10 Barrel Brewing. They have created a beer for Natural Selection. It's called Sick Day. You can get hold of that anywhere where you get your 10 Barrel beer, your 10 Barrel Brewing beer. That is a tongue twister. But up in the Pacific Northwest, if you've got a 10 Barrel Brewing pub in your town, then you can head down there for a special Sick Day. They'll be showing Natural Selection live throughout the pub across the course of the afternoon, so you can join in, drink some Sick Day beer, and enjoy yourselves.
Yeah, sounds like some cheap fun.
I can only think of one thing cheap already. Okay, there is the matchup. This is the lineup. 8 of the best to kick us off. We'll then go into the 8 women, and then the final 8 men will finish off the day. But our first 4 matchups, you can see Dustin Craven, Sage Kotzenberg, Austin Sweetin versus Ben Ferg. Then we've got Blake Paul versus Mikey Cicerelli. But as we just heard from Mary, we've got this rematch. These two met in Alaska in 2022. Torstein Hogmo getting the better of Mark McMorris that day with arguably some of the best competition snowboarding ever seen. Right now, though, it's the turn of one of the elder statesmen in the Norwegian slopestyle scene, Torstein Hogmo. So settled, just doesn't feel pressure.
Or if he does, he doesn't let anyone know, and you never see it in his riding.
All right, here we go. Torstein Hogmo dropping in. You know, I think Mary brought up a great point. Both Torstein and Mark perform very well under pressure. Some riders break, and some riders actually get better. And so this should be very interesting. Starting off with a nice tweaked out method there. Torstein hitting one of the first pillow features.
So clean landings, but first track on all these takeoffs.
Oh, a beautiful backside 360, just opening up that side of the entire course.
Definitely went bigger than thought he was going to go. He had to pull up for that second takeoff.
Yeah, he went bigger on that back three than I expected him to. And then looks like a front 180 landing switch. Definitely difficult to, land and ride. Switch in POW.
Oh! The half cab double onto that back three over the stack.
That's definitely the kind of thing that the judges want to see right now, and that just kind of exemplifies that beautiful video part line riding. Unfortunately, wasn't able to put the landing gear down.
So two superpowers of slopestyle snowboarding through the decades. Norway and Canada have produced so much talent, but now we get to see two of the biggest names from both those nations going toe-to-toe in the powder. Torstein opening up. You hit the nail on the head, Mary. That's exactly what the judges want to see.
Yeah, and the thing to remember too is that one tumble like that doesn't necessarily kibosh an entire run. It's the full pull. The Credo wants to see the entire appraisal. And honestly, dropping in first on a day like this today, I think Torstein just crushed it.
But you could see Eddie looked a little slow up top there. We know that everyone else is going to have a track to follow there now.
Yeah, and look at that backside three just kicking things off, going massive. I thought he was going to actually land before that small tree as he makes his way down, doing another little drop there. And then let's see what happens here. Okay, yeah, just kind of catching the nose, doing a front flip. But yeah.
It's interesting, talking to Travis before the event, he said, like, the judges are going to be quite hard on what we class as those setup tricks. The back threes, the front threes, the back flips.
Almost there.
Let's hear from T-Bird down at the bottom.
Yeah, we are down here with your first rider himself, Mr. Torstein Horgmo. Torstein, you opted to go first. Did it pay off?
I think so. I mean, I didn't make it all the way down, but yeah, it's just blank canvas. Feels good to have no tracks. I'm just here to enjoy it.
How's that snow quality up there?
It's good. It's a little denser than I expected. I thought it was going to be more sort of like that bottomless Japan-ish Hokkaido feeling, but I think it just settled a lot. But it's just plenty rippable.
Well, good job, buddy. Excited to see your score come in.
Thank you so much. Good bit of insight there from Torstein. Definitely enjoying the fact that he got to drop first, but I think having a bit more speed, having some takeoffs. Obviously, you'd want to avoid the bomb holes. What did you call them the other day, Eddie?
Yeah, hot tubs, bomb holes, swimming pools, You
want to avoid those, but at the same time, having a bit of purchase on that takeoff for bigger spins is probably going to be a bit of a bonus. So, Mark Morris, X Games slope gold medalist in 2023, X Games silver in 2024. This guy can go out and throw down back-to-back 16s, but then effortlessly transition into the backcountry.
Oh, yeah, he's such an incredibly talented rider, and we're very excited to see him get to ride this because he was noticeably absent in Revelstoke last year. He injured himself right after the duels. Like Cicerelli, of course, getting the go-ahead to take his spot, but great to see him riding in Canada this time.
Got a glimpse of the Oakley Prisms in persimmon that McMorris is rocking. Like dappled sunlight on this course at the moment.
Yeah, I think visibility is one of the most important things to have when riding terrain like this. So we are getting extremely lucky. The riders are obviously getting lucky. All right, right there, a little front side 180. Now going switch, going to the cab 540, stomping it perfectly where Torstein did a backside 360. So far, Mark's run is looking very smooth. Huge front three, and then just okay, scooting out a little bit.
Got bucked off a pillow in the landing.
Yeah. Oh, he's got some snow chasing him.
Proper slough cloud.
Wow, dare I say it, it almost looked playful at the top of the run right there for him.
Yeah, I think overall that was a solid run. And again, like Mary said during Torstein's run, this is different than the Olympics, than the X Games. You can go down in a run, you can butt check, you can kind of pause, and it's not going to affect your score as much as it would in a normal, slope style or bigger competition. So yeah, just because somebody goes down doesn't mean it's a throwaway run. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think the pressure valve has been let loose.
Holy cow, that's crazy, eh? Yeah, Mark. Yeah, is that 1, 3? I got. There was an avalanche. Really?
Oh, yeah.
It was
Pretty
so
big
gnarly.
one.
Very exciting.
Holy licorice! Wish it was.
Okay. But Morris, you can see the eye of the tiger there, 1,000 yards.
All right, we are down here with Mark McMorris. Mark, did you realize what was chasing you down that hill?
No, I was straight SFD, looking straight down. I'm surprised it didn't catch up to me. I was like had that high-speed butt check, but I'm glad I'm out of there. And was it more of a slough or was it a little bit of an avalanche?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
How's it feel getting run 1 out of the way and in the can?
Run 1 was so fun. A lot of nerves to drop. It's just leading up to it's worse than actually going. Yeah. So it's fun to actually just get on slope and yeah, I had a good time.
Nice job, buddy.
Thanks.
Definitely worth remembering, isn't it? That even for these guys, so much competition experience between these two, but the adrenaline's still charging before you drop in to a natural selection course.
Yeah, I think that speaks volumes when someone like Mark McMorris, who's competed in hundreds of competitions over the years, stood on multiple, like hundreds of podiums as well, is saying like he was so nervous up at the top. And again, I mean, you know, they don't get to ride this run. That was the first time they got to ride down this run and really get a feel for the terrain. So yeah, this is like a whole different beast of competition.
And it's very different to the heats that we're going to see from now on. Everyone else is up at the top there. They've got phones out. They've got screens up there. They're going to be watching those runs. So they've got a little bit of a barometer of snow conditions, of takeoffs. They know what's good. They know where they're heading now. So those two runs, I think, some of the hardest. Let's take a look now back at McMorris's run.
You know, I really do think, like, he looked like he was having a good time. That was just definitely very big.
Sorry, this is Torstein.
We talked about, you know, Torstein mentioned the blank canvas, opening up the entire course, and the pros and cons of doing that, having free reign, picking your line, but then, like you said, everyone else being able to study based on how it went for these two.
Okay, scores coming in.
Oh, what a recap.
On my card, I've got Mark slightly ahead here, but let's see. Yeah, 64.5, 73 for McMorris. So we had those instabilities, the falls in there, but the judges know they've got to keep their powder dry. We're going to see, I think, very low scores for those kind of middling runs. I think they're expecting to see big, heavy-hitting runs today. And talking of heavy-hitting runs, these two, Mary, you flagged it in the pre-show. We've got two very different kinds of riders. Dustin Craven, Sage Kotzenberg. Craven is in first. He and his crew built 40 platforms across the Montana Bowl through the summer. He knows this venue better than anyone. He would concede he has got an advantage. Was it back 3?
There we go, yeah, solid backside 3 off that. One of the first big pillows, and then a nice method making his way down, kind of checking his speed a little bit there. That is one thing that these riders always have to make sure they're doing, is navigating their speed.
And he's in one of the more central zones on the west side of the face here, so a lot steeper, a lot more exposure, and this is what Craven eats for breakfast, isn't it? Big pillow lines.
Love that combination of the more freestyle centered, and then that massive, oh my God. Wow, that was enormous.
That was huge.
That was massive, and again, I think he was just going for, you know, what the judges are really looking for. You can pop around and do whatever you want off of those pillows, but when you get into massive cliffs and drops like that, the judges are going to reward you heavily. Unfortunately, he didn't land it. Cartwheeled a couple of times, and fortunately missed a tree in the landing too. So yeah, I'm curious if he's going to try to take that same line again.
Do you think he popped out further than he thought? Do you think that was bigger than he wanted to go?
Knowing Craven, I'm not sure.
Good call.
You know,
Very good
I mean,
call.
it honestly just looked like he was going for the big dog line.
Good to see the helmet's a feature again this year. He's gone for the hockey helmet.
Hockey helmet.
Very Canadian of him.
He's expecting a fight in the finish area.
Okay,
so there was something up top there that was obscured. It might have been a front 3 into back 3.
Yeah, it was hard to see from this angle with the trees, but let's look at this recap.
Oh my gosh, that is absolutely massive.
He was either a little bit too short or a little bit too long, wasn't he? He landed right on the edge of that last lip.
Yeah, he was very close to landing that. Very close.
Down to T-Bird. Let's hear what Dustin's saying.
Craven, that was ridiculous, dude.
I've been thinking about it a lot.
Seeing as, Mark and Torstein went to the west face, far riders left, did that change, watching those two drop, did that change your mentality, mindset, or run choice at all?
No, I've been playing that run the whole time, so I didn't really change my mind. Otherwise, it's too crazy.
You spent a lot of time this summer putting hours and hours into building this course. How satisfying was it to finally drop in on what you helped create?
Yeah, it was sick. I mean, every time I landed, I was like, oh, this is awesome. And then obviously when I didn't land, I was like, oh, that sucks.
Well, congratulations, buddy. Way to crack it off.
Thank you, T-Bird. Craven gave himself migraines, he admitted, last year, staring at that Revelstoke face. I think he's been doing the same thing again this year. Back up to the top, and it's another previous natural selection winner, Sage Kotzenberg. We can go in for a gear check now on what Sage is rocking.
Yeah, I've been on K2 for 4 or 5 seasons now, and they've been really supportive of everything. The board that I'm going to be riding, most likely going to be the Antidote, looking at the course yesterday. We made it actually for the 2022 tour of natural selection, the Jackson Hole Baldface in Alaska year. And we just looked at the terrain and broke it down and what board could really hammer out all of those events. And that's what we came up with. It was a really fun process and something special to me. And yeah, I really enjoy riding it. It's one of my favorite boards ever. Now having K2 natural selection ponying up together is rad because I like doing the events and obviously R&D a lot with K2, so big things to come for sure.
Super proud to have K2 as the official snowboard partner of Natural Selection, and rumor has it, Sage unveiled the Antidote at Jackson Hole, won that event and it sold out instantly. On course now, Sage Kotzenberg, Jackson Hole 2022 winner.
This is a big moment seeing Sage come back to Natural Selection Tour. Revelstoke for the first time. I mean, his riding, starting things off right there.
Back three, Tranny finding on that second hit.
Yeah, huge, another big back three. So we went back three, then it looked like a stalefish, then another back three. Still just popping down some of these pillows. Let's see what he gets into in the lower part of the course here.
He put together a really eclectic crew to ride with. Been out with Judd Henkes and Gooch in Jackson Hole, and it shows in that riding.
Oh, beautiful butter right there.
And it's hard to tell, but that bottom part of the line he did was very, very steep. So that was wasn't necessarily a cliff drop, but if you look at that close, and maybe we'll get a replay, his tail was essentially just dragging down that entire face. So, trying to find a little steep terrain at the bottom.
For me, this is a rangefinder. What we know Sage is capable of. He's just got the back threes. He's just feeling out the size and the distance on these takeoffs.
I agree. I think that Sage is a really dangerous rider in this venue in particular because I think it suits him very, very well. The freestyle element, the natural terrain at the bottom, I think this is kind of made for his style.
Yeah. Drone almost going under him there. Let's see if we can get that butter on the drone.
That's insane.
Be interesting to see, Sage stayed on his feet, so, you would assume that he might get a higher score here, but you just never know.
67.2. That's why you own the big bucks, Eddie.
Yeah.
So Dustin with a bit of work to do. He hung his entire score on that last feature, Mary.
Right. And the thing is, what I want to know is he going to go back and try and take that line again? Because, or is it played out now that he's already hit it once?
To me, Craven reminds me of the type of rider that it's like he either wants to be first or he's going to be last. Like he doesn't have like a dimmer switch, in my opinion. He's just all out and he's going to stomp and it's going to be a massive score. Or, he's just not going to stomp, he's going to fall, and that's it. He's the type of guy who throws all his cards on the table and that's that.
This is the first of 2 days, but the lineups, the matchups are so heavy that you can't lay back on any of it.
Right.
You've got to come out. Dustin actually said it. Like, if you don't lay down your best run in this first round, you're going to be, and you don't make it, you're going to be waking up for months, not having nightmares about this. So look at this. Heavyweight matchup after heavyweight matchup. Austin Sweeten versus Ben Ferg. This is an all-you-can-eat buffet of backcountry masters.
Yeah, it's some of the matchups, you know, I kind of like, okay, this rider might outweigh that rider, but these two, honestly, it could go either way. They both are extremely skilled at this style of terrain, and I'm very curious to see who comes out on top after this first run.
Austin Sweeten dropping in.
Looks like the sun is even out better, so visibility is high, which is great.
Another rider stoked to welcome back to the tour with a very nice top back three at the top. Austin Sweeten returning after a year hiatus. A front three.
So we got back three, front three. The front three was off a pillow nobody has hit yet. Let's see what he's got off here.
Deep and a bounce on that landing, held onto it well.
And again, the way he navigated his speed, he was going so fast, and here we go. Solid drop.
Oh. Unlucky on that one. Pretty heavy landing. I mean, he's got legs of steel. Velvet Castle, that unbelievably long run from Sequencer, the quick movie from last year. He's phenomenal at dealing with, like, he's got such strong quads. To not be able to stomp that, a little bit of a surprise, but one of the biggest noses in that west side of the venue. Okay.
And another thing that Torstein had mentioned earlier is that he expected the snow to be a little bit more light, a little softer, a little bit more powdery, you know? So that could also be a factor of why a few of these guys aren't stomping these landings. Maybe the snow is a little bit more corky, a little thicker than they expected in the landings.
5 inches, 25 centimeters of fresh snow last night on top of a decent base. Lovely little tailbone frontside air. Held on to that so well.
I mean, a solid first offering from Austin, too. I think putting down like multiple freestyle hits at the top is going to set him up nicely in terms of Ben dropping next.
Okay, let's hear from Stan up at the top of the venue.
Yeah, how's it going, guys? Up top, just now, a lot of the riders meeting with the head patrol as the head patrol was really pointing out where those areas on the east side were sliding. Meaning a lot of the riders actually had to make a last-minute pivot, switch over to the west side. Obviously, not ideal. Some of those riders studying those east side lines a little heavier. A little bit of a plot twist switch up at the end, but these guys are the best. And so far, everyone's been really hyped to see the snow conditions as they've been watching. I think we're right on track for an incredible show.
Thanks, Dan. Great bit of intel there. I mean, as far as the venues go, west a little more freestyle, east is probably the more exposed, the more big mountain orientated. So the west might be, out of the two, the west the easier one to pivot to.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, this is part of the nature of being in the backcountry. I mean, this is one thing that we haven't really seen the last few years of natural selection in terms of needing to mitigate during event, essentially. But this is part and parcel for all of these riders when they're doing this, when they're filming, when they're out there on their own normally.
Yeah, and I mean, what Stan just said is a huge thing to take into consideration, because when you're studying these lines over and over and over, and you're getting your landmarks in check and like where to pop from and exactly what to do, when you have to change that at the last minute and switch from, you know, in this scenario, the east side over to the west side, I mean, that can be devastating to an athlete.
Well, I reckon Austin just did that, and you saw what he was able to pull off regardless. Super impressive. Okay, Ben Ferg, look at that stare. Could melt ice cream with that. He looks so focused, doesn't he?
Not bad.
Okay, it's our third of 8 qualifying rounds. First runs here at the YETI Natural Selection in Revelstoke. A leviathan of big mountain riding. Ben Ferg dropping in.
Wow, that was a great word. And he is a leviathan. Some of the best board control in all of snowboarding. Routinely a top competitor at Natural Selection. Ben Ferg just heading way west. Oh, massive pop on that method.
And so much snow up top there. Barreling through that. Lovely cross court.
Okay, making his way over into another zone that hasn't seemed to be ridden yet, which I know the judges are going to be looking for. Front three off that pillow, stomping it.
That was nice.
Did well to kill the rotation there. Got on his heels a little bit, but super clean run for Ben Ferguson.
You know what? He stayed on his feet, so that's saying a lot, especially when we're comparing it to some of these other runs. So, yeah, Ben Ferg is probably going to put down a solid first run score here, taking off a little pressure going into run number 2.
Do you know what I like about that as well? The centerpiece of the run for me was that huge method up the top.
No, that was absolutely a beauty. And interesting, we saw later in the run how he went, oh, there's that method again. That looks so big. But we saw him down later avoid the kind of enhanced natural terrain in favor of the natural line.
He did so well there just to use the tail to stop that rotation.
Yeah, I think the judges are really going to like that front three and reward it with a solid score.
Scratch it down. Nice to get the first one out of the way.
Dude, yeah, right? With so much pow, too. It's like, just like after a feature, you're just kind of like, this is sick.
Dude, that whole... Something else popped.
Your score should
Maybe
be in there,
after
guys.
you.
Okay, 63 for Austin Sweeten, 54.5 for Ben Ferguson. Great illustration of how those falls, if they're inconsequential, are not going to wreck your line. So more intensity, bigger tricks from Austin Sweeten. The judges using the creativity and the risk factors of Credo, our judging criteria, to boost Austin Sweeten above Ben Ferg. So bit of work for Ferg to do. This is a rematch of Jackson Hole 2022. These two have met before, and Ferg got the better of Austin Sweeten then. But I think as a kind of casual layperson watching on the strength of Austin Sweeten's content that he's put out this winter, I had Austin slightly ahead when I was previewing this heat.
Well, you mentioned it before, you just can't argue with Velvet Castle. I mean, that was one of the most consequential and progressive backcountry runs that we've seen, maybe ever. I mean, definitely ever with him and Travis. So he's coming into this, you know, well warmed up.
Yeah. Yeah, and I also think that is a great example of how the judges are looking at this riding. Like, they are going to reward you for pushing the limits and not just staying on your feet. You know, Ben had a solid run, stayed on his feet the whole time. But again, Austin squeaked ahead of him just because of kind of the powerful lines that he was choosing.
Okay, heat 4, Blake Paul versus Mikey Cicerelli. These two have met before again in Revelstoke last year, so they know each other. Certainly the terrain might favor Mikey Cicerelli a little bit more, but the backcountry prince, Blake Paul here, repping Ride Snowboards, another proud official snowboard partner of Natural Selection. He's already started prototyping pro models, but he's on the algorithm today. A little bit of camber with an early rise in the nose. He makes all snowboards look like magic carpets, though, doesn't he? Such incredible style.
Yeah, we always talk about Blake as being one of the lightest riders on his feet. He's so light, he makes everything look effortless. And I think he's been compared to a bird, like having, air in his bones, because everything looks like he's has helium.
So Wildcat, beautiful melon. You don't see many of those these days. And then a tail grab, just cross-caught on that platform. Did well to get that down. Deep snow on that takeoff.
Yeah, front side 3, getting almost completely lost and covered up in the air.
We heard Austin comment at the end of the last run, nice to get the first one out of the way, and it feels like a lot of riders just range finding with this first one.
Yeah, that definitely seemed like that watching Blake Paul because of the multiple straight airs in the top of his run. Obviously the Wildcat at the beginning, the 3 at the bottom, but I think this is him just kind of testing the waters a little bit to get his line down to the bottom.
Perfect Wildcat over the tree. Steep terrain there. Like you said, Eddie, way steeper than it looks in there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that was actually, from that angle, that front 3 looked a lot gnarlier than the top angle. So, yeah, that was...
Okay, let's go down to T-Bird, who's with Blake now.
I'm down here with none other than Blake Paul, a.k.a. Proddy himself. Proddy, Recently, you shocked the snowboard world, man. You made a big sponsor switch up. How's that snowboard riding on this course today?
It's riding pretty good, yeah. Fortunate and honored to join the ride team recently. A bunch of team riders and mentors and people I look up to on the program. And yeah, I didn't fall yet, so it's worked so far. But yeah, it's good to have some new energy under the feet on the course.
Nice, buddy. How's it feel to get that first one out of the way? What does that do for kind of your mental state and taking the pressure off?
It feels really good. I feel like there's like a long build-up. It's almost like a whole year since the last one. You're like, what's it going to be like? What's going to happen? And then you drop in and ride, and it's just like snowboarding. It can only be so difficult or strange, but it's also just super fun. So this course ride's a lot more fun than last year.
Nice job, buddy. Blake Paul, everybody.
One of the most wonderful, thoughtful, and humble human beings you could ever wish to meet. Yeah, of course, that was just snowboarding, wasn't it? We can all do that.
Yeah, just snowboarding. Yeah, yeah. Ripping skater too. I have to point out.
I'm not surprised. I talked to him about the strength that we've seen in his riding recently, and he said, like, I'm 30 now. I've got some man strength. Mikey Cicerelli, some of the most impressive video parts of the last couple of years for me. I think his part in The Sun Came Out, the Burton movie, unbelievable. This guy's got 12s in the backcountry. I think he was maybe a little intimidated by the venue in Revy last year. I think this venue could really let him shine.
This definitely plays to Mikey's strengths. I mean, he's one of the most exciting guys to kind of cross the bridge from slopestyle into the backcountry in the last couple of years.
Carrying some pace down here. The track's offering a little more speed now.
Starting off. Sorry, you go.
No, all good. Yeah, solid backside three. Nice stale fish there. Originally named by Tony Hawk, who invented that stale fish grab in Japan. Or actually, I think it was in Scandinavia.
Oh! Just over the front there, little over the handlebars, but he's held on to it into this steep exposed section. Same as Blake Paul. Interesting, Blake got the front three off that.
Yeah, so, straight air off the same exact thing that Blake did, the front three. They both, and Mikey, wasn't able to stay on his feet. A little bit of a tumble there halfway down the course. So if it were my guess, I think Blake's going to take this round. But again, I'm not a judge. I'm just a commentator, and the judges have a very difficult job, and they are also looking at this in quite a different way than we are commentating it.
Look at that 3,000 watt smile. You could power a Rivian with that.
So good in there. Got big rig.
Okay. So you called it, Eddie, apples for apples on this run almost. We saw Blake put the Wildcat down there. Mikey's gone with the back three.
Yeah, and this is where things... Oh, no, yeah, he stomps this one.
Good bit of size on that one as well. Hacks into that big heel side carve. Then here we go. The back three.
That side angle's cool. You can kind of get more of an idea of the distance that they're traveling.
Yeah.
Boys waiting nervously for the scores here. I say nervously, Blake looks pretty calm, doesn't he? Looks like he could be napping very shortly.
Second men's wave for speed. Still waiting on scores
Okay. Mikey just mind riding back into that. So these first runs, we've seen all of the riders just... Yeah, mind riding. You've seen all of the riders just trying to get a feel for the snow, trying to get a feel for these features. They've had a lot more visual inspection. They've been able to walk under some of the lips up at the top. It's a more concave face, so you can see a lot of the features, a lot of the landings. But still, a lot of riders just trying to get that first run under their belt. And then I think with some takeoffs patted down, some tracks in them, we're going to see some of those bigger spins come out. Crowd starting to gather down at the bottom here at Montana Bowl at Revelstoke Mountain Resort. At the moment, Mark McMorris leading Torstein Horgmo, Sage Kotzenberg leading Dustin Craven, Austin Sweeten ahead of Ben Ferg. And we have confirmation of those scores. Blake Paul ahead of Mikey Cicerelli. No surprise there, but I think that Dustin Craven say, I mean, they're all going to be close, but definitely Dustin has the power to really reel Sage in if he can land one of those big runs.
Yeah, I want to see Dustin land that drop so badly. I hope he goes back to it again. Now there is a bit of a, there's a landing mark in there, a bit of a bomb hole. So we'll have to see if he goes for the same line. If from what I know of Dustin and his riding, I feel like he's going to go back to it, and I just want him to stomp that.
It feels that our first matchup, Torstein versus Mark, that feels like the cagiest to me at the moment. Those two very, very close.
Oh, I agree. And I think, no one's safe going to the second runs. There's no tiebreaker here. It's going to be the highest scoring of both runs. And I think Torstein's coming out firing, and Mark as well, with Mark in the second spot. So, yeah, no safety here right now.
Okay, we are on the first day of the YETI Natural Selection here in Revelstoke, but we're going to take a quick look back now at the road to Revelstoke, powered by Rivian.
Oh, another one. First night in Tokyo, going to Japan today. Just got a couple of the crew gonna roll out to Miyoko.
That was fun? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Made it to Switzerland. Here we are. Super fired up to see what these guys do with the terrain here in Onimon.
3, 2, 1, drop.
It's a big morning here in Crested Butte, Colorado. We're in downtown Crested Butte at the beautiful Scarf Ridge Lodge. We're about to load up in the Tucker. This is beautiful country.
Dude, choking on it.
We are here at Crested Butte Mountain Resort. We did the Austin Sweeten versus Red Gerard duel. Now they want to come up and help the girls out. So we got a crew up here.
It looks awesome. We're stoked. Fun. Look at this. Are you kidding me?
Finally on site in Durango, Colorado. We're expecting a ton of snow.
It's so good to see you. This is like so amazing.
Purgatory, treating us well.
Man, that's super deep. Wow.
Got an incredible matchup here at Red Mountain. It's one of the most anticipated duels because of the riders who are involved. We are packing up right now. NST duels, we done.
Gonna rally this up to YETI Natural Selection Revelstoke, and we'll keep it rolling.
Safety is our number one concern with these events, and OnX gives a number of tools that help keep our riders, production crew, and staff safe in the backcountry. OnX Backcountry also makes it really easy for all of the teams within Natural Selection to share information rather effortlessly. With like literally a click of the button, we can share an entire project file. It brings everyone up to speed. I think it's an amazing tool to facilitate safe adventure.
When the perfect power exists, it'll be fusion. A never-ending river of energy to tap into at any moment. It will be carbon-free, radioactive free, and power everything on Earth. And when that perfect power exists, we'll deliver it with the flip of a switch.
Some time on the snow. Let's go do it.
Try to catch me howling at the moon.
Another good one.
Hey, what's up everyone? It's Travis and Cam here. You might have already heard, but we dropped an amazing marketplace app called Sendy last year. It's buy, sell, or rent adventure sports gear anywhere in North America.
I'll still be here standing. It's been mine since day one.
Two action sports legends there, Cam Zink and Travis Rice. They've set up Sendy, an online marketplace where you can buy, sell, or rent your gear. So turn your gear into cash. You can also find all of the exclusive Revelstoke YETI Natural Selection merch on the Sendy site. So if you want to go and find any of that gear, come on, Mary, give us some modeling technique. Oh, look at that. Eddie's got the cap dialed as well.
We're good.
I like that one. Click the code and you can go and turn your gear into cash and you can find all of this merch. Okay, now it is time to get back into the second runs of our first 8 men's qualifiers. And back up at the top of the draw, it's that superpower matchup of Canada versus Norway. Mark McMorris versus Torstein Horgmo. At the moment, McMorris leading, I think it's 73 to 64.5. Very, very tight, this one, and both of them equally capable of throwing down an absolute hammer on this second run. Let's go and see how Torstein's doing up at the top there.
Looks like he's really finding his center right now. He's got this, eyes closed, finding that inner peace, I'm sure, before dropping into some artful chaos.
He's been bestowed the ultimate honor as a pro rider this year as well. He started prototyping his Capital Pro model, which I listened to him on his YouTube, was just like, I am so pumped on this. It's a totally different direction. Super stoked on how quickly the process is happening for him as well. Because for some riders, it can take an entire year, can't it? But he said I think he's on second or third model now, and it's gone really, really well. So
Few places better to test out a prototype than right now here today.
Well, what's more and more interesting, we heard from Sage earlier on, he built the antidote specifically for natural selection. So I can land a cab 9 in power if I need to. I can deal with the speed of a big face like Scary Cherry, but then I can land a 40-footer in Alaska if I need to. And more of these riders looking for a board that can handle all of those conditions. So Torstein Horgmo, I counted it up. I think there's 7 of them in this 16-person lineup who've got a pro model. So it's pretty rare. This is the best of the best. There's only 7 of them who've got pro models, so it's a rarefied club. Okay, a lot of pressure on Torstein right now. He's got a few points to make up. He's got to find a minimum of another 7 points to even reel in Mark's first run here. You heard the double beep of the GoPro there. You'll see that POV angle when you watch the highlights. But right now, the pressure is on Horgmo to deliver.
Interesting to think about, too, is not only if you make it through this first round, are you making it to the Selkirk Tangiers stage, but you're also securing your spot for the next year of the tour. If you don't make this first cut, your status on the tour in 2025 is up in the air.
Yeah, you're in duels,
yes,
at the very least. Let's see if you even get the invite back. We sat on the committee this year, 35 names, cut down to 8 for duels. Okay, Torstein Horgmo on course, first of our second runs here at Revelstoke.
Looks like he's headed back to the same zone or general area, doing a method over that massive Red Bull banner. Kind of taking his time, making his way down, probably eyeing out a backside 7.
Boom.
Stomping. Into a front 3 and also stomping that perfectly. So far, this is probably one of the strongest runs we've seen today.
Front 1, it's riding switch over that pillow. Half cab. Back 3. Stay up. Oh, just getting held down there in that deeper snow.
Wow.
Top half of that run, real purpose, real intent.
And he looked so calm. He looked like he knew exactly where he was going.
Classic Torstein, a comp run that looks like a film part.
Yeah, to be able to stomp that back 7 how he did, especially again, since they haven't been hitting this course, is incredible.
And that was high up in his run, too. I mean, that's one thing that Credo, the judges really want to see, is they want to see consequential tricks when it could potentially endanger the rest of your line if you weren't to land it.
Do you know, one of the details I most enjoyed there was the front 1 switch pillow drop to half cab.
Yes.
Like, it's pretty easy on paper, but in practice, in deep, steep terrain.
Wow. That was just great.
Amazing.
You know, I really felt like it really just looked like he knew exactly where he was going. The terrain read and the on-sighting for that based on the study looked just really, really skilled.
The urge, the temptation to flick round to forwards off that pillow must have been huge, but he cross-courts that one, straight onto this next nose, back 3.
Oh, a little over-rotating and sinking into his kind of heel edge and then flipping over.
Okay, let's throw down to T-Burton here from Torstein.
Torstein, you obviously stepped it up on that second run. What was your mentality after run 1 going into this one?
I just wanted to just flow a little better, get the first run jitters out, and just, yeah, get into some tricks. And then, yeah, wanted to rebate the last feature, but the whole entire, like, the debris just went over all that snow. It was like, didn't feel like, yeah, I just didn't get the feel for that.
That's a pretty complex final feature there. It's kind of like a jigsaw puzzle, a lot going on in that little zone.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the stability of the snow has been a little iffy too, so that's why we're seeing this reactiveness happening, or it's pretty reactive, I should say, which makes, yeah, when it slides, the snow sets up so fast. But I enjoyed the crap out of that run anyways.
We enjoyed watching you. Thank you, buddy. Good job.
Really interesting to hear Torstein talking about that. The snow was moving with him off that takeoff, and it's like trying to balance on a bike standing still at that stage. So there's that half cab straight onto this nose.
Oh, he tapped the tree.
Oh, wow.
That's what kicked, you noticed it, kicked him forward off the tree.
Yeah, and I think also what he's saying too about some of this slough setting up, some of these slides setting up, is that when you're watching this, it just looks like it's all perfect, super fluffy, soft snow. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of variable snow conditions in there. Even though it looks perfect, there's a lot of hard snow, there's some ice boulders, there's some chunks in there that can throw you off very easily.
Okay, so Oakley and Burton supporting Sparky. Two brands who are part of the Natural Selection Industry Alliance. They support snowboarders, and by supporting natural selection, they're supporting snowboarding. Okay, front 1 coming into this first kicker switch.
All right, going switch front side, just the half cab.
It's got a big lip coming up down here.
Double wildcat.
Double.
Held on to it.
Oh.
He's back up, he's back up.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see how the judges score that, and then into a nice frontside 3, but the double wildcat, very risky maneuver.
Do you know what I love about that? Killed hardly any of the speed. Super flow through this section. Triple.
Wow. Oh my God, that was so big.
Wow.
That was pure pinball.
Wow.
Top to bottom, Mark Morris.
Oh my gosh. See, Mark Morris, I feel like he performs the best when his back is against the wall, and it wasn't even against the wall in that. except that you cannot let your guard down around Torstein.
We need bibs in here. There's jaws on the floor and saliva everywhere. Mark McMorris just bounced between, I think, it was definitely 3, maybe 4 takeoffs, and the last one was huge.
That was enormous. I mean, this venue is so impressive for that freestyle top and that just natural bottom.
I don't think there's any doubt. Mark McMorris just took Torstein to school.
Yeah.
That is revenge for Alaska semifinals in 2022.
Wow, that was incredible. I mean, honestly, after he recouped from the double Wildcat, I don't know if he made another turn. He kind of just like went straight down the entire mountain.
Look at the size of that.
Oh
Okay, so
my God.
I say that's a contest make. That was definitely a contest mate on the back. It was more that he just popped out of that turn, didn't he?
Okay, so front 3.
Here we go. Pinball.
This is where he
1, 2,
stops turning. He's like
3. Oh, just totally misses that last. You think he's going to hit something, but he just carries on down.
I wonder if that's a little bit of a lesson from just watching Boulder Park last year. I mean, that was excellent navigation.
Mark McMorris take a bow. That was spectacular.
What they really need to
That's a good recap.
I tell you what, if you could bottle adrenaline right now, you just squeeze Sparky and whatever juice comes out is it.
Oh yeah.
Fits me with small chicken in there. I was trying to get more on the riders left, and then I got sucked back in there.
The debris just went all over that where it funnels in. I'm sure you felt that.
Oh yeah.
So we've heard from a few of the riders now, a lot of snow moving around on this face, and they're starting to feel that debris in some of the run-out, so that is a factor.
Boop, boop, boop.
78.2 for Torstein, 73 for Mark. So Mark does not.
Yeah, buddy.
I totally called that wrong.
Congrats.
So Torstein's second run, the 78.2 will stand.
Well, hey, dude. Last time was good.
So Torstein will advance to finals day in Selkirk Tangiers. Our first of 8 battles is settled. And Torstein looks grateful for it. Big run. So maybe those instabilities up top cost Mark harder than we thought.
Yeah, I mean, you know, again, we talk about the judges really wanting to look at that full appraisal, and I think that's what they really liked about Torstein's full run.
For me, I really enjoyed it. I felt like Mark, certainly in the middle of his run, was at Travis speed. You said it, Eddie, very little speed checking.
Yeah, I mean, again, the judges are looking at this in a totally different way. You know, we're kind of trying to just see some tricks and call this out. They're taking the whole credo judging criteria into consideration. So, again, I've been a judge in a lot of competitions, and it is very difficult. And, again, sometimes people will talk about it, and they see it in a different way. I think had Mark stomped the double Wildcat, I think he would have been on the top. You know, you have to remember Torstein did that amazing backside 7. I think that really helped him out a lot.
True, yeah. It's so easy. One run eclipses the next, And we've heard from the judges before. They're doing no practice judging, just like the riders are doing visual inspection. This man has more of an advantage than most, but he is under the pump now against Sage Kotzenberg. He needs a big score here. He rested all of his hopes on a big pillow line at the bottom of his first run. So he needs redemption here.
Front 7 coming up a little short on the landing, it looks like. Kind of catching his heels, going backside 3. I am so curious if he's going to go back to the zone that he started off with his first run.
Looking at another front side 3 there. I mean, you were going to see Craven had to send it from the very top if he knew Sage was coming up right behind him in the lead from the first run.
Okay, so he is coming back into that zone. He's on top of something steep here, a lot of exposure.
Yeah, and this is incredibly blind for the riders. See, there's a perfect view. You cannot see what's below you, so very risky, and I think this is something the judges are going to love to see.
Oh, wow.
Free fall out of that stack from Dustin Craven. Big cloud burst on the exit.
So he stayed on his feet, and that was pretty, that was impressive. That was gnarly.
But you've got two factors balancing each other. You've got this incredible feature, and then you've got the hesitation and the line break to the flow that it took to get there. Plus the front 7, instability up at the top where he came up. Couldn't quite get the rotation round.
I mean, this is again where, you know, we pay homage to the judges and say that I don't envy them in their position.
If we haven't mentioned it yet, actually, the judges lineup is ludicrous. Chad Otterstrom is in there, still one of the greatest snowboarders on the planet. There's that back 3 into the front 7. No, not much setup time on that front 7.
Here's another view at that really steep. He's like just kind of controlled falling all the way down. It looks amazing. And again, I think the judges are going to reward him heavily for that bottom section of the line because it is so blind and it's very difficult.
Okay, over to you, T-Bird.
Craven, that one's got to feel good, buddy. Was that the one you wanted?
Yeah, it was nice. I mean, compared to last run, I kind of didn't go as hardcore as I did, but last time I landed on my head, so yeah, it feels pretty good.
What's going through your head as you're navigating through all that stuff and you finally make it to the top and kind of realize you're exactly where you needed to be?
I mean, you feel good about it. You're like, oh yeah, I'm not going to die.
Well, it comes with the hockey helmet, but it feels like the gloves just came off for that run.
Yeah, Sage might have to give her hell here.
Nice job, buddy.
Casual as ever. Craven and T-Bird rocking the black strap, balaclavas there. Super light, super warm, anti-frost technology. Go and get yourselves one of those if you're heading anywhere cold this winter. Part of our industry alliance. Again, Dustin Craven, always so understated at the bottom of the course, Mary.
Oh, totally. Also, I got to point out, I love that last hack he gave before arriving in the corral. That was just wonderful.
2 pounds of C4 in that turn. It blew up. Okay, Sage Kotzenberg up at the top. Certainly he was leading this heat, 67.2 to 51.2, but Craven, I think, has improved his score. And it's certain, Sage is definitely not safe right now.
No, not at all. And again, I do believe the judges are going to reward those steeper, more natural lines towards the bottom than they are, maybe a front 3 or a back 3 off of one of the naturally built pillows.
Okay, Sage Kotzenberg about to pilot that K2 antidote into Montana Bowl here at Revelstoke Mountain Resort. All the tech that K2 had at their fingertips plowed it into one board. I mean, the board's one thing, but the pilot is something else entirely.
All right,
Sage
later.
Kotzenberg, Sochi Olympic gold medalist in 2014, natural selection Jackson Hole winner in 2022. This boy can make a snowboard move.
He is mocking into that. Oh, set down the landing perfectly.
Okay, back-to-back 3s. We went front 3, back 3.
This feels really crisp at the moment.
Very fluid so far. No hesitation, no slowing down, no sketches. Let's see what he gets into in the bottom.
Well, you can see what he's getting into in front of him.
Oh,
Some
wow.
big noses here. He's playing Craven at his own game. He wants something big and steep.
It looks like he's getting it.
A lot of exposure.
This is a good example of how a competitive snowboarder reads a situation. He knows he has to do this to beat Craven.
And he knows once he lets that edge go, he's off.
Oh my God!
Hold on to it!
Holy moly, that was just an upping of the ante with that 3. Oh!
Snow
Little
snake
powder
jumped up and
snake
bit
down
his
there.
toe edge.
Oh! But I don't even know if that will come into play.
No.
So at the bottom, I think the judges might just say, okay, you're at the bottom on that one.
That was brutal.
Yeah, he was so far past the landing, that's fine, but actually I hope he's okay because that was actually looked like a pretty violent Tommy at
Oh, we get the big
thumbs up right there. Wow.
It was a Tomo, it was the classic, if you're skating when you fall off in the flat bottom,
it was
shoulder charge the other tranny.
It's
He
like
went
a
straight
rock.
into a pillow.
Oh, here we
So,
go, strapping his drop.
I thought it was going to be impressive if he just did a straight air off of that cliff. And
I agree.
I had no idea he was going to back 3 that, and he stomped it perfect. I think this is going to be a big score.
And what I love about that is any of us, doesn't matter whether you're about to do a back three off a giant pillow stack, or whether it's something really basic like taking on your first air, you can tell now, cast your mind back to Sage getting into position at the top of that stack. He was like the adrenaline, like he was way outside his comfort zone. He knew he was reaching for that one.
I mean, the strategy here is really quite apparent, I think, just as a viewer. But again, Eddie, I was the same. I thought he was just going to straight air and just kind of like just gap that huge, and to throw a back three off of that.
I didn't see that.
Gosh.
I couldn't see that thing at the bottom. Sage Kotzenberg had, I think, one of the biggest challenges of this first round, because Dustin Craven and his crew at Revelstoke built all of these platforms this summer. Dustin knew the flow, he knew the distances on this course. So Sage has come out and owned this face.
I would argue this is the best run we've seen of the day. We were talking about the top. He flowed, he hit everything, he never hesitated. It looked so smooth. And then he got himself into this sketchy situation.
He was chest on snow.
God.
His nipples were pulling powder off that face as he got into that.
I think that's...
Look at him all relaxed, I've made it! Boom. Oh.
That was incredible. I think that's going to be... I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's going to be the highest score of the day so far. That was an insane run.
On the front seven on top. Okay, the nervous wait. Craven, I think, like he said, it'll keep him up at night if he doesn't lay down the run he wants. I feel like that first run might be a case of what might have been for him. He had that pillow stack at his fingertips. Sage 85, Eddie Wall called it. Big score. At the moment, Sage Kotzenberg sitting in the position for that skidoo. Plenty of riders still to drop in the men's, but Sage Kotzenberg's got one hand on a skidoo throttle right now.
Yeah, that's got to be a good feeling for Sage. And again, just to be able to walk away knowing that you put down a solid run like that.
Okay, let's go to the top of the course. Stan Levier, what's going on up there, brother?
That thing was flat.
Wow. I mean, Temple of Stoke couldn't be a more apt name for the A-frame up here. You got the best riders in the world gathered around the TV, absolutely losing their mind when they see Sage land that off that big cliff. I think after we saw the Torstein-Mark matchup and the judges scoring, we saw, okay, the judges are looking for people to chuck. And Sage understood the assignment. Let's just say that.
Thanks so much, Stan. Great bit of insight there. It's lovely to see that, isn't it? Like, we're losing our minds, but the best in the world are up there losing their minds at the same time. Okay, just had a squirrel in my ear tell me that not only is Sage got one hand on the skidoo with that 85-point score, but you could probably argue that that back three off that final pillow stack could put him in line for the BOA dialed in award. So he's just got that front foot facing back, and then he has to reverse out onto that takeoff. And his reaction, like arms up when he stomped it, tells you everything you need to know about it.
Oh. That is just so bananas. I mean, that video part worthy right there.
Oh, we got the slow-mo replay of us. I love it.
Yeah, I just realized that I've probably got a 4-finger slap head up here as well. That's great to see. Thank you. Okay. The hits keep on coming. Straight out of Sage Kotzenberg versus Dustin Craven, we come to Austin Sweeten versus Ben Ferg. Right now, Austin Sweeten on a 63, Ben Ferg on a 54.5. Austin Sweeten managed to get a 2-meter-long doughboy shredder off a road gap and do a front three in 2 feet at 8 seconds. Go and check it out on YouTube if you want. Phenomenal. He's only 5'3", so the board's nearly double his length. 63, where's Austin Sweeten going? What has he got for us? So far, not a single rider down the east side of the face. All of them pounding this west side of the venue at the moment.
And let's not forget, Austin qualified through the duels. So he's been working his way up for this moment. You know that he doesn't want to blow it. Was that a huge back one?
Yes.
Stays on his feet. Had to revert it though, so he's back to regular.
Austin is no stranger to high-speed runs and not checking his speed at all.
Cab 5.
So far, so good.
So intense. Totally different temperature to this run from run 1.
Yeah, I think the momentum is building so heavy right now.
Huge drop. Bounces through it and holds on.
With some trees, tree exposure at the bottom there, that was kind of a no-fall cliff.
Austin Sweeten in that you called the Sage Kotzenberg run. That is another big run. The speed, the flow, the improvisation.
Yep.
And that's one thing that we know Austin Sweeten for is he is so like melodically staccato in his movement, so good at improvising, so good at just finding landings where there doesn't seem to be any. And that was just an exemplary example of that.
For me, the most aesthetically pleasing runs are some of the most unexpected, and he had that spontaneous element here.
So he did back 1 landing switch and then a quick revert to go off of the next pillow, and then he gets a 5 there.
And he'd only just recovered.
Yeah.
He had milliseconds to set up for that.
Yeah.
And then he's just bouncing you almost into that quintessential Sweeten terrain here.
Almost as good as Mount Baker.
Almost as good as Mount Baker. Did you hear that? Okay, let's hear from T-Bird and Austin Sweeten now.
Thanks, everyone. You're sounding great out there, almost as good as these riders are ripping. We're here with Austin Sweeten. Sweeten qualifying through the duels. You were in Crested Butte at 11 Experiences. You beat Red Gerard. How does it feel to take your second run here?
Feels really good. The snow is like seriously some of the best powder I've ridden all season. So yeah, man, we're all ripping pow. It's good.
What are the similarities in this terrain to your home resort of Mount Baker?
It's not as good as Baker, but it's almost there. You know, it's they just took out too many trees.
And you were saying something about your goggles, I heard you say, when you got down here?
Sun came out. Yeah, definitely the goggles were caked 3/4 that run. Really just committed to the line and just wiped as I went.
Awesome. Good job, buddy.
The old public toilet strategy. Wipe as you go. Oh, what a line. We've got no idea of that score, but Austin Sweeten's going to be sat on a heater there. He was already leading Ben Ferg in this matchup, so a lot of pressure. If you're in one of the 10 Barrel Brewing pubs based out of Bend, Oregon, this is your boy, a pub beer ambassador, Ben Ferguson out of Bend, repping for Burton and pub beer. Let's see what he's got there. Absolute wizard in the pipe, had some of the most beautiful runs built in his pipe era. He transitioned all of that eclectic style, perfect trick selection into the backcountry. But now the next minute is what counts. As you said earlier, Mary, if he loses here, Ben Ferguson could be in the duels. He could be qualifying for Natty Select next year.
There's so much on the line right now. Selkirk Tangiers and then the state of 2025.
So Ben Ferg attacking Montana Bowl, do or die. Squashes that Red Bull boot up. He's building speed down here.
Backside set.
Oh!
Holds on to that.
Holds on. Little in the back seat, little hand touch, but I don't think that's enough for the judges to dock him too many points. His speed is...
Oh, just as you said it.
That's called the commentator's curse. Yeah, so his speed was solid, and then unfortunately he just kind of went down, a little butt check. But as we've seen, just...
kind of
huge front three. Pinballing between two angles of slope. That's that classic visual inspection. You send something, and if you don't know exactly where your landing transition is.
Yeah, and I think, Ed, what you had said earlier about these aren't qualifier runs. They're going into this as like this is a final because if you don't put everything on the line, you are not going to advance. And I think that was an example of Ben putting everything on the line. Did it work out? I'm not sure. I think Austin's run was pretty solid, but it is just cool to see them going full bore.
That bottom one is so crazy. Oh, I blew it. I won like, yeah, all good.
Dude, it's like crazy trying to just pick what to hit.
Yeah, it was full kind of like wild style there for a second.
So
It's
Ben,
fun. It's getting paved in there.
Dude, it's getting
tracked fast. The warm too.
Yeah.
Goggles were caged the whole way down.
Okay, so Ben Ferg saying that he blew it. He thinks that he hasn't done enough. With a back seven like that at the top of your run.
Was just so perfect too, and really holding on to the landing there.
And this was the build, wasn't it?
Yeah, if he had stomped that, I think that would have been dramatically affected his score. And as you heard Ben say at the bottom, talking to Austin, it's getting faster. The snow is getting faster. And that's the thing about snow. It can change hour to hour.
Okay, both of them saying it's starting to get a little bit tracked in there. Ben Ferg, 48.5. Austin Sweeten just tucked in behind Sage Kotzenberg for highest score of the day with an 80.2. A consummate win for Austin Sweeten. And unbelievably, we're saying it already, Ben Ferguson is out in the round of 16. He will not progress to the finals. So the scalps start flying. Big names not making it through the finals. Okay, so we have the portal up there. You can see that Blake Paul. That's the east start. Are we? No, we're back to the west start. That is the Shred Shack, the A-frame, as they say in Canada. Let's get a gear check from Blake Paul now.
I'm super honored and excited to join Ride Snowboards. It's a team of mentors, close friends, and amazing snowboarders that I look up to. So I've been testing all the boards in the line, working on some subtle tweaks to get the right technology that I want to ride this year, and it's been awesome to switch things up and have some new energy under my feet. Yeah, for checking the course today, I think what I got like couple boards in the arsenal that'll work well, and maybe switch from one to the other depending on how it goes. But yeah, definitely excited. You want something pretty stiff and easy to land on, but also floaty and fun to ride.
Blake mentioned mentors there. Mikey LeBlanc instrumental in that switch over to Ride. So he's been checking out the algorithm. That's what he's been finding his feet on. Ride, our official snowboard partner for natural selection, but he's also, I think, on prototype number 3 of his own pro model. Very well deserved, you'd have to say, on the strength of his riding in Revelstoke last year. Is he going to back it up with his second run here? Currently leading Mikey Cicerelli in the 4th of our 8 matchups in the men's.
Big straight air over that Red Bull jump at the top.
All right, going for the single Wildcat, stomping it clean, going into a nice toe sign turn there, throwing up some spray.
Classic Blake Paul, he barely compressed on the landing of that Wildcat.
Yeah, I swear his bones are made of helium.
I like his use of the terrain up there. He was kind of, really finding a quite beautiful line.
Big lump of snow in front of him.
Oh, okay, so navigating his way down a pretty steep kind of pillow line, multiple little drops there, and that's going to round it out. So he's in the lead, had a lot of pressure taken off of him, stayed on his feet, overall smooth run. Besides the Wildcat, there wasn't a lot of real, like death-defying moments there or huge tricks.
And he's pushing way out west, so you're actually losing a lot of vertical getting out there into that juice. Beautiful turn with the afterburners on his way out.
Yeah, beautiful hack, and I think this is where the different riding styles of Cicerelli and Blake are going to come into play, because is Cicerelli going to pull from that really heavy kind of slopestyle background and try and put down something big, whereas Blake's run, as you can see here, there's the backflip, and it was just really,
see that little
that
poke
hack.
in there. Mark Frank Montoya style, just a dink.
Yeah, and this was beautiful route finding. It was just really, really smooth. So I think the riding styles are going to come into play in terms of what Mikey's going to throw down next.
I think you've hit the nail on the head, Mary. Mikey needs to play to his strengths now. He's not going to be as smooth potentially as Blake with that big mountain navigation, but if he can throw some big tricks in there. Okay, let's throw down to T-Bird.
I'm here with Blake Paul after run 2. Blake, how are we feeling about that run there?
Feeling pretty good. There's a couple unexpected obstacles and some little pockets of snow that have slid, so
a lot of the features are kind of out of play. But yeah, just hit that hip jump up top, which was fun, and then wanted to come down and hit the last pillow line, and the rest was just kind of a shot in the dark.
What does it feel like now with Mikey Cicerelli with one shot left? Still about to drop. How does it feel sitting down here?
Yeah, you know, you're just wanting to do well, but also you're hoping to move on, so just conflicted, but hopefully he can land the run he wants. But yeah, a little nerve-wracking to see who moves on.
Yeah, buddy. Well, it's always a pleasure watching you ride, Blake. Well done.
Look at Blake. I always feel like a mum or a dad. I just want to put my arm around him. Such a lovely kid. Okay, Mikey Cicerelli up at the top there. Quick shout out to YETI. This is the YETI Natural Selection. They've been on board since day one, trying to help Natural Selection become plastic free. Everyone decked out with those Yonder water bottles. Mikey Cicerelli, absolutely love his riding. Powerhouse on the Canadian slope team. Kind of came through with Darcy Sharp under the guidance of Max Parot, Seb Toots and Mark McMorris, but he's made that transition into the backcountry and Whistler, and he is a force to be reckoned with. So, like, he has got some of the biggest hits I've seen in the backcountry in the last couple of years, I think.
Yeah, he goes massive. And I also like what Blake was saying at the bottom. He was like, you know, I want to advance, but I also want to see Mikey do well. It's pretty, there's a lot of camaraderie out here. It's a competition, but this terrain is scary, the tricks are big, and all of these riders just want everybody to do good. I remember back in the day, Travis Parker talking to me once and said he basically stopped competing at one point because he said he was like watching one of his friends and thinking, oh, well, if he falls, I'm going to advance. And he was like, I hated that feeling, and I wouldn't ever want to see one of my friends fall. And after that, he was like, you know what, I'm good for a while, and went and filmed for Robot Food and killed it.
That's a great story. I love that.
Became one of the most creative pros of all time.
There you go.
Okay, so Mikey Cicerelli sat on a 51.5, Blake Paul on a 60.2. Got to say, I think Blake's upped his score with that first run there, so it's a much bigger margin that Mikey's got to close here. He needs something special.
Yeah, I think that Blake really had the composure in his run. He looked very fluid, confident. I think his just route finding was fantastic. Mikey, where he's going to potentially bring it is in that complexity off of these upper freestyle features.
Another thing, too, that almost can hurt Blake is that he's so effortless that he makes stuff look easier than it is. Starting things off with a nice, is that a cab 5?
Cab 5.
Beautiful cab 5.
Switch up top.
Big back 3.
Huge.
Oh, wow, landed that one perfect.
So far, very solid performance by Mikey.
But this is where the test comes. It starts to get steep and exposed here. You've got to control that speed, but you've got to keep your flow.
Good slough management.
Great booter coming up here, that big nose.
Front 3, stomps. Wow, okay. This is going to be so interesting. I'm not gonna make a call one way or the other. That's gonna be a tough job for the judges.
No, you said it, Eddie. This is tough. This is kind of apples and oranges. You know, Mikey just rode that so well. Blake had so much fluidity to his run. I don't know which way this would go either.
So back in the dark ages, there used to be a form of torture called pressing. They'd put a giant stone on top of someone, which they hope would force them to talk.
Sounds horrible.
That's what Mikey Cicerelli's just done to the judges.
I was wondering where that was going.
He's just put a giant stone on top of the judges and said, give me a score.
So here's my opinion. I think Mikey performed better in this upper section off of the kind of man-made features, some of those big pillows. I think he had speed, he went big, but Blake Paul did have that sick pillow line at the bottom that was very steep, very blind, so I think Blake maybe takes the bottom and Mikey takes the top, but...
Drifting more full line for Mikey, he had more hits.
Yeah.
He had more vertical to work with.
Yeah.
So there is, naturally, there's more to work with for the judges as well.
Yeah.
You guys, I'm about to bite all my fingernails off right now.
I
think Mikey is as well. Look at the little twitch. Give it to me. It's got the crab claw going.
Yeah. Oh, I'm kind of leaning towards Mikey. I think he might take it, but again.
But so currently all we know, Blake Paul on a 60.2 from his first run, Mikey right down on that 51.5 with a big instability in his first run. So
I'm with Blake though. Can we not have either of them get eliminated?
Oh man, this is a really tough one. You can see, the judges are, here we go.
81.2.
Wow, that's a big score.
Mikey Cicerelli joins Austin Sweeten and Sage Kotzenberg in the 80-point club. Blake Paul, it cost him that far west side of the venue, cost him.
Yep.
Okay, let's hear from T-Bird now.
We are here with Mikey Cicerelli. Mikey, dude, you got our hearts going, my man.
Ooh, I had my heart going there as well. I was just coming in and be like, please stay on my feet.
Obviously, they were talking in the booth. It's obviously amazing to advance, but bittersweet because of the respect that you do have for someone like Blake Paul.
Of course, Blake is such a beautiful snowboarder and always love his riding. So it was a good battle, and always love watching him shred.
Well, congratulations, Mikey. We look forward to seeing you on day 2, my man. Well done.
So Mikey Cicerelli gets revenge on Blake Paul from Revelstoke last year. 81.2, a very convincing victory for him. Ben Ferguson loses out to Austin Sweeten. And Sage Kotzenberg takes Dustin Craven. Very, very tight there. Torstein Horgmo jumps back and takes Mark McMorris in the second run of that first heat. So Cicerelli, Sweeten, Kotzenberg and Horgmo advance to the Selkirk Tangiers finals day. Some big names going out in the first of our 4 matchups there. Eddie, that was tight.
Yeah, that was a nail biter, and I think I fully agree with the judges on that last call with Mikey Cicerelli pulling up into the lead there. Again, it's sad to see Blake head home, but Mikey absolutely crushed it.
I mean, this is a big mix-up. We've seen some of these familiar names from a round of 8 last year, all through the season, just knocked out, and Sage, Austin coming back in. This is exciting.
I mean, those are the first 4 of our 8, though. And we've got another 4 to come. Plus, we have all of the women as well. So no shortage of action still to come at the YETI Natural Selection here in Revelstoke. Qualifiers day ahead of the Selkirk Tangiers finals. Now, Rivian, one of the main sponsors this year. There is, I think, probably the biggest prize snowboarding has ever seen in its single form, at least up there with that nugget of gold Terrier won once. It is a Rivian R1T truck. And up until now, there's been the R1 and the R1T, but Rivian have just announced that they're going to bring out the R2 and an R3 and an R3X. Very exciting moves from Rivian coming out very, very shortly. Next, though, we're going to take a closer look at Revelstoke Mountain Resort and all of the work that they've done ahead of natural selection this year.
"250 kilometers north of the U.S. border lies a little place called Revelstoke. While the gorgeous area that is Mount Revelstoke National Park was founded in 1914, Revelstoke Mountain Resort first opened its doors to the public in December of 2007. Situated on the iconic Mount Mackenzie, Revelstoke Mountain Resort boasts the longest inbounds vertical of any resort in North America, with a staggering 1,700 meters of rideable terrain. While receiving an average of 10.5 meters of snow annually. That's over 34 feet of snow per winter. Revelstoke sits amidst an inland temperate rainforest, which is the perfect climate for snowfall accumulation in the winter months. It rests in the most opportune location for cold air to sweep south from central and northern BC to collide with the moisture from the west. This convergence of hot and cold airflow brings out the moisture from storm systems and dumps snow on the town and the surrounding mountains. Formed by the continental drift over millions of years, Revelstoke's unique location in the Selkirk Range makes it the ultimate playground for all mountain freestyle snowboarding, and a perfect host resort for the Natural Selection Tour, where the best backcountry snowboarders will battle it out for bragging rights to professional snowboarding's most coveted crown.
There's something special about winter.
Every year I get the same feeling. Winter is coming in. It's one of the best feelings.
Welcome back to the YETI Natural Selection here from Revelstoke, and oh my gosh, this has been nothing short of insanity already this morning. This is the most excited I've been to commentate an event in a very, very long time. The runs that have gone down by the men so far have been absolutely bonkers, and yeah. Oh my gosh. How's it going, everybody? I'm Todd Richards, and next to me is Pat Bridges from Slush Magazine and Leanne Pelosi, an absolute legend in women's snowboarding. Leanne, first, your thoughts, because we've been sitting in the green room the whole time, and it's just been like, wow, everyone's been freaking out.
Yeah, at first it was stressful with the Abbey conditions, but then the guys just laced so many sick lines. It's been really impressive.
Pat, what has been your big takeaway so far this morning?
Well, the course that was created was equally incredible for both freestyle leading riders and traditional free riders. And seeing that, the contrast to riders like Dustin Craven, Sage Kotzenberg, we saw it at play there.
Well, it was amazing. And not only are the riders up against the terrain, but also there's some instability in the snowpack today, which adds just like another layer of excitement. And in order to mitigate that and make sure all these riders are safe, the Revelstoke Ski Patrol is out there, and they are supported by YETI. Let's get a little bit more information on what they've got going down and the support they give.
I'm Josh. I've worked at RMR for 8 years, and I'm one of the avalanche forecasters here at the Hill. Constant learning and progression. Those are the things that keeps me coming back to being a forecaster and being in the snow world, is that constant learning and development. In terms of forecasting a mountain of this size, it's a little bit different, where we've got a couple different elevation bands where we might have problems at 800 meters of elevation or at 2,300 meters of elevation. So you're thinking about things at a whole different scale. Having a team like we do makes it a lot easier to do that, because you can have other people help and support figuring out what's going on in the mountain. The team here at RMR is great. There's a lot of people who work real hard and keep it fun while we do it. There's good camaraderie. The natural selection creates an interesting environment where you have these people pushing boundaries. event is in a neat zone where it's highly visible from the resort. It's an area that's gotten cleaned up with the natural selection coming in. They made a few natural features, but they also cleaned up a lot of the landings out of those cliff zones. The event slope, we're going to be considering that throughout the season here. Snow profiles that we're digging there in regular increments. We're going to be connecting those to the problems we're having on the resort, and then we're going to mitigate that hazard with explosives or ski cutting and ensure that we're not building up into a problem leading up to the event. It's a full season of consideration. It's also cool to see it all in person, making it a fun event that people get excited about, both the people in the community and the people working it. It's going to be neat to see what happens.
Big shout out to YETI for being committed to mountain communities across the world and being the biggest supporter of natural selection since day one. Okay, if you're just joining us right now, we are in the first brackets, and the way this whole thing goes down, we're going to explain it to you right now in the way the format goes. So it's simple as this. We have 8 riders that are coming in here for the women. There's going to be 3 rounds. We're head-to-head. Unfortunately, someone has to go home. 2 runs for the riders each, and they will be moving on to the finals, those top 4 riders in Selkirk Tangiers later on. So, huge consequences here today. You got to ride really, really well in order to go home and go on to the next round. Credo. Pat, give us a little bit more information about what Credo is here.
Well, it's creativity, risk, execution, difficulty, and overall impression. And any combination thereof can be at play today. We see a lot of riders going to the west so far, which is where the freestyle and creativity is going to come in, but there is some consequence as well.
Just to back that up, Leanne, we were talking earlier about this course favoring a certain type of rider. What do you think at this point in the riding?
I think we have a healthy balance of big mountain and freestyle, and it seems as though the freestyle aspect is really coming into play.
Well, we're starting to get right into it right here. The first heat, Zoe Sadowski-Sinnott up against Haley Langland, 2 riders that have cut their teeth in slopestyle but have been slowly pushing the boundaries in the backcountry and just building and building. Zoe had an incredible video just dropped the other day, Yellow. She's stomped frontside 10s into POW, and last year she rode so well. So this is going to be a really interesting matchup, and it's also incidentally the first of the couples matchup as well, because we not only do we have a couple riders here that are coming into this thing with a lot of strength, but there's also 2 couples here competing. We'll get more into that as we go up to Stan for a vibe report up on the top of the course.
Thanks, Todd. Up here, yeah, the vibe is high, okay? Just ladies get up here, excitement, hugs all around. Honestly, the only tension that I've sensed at all is if someone's getting in the way of the TV, okay? Everyone's excited to watch. They're stoked. I think these ladies are hyped to ride, get that first run under their belt, see where the judges are at with them. It's going to be exciting.
Thanks, Stan. Yeah, excitement is, I got to calm down, basically. I've had a little too much Red Bull this morning. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little too hyped. So, all right, this first quarterfinal matchup between Zoe and Haley. Haley being the first of the couples duels as well. Red Gerard and her came in here as a couple. We'll move on to Robin Van Gyn and Austin Sweeten later. We'll talk about that later. But this first matchup, talk about 2 freestyle powerhouses. And Pat, give me some thoughts. We were kind of talking about what might go down with these riders.
Well, this is a unique matchup because this isn't the first time these 2 have competed together all year. They've been competing in slope styles already so far this season. This is the first time they're going to compete on the natural selection tour. And they've been a rival for years to come. But as you see the course that Dustin Craven created, a lot of great ramps for both of these girls to dig deep into their bag of tricks.
All right, Zoe Sadowski-Sinnott will start us off here in the women's quarterfinal, run number 1. Here we go. Working her way down here on this ridge. And there's that huge kicker that's coming up. I anticipate that she's going to want to throw something really big and really dig into her slopestyle roots. There's that backy. Oh! Landing a little bit flat.
Landing a little flat, but missing the tree in the landing, which is key.
Bonus.
Seems to be still pretty fresh considering there were 16 runs.
It almost seems like, you know, you need to calm down and not overamp your riding in this course. I mean, there's so much energy that's been pent up from the men up top talking about what this course is like. So maybe run number 1 is going to be a little bit too much pent up energy from sitting around all morning.
Oh, look, there she goes into the Nar. Nice, Zoe.
Yeah, and that's a little bit more the more traditional free ride terrain.
Backside 360 off the bottom rock. So Zoe Sadowski-Synnott gets run number 1 done.
And there we are. We're underway with the first runs here for the women's portion of the competition here today.
So as we said, Zoe, such a strong rider. Last year had a very dominating presence in natural selection. Let's take a look at how it went down. Started things off with this big backflip, Pat, but just maybe landing a little bit too much in the flats.
Well, totally. And as you see, like with these snow conditions, it looks like it's very light where she was landing. So you got to really be on bolts to come down.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're hitting bottom, that layer underneath that it was sliding on. It just might feel a little firm.
Well, it's definitely been tracked out a bunch there. There's been a lot of punchy holes. So let's throw down a T-Bird who's with Zoe.
Yeah, we're here with Zoe Sadowski-Synnott. Zoe, that run, probably not exactly what you wanted. Where are you going to try to improve upon for run 2?
Yeah, not exactly what I was looking for. But yeah, just try and land run 2, maybe change it up, go somewhere else. But man, the snow is super sick in there.
How are kind of navigating in and around the tracks from the men's first run?
Yeah, it was a lot better than I expected. Like a lot of soft snow still in the like super track parts, to be honest, which is sick.
Is Stan behaving himself up there?
Yeah, Stan's chilling.
Good job, Zoe. Look forward to run 2.
All right, thanks, T-Bird. Zoe will look to run 2, obviously. I mean, I think that she'll have a lot more calm nerves going into her second run here. And I kind of thought she would go down the ridge more to that more, almost looks like a park feature, that huge one we saw Ben Ferguson do the gigantic 720 off of earlier, and Mark McMorris that 540. I think, you know, if she can just kind of get that line, looks like she came up a little bit short where she did that backflip.
Well, this is where strategy comes into play for Haley as well. Haley's one of the lighter riders, so if she's going to get bucked, it'll be amplified in that regard. And also, there is overall impression and execution. Zoe went for a lot of spins. We know Haley has a lot of straight airs, a lot of tricks, can flow with the terrain good. So it'll be interesting to see if she opts to be a little conservative with trick selection just to get a full pull.
Before we drop into Haley's run, big shout out to BCA Backcountry. They've been helping us out with mitigating the snow in here. I mean, look, it's punchy in there. It's been snowing a lot over this past week. And BCA has been giving the riders the sense of security that they can have. They have the best equipment in the world to help them go through these conditions. All right, we're going to get back up to Haley, who's about to drop right now. Haley checking it out. Her and Red spend a lot of time in the backcountry together. And, you know, you remember that slush cover, obviously, from last year. A gigantic frontside 720 in the backcountry that kind of was heard around the world. So Haley looking to bring some of that slope style skill in here to the backcountry as she drops.
And as it gets more track, she's going to be light on her feet. It could be an advantage. If the snow's light, it's an advantage.
She looks like she's going a little bit further down the ridge. Off that Yeti jump,
Nice.
stale fish.
And there you see it. She's just trying to go big,
Sick.
straight. Nice back 3 right there.
Yeah, and this drone view of what's going on out here kind of gives you an idea of how steep it really is. It's very deceiving.
Well, another interesting factor, which we saw in Scary Chariot the last couple of years, is when you get off your line, you may have to course correct, and next thing you know, you've passed 4 features.
Haley looking at this diving board. Drops in.
Nice. That was a really solid run by Haley.
Yeah, so she had a
She
couple.
might have that edge there.
Stomping out up top. Haley doing a full run, no falls. navigating that bottom section, that runnel where all the debris has been flowing out.
Well, she's got something to build upon from there.
What a great way to start.
This light as well, this light kind of, dancing in and out the sun. So Haley really leaning into those Oakley goggles with the prism lenses, because it's all about, having as much definition as you can possibly find out there today with these varying conditions with the light. So let's check out a little recap of Haley's run.
Nice. That was so stylish. Nice indie.
Yeah, I thought she did a stalefish from the back. The back three. You see that secondary little kind of popper in there caught her by surprise.
I think it's really difficult to navigate because of all the trees. You think you're somewhere and you might be somewhere else. So.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter how much studying you do. You can look at those charts all day long, the pictures, but as soon as you get in there, you just throw all that out the window.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you add in the factor of flat light, which was a problem on and off for the men's bracket.
Yeah, and there you see Haley just pointing it out at the bottom. So she's going to have the advantage here over Zoe just by virtue of staying up on her feet.
Well, staying up on her feet, big straight air. She got the 360 in there.
And that pillow line at the bottom, too. I thought that was pretty sick.
So let's see what this matchup gives us. Haley Langland with a 75.5 over Zoe's 42. So Haley with the advantage right now going into run number 2.
What are you talking?
She's got to be stoked.
Yeah, she has to be absolutely stoked. That snow, I mean, it's incredible in there. It looks so fun.
And anybody who wants to know how much protection you get from your goggles, just look at that goggle tan right there.
Haley, you could hear the little quote when she came down, "My feet are too close together," so maybe she's going to go back up, widen her stance up a little bit for run number 2, just for a little bit added stability in her riding.
Well, it worked for her so far. I'm not sure if I would mix it up.
Yeah, it works for Shaun White, you know what I'm saying? Spread them out. All right, heading back up to the top here. You just get a good eagle's eye view of this course. Man, that's pretty. Revelstoke has got some of the most incredible mountains to ride on the planet. And I can't believe, this is just like where natural selection is. It's just like in this most beautiful place, so pristine. And let's do a little Sendy shout out right here. So Travis Rice has created this thing where you can buy, sell, rent gear. It's an app. It's called Sendy. So if you're looking to offload some gear, maybe you're somewhere you want to rent some gear, but you don't want to go to the rental shop, go on the Sendy app, and you can just pick through with everything. You can scan the code at the bottom of your screen. Use your phone. Scan that little QR code, and it'll take you over to this Sendy website where you can buy, sell, and rent gear.
And the Sendy top female and male get $1,000 cash to spend on the Sendy app.
There you go. Thank you, Leanne, for that updated information. Appreciate that. All right, so Pat, from what you've seen so far in this next matchup that we have, Marion Hurdy against Robin Van Gyn, who do you think has the advantage here coming in?
Well, as you'll recall, Marion Hurdy comes from the Freeride World Tour, which is a one-and-done run tour where you have to ride some of the gnarliest faces in the world, a lot of exposure. Robin comes from more of a freestyle background, and as riders are taking the west side with all the ramps, you're going to see a lot more jumps and tricks, and that's Robin's forte.
And the reason being that these riders are taking this west side is because the east side had a lot of activity on it this morning that maybe has some of the riders spooked.
Yeah, the activity this morning was actually caused by the ski patrol doing safety mitigation, ski cutting.
Nice backside 180 riding switch.
Oh boy.
It's got to be difficult riding switch.
Oh, and these, the lighting out here too can be very difficult to navigate. Just the flat light. Some of these obstacles come up really fast. But here she's back on her line, staying up on her feet.
I think she's heading to the NAR zone.
Well, that's her comfort zone, right? Like she comes from, like you said, Pat, the Freeride World Tour. Some of the steeper, more aggressive terrain probably favors her riding style.
Definitely. Going into this gully here, you could see the exposure from that angle right there. and you pretty much are forced into riding it out.
Marion looking.
Yeah, it's pretty scary getting onto the top there. You can't see anything.
But throws herself into that chute, coming down
Nice
here with a
one,
lot of
Marion.
speed. The bottom section of the course. Couple little bobbles up top. But still, I think, in my opinion, she should get more into that aggressive natural terrain that's in there, I think. It really played to her strengths.
Well, looking at the majority of the field so far, both with the men, that could, in the credo, that could help with creativity.
Absolutely. It can at least, it can differentiate your riding from the rest of the pack. If no one's really looking to get over in there and you want to go and wrestle with some of that terrain, that could give you that big score.
And if Marion can just clean up the top portion and successfully ride a bit of the course switch, I mean, that's pretty difficult as well. That'll get some traction with the judges, I think.
She tried to set it up with that backside 180. But it's so difficult to ride powder effortlessly switch stance. It's really tough.
Oh, yeah. Especially if you have a tapered board and you're set back.
All right, she's looking for this little line in here. And you can just see, like Pat said, there's a lot of exposure in there. And a lot of these drops are significantly bigger than they look to the rider. As Marion works her way through that chute. So great navigation right there towards the bottom of the course.
Way to go, Marion. That was awesome.
All right, let's throw down to T-Bird, who's with Marion.
We are here with Marion Harity. I have not heard the crowd that loud all day, Marion. That was right in front of us. Absolutely incredible.
Thank you so much. But the beginning of my run sucks a bit, so I have to be aware for the next one.
Were you fully aware of the exposure that you were on top of? That was unbelievable.
I was aware, yeah. I was looking this place with Victor Davier, my friend. It's been a while. Taking my place.
It's almost like you grew up riding, I don't know, Chamonix France?
Apparently, yes, I like big mountain. This is my maybe mainly skill, not freestyle, but I'm working on it.
Way to come out first run and drop the hammer. That was great.
Thank you so much.
All right, heading back up to the top. Yeah, exactly what we were saying. Marion's more comfortable in that exposed, open type of face. So we're going to head back up. Robin Van Gyn about to drop her husband, Austin Sweeten, in the round previous. So maybe harnessing some of the stoke from hubby going into run number 2. They're like a dynamic duo.
Oh, hell yeah. I could see Robin trying to get into a little bit of the gnar and then also pulling into all the freestyle she has too. So
yeah, as you said, she comes from her freestyle background. Robin with that good-looking Arc'teryx kit on.
Oh, she is amped.
Here she goes. I mean, how can you not be amped when Austin's your husband? You're probably just telling him to calm down all the time.
Well, and these are such varied styles, too, that both riders can just do what they do and leave it up to the judges.
So coming up a little short on a 360 on that top feature. Robin taking a kind of similar upper line to Marion.
I got to tell you, nothing really indicates how good the conditions are, like the fact that these riders are effortlessly riding across previous tracks.
Yeah, I mean,
she's got pretty good flow right now. Yeah, I think she's cutting over and, oh, maybe not.
Just looking to line something up here. Yeah, you can kind of see where this exposure starts here towards the bottom. Robin lining up this chute, going off the nose.
Nice.
All right, so nice run for Robin. A little bit of a bobble up top. Gets this little drop towards the bottom. So, guys, what do you think as far as advantage goes from that round?
I think Robin has the advantage. She had more flow, and yeah, I think she hit a few more features at the top.
So Robin Van Gyn, run number 1, done for her.
Good job. Good job. Snow was good, but I was
Just
really
hear
surprised.
Hear him talking about how good the snow is. I think Robin just came up a little bit short, didn't quite get that edge dug in to initiate the 360.
Went big, though.
But this down here at the bottom is where she's really going to stack the points. And then finding her way over to that little feature that's in the middle, kind of a little bonus. Gets the little ollie.
I'm sure she wants to throw in a backy somewhere too.
I think, yeah.
Robin Van Gyn with the advantage, 53.2 to a 48, moving into the second run.
Well, I think it's safe to say both of them have something that they left in the tank. They want to go up, clean up their lines, clean up their runs a bit. I'm really curious as we get deeper and deeper into the day, how many riders came in with a set plan and have to adjust, because here we are with 18 runs under our belt, 20 runs almost under
no
our
one's
belt.
really dropped into the other zone at all.
Nobody's gone into the east side at all.
All right, so this next matchup, Elena Height up against Jamie Anderson. This one is going to be insane. Pat, let's talk about Elena's run from last year a little bit. Let's take a look back, because she got it done in huge fashion here at Natural Selection in Revelstoke.
Well, here we go. She's going into a much more feature-laden slope right here. And as you'll see, this doesn't have the ramps or the wide open landings like we're seeing today.
Much more technical riding last year.
Much more technical.
Oh yeah, it was fully blind. This year's course has a lot more line of sight features.
Yeah, it still blows me away that we're looking at a half pipe, a half pipe chomper predominantly for, I would say, the first half of her career.
Yep, half pipe Olympian.
I think half pipe translates great into powder with the board control.
Mm-hmm. All right, so Elena Height is going to be dropping first in this epic matchup. Jamie Anderson, the queen of slope style, will be up next.
Well, this is one of those matchups that could be a finals duel on day 2.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Jamie put herself into that.
Yeah, yeah. Jamie's very strategic with her riding, but Elena, do not write her off. She is definitely one to watch. She's very comfortable with uncomfortable situations on slope and putting herself over big drops and pillow lines. Here we go, Elena Height dropping in for her first run in this quarterfinal.
Well, you mentioned it. When we were in Revelstoke last year in Boulder Park, you had to travel a couple hundred yards till you saw the first thing you were hitting.
Yeah, it's straight into the business now.
Nice, Elena.
In a back 3, so stacking some freestyle up top. So she's probably going to work her way over into that more exposed zone. Or maybe not. Maybe she's gonna hunt and peck over to the right. Oh, there we go.
Oh yeah. This is her wheelhouse right here.
Here we go,
Elena getting into a little bit of the gnar. Hell yeah.
That's not a little bit of gnar. That's full gnar.
Yeah, this is exciting.
And there's no easy way out.
Nice.
Oh, Elena coming up flat.
Yeah. Oh, and a bonus popper.
But for sure.
That was a sick run.
Great opener for her. She got a spin up top, a couple pops off those upper features, and then put herself right into the steeps.
I think this run.
I think Elena right now is probably thinking about places that she can improve on run number 2. Let's take a look at the recap.
Nice tail grab.
Carrying a lot of speed as well. That snow looks so good in there.
Well, yeah. This rivalry is classic. These two have been competing together for 20 years.
Both out of South Shore Tahoe.
They're both out of South Shore Tahoe.
What? Wow. Just ended up flat in the middle of that chute right there.
And it was so nice to see the camaraderie. Jamie gave Elena a big hug at the top. Like, we're all friends up there. That's
all
what's
right.
so special about snowboarding.
Yeah, it's so cool. Let's throw down a T-bird to get some words.
Fun actually in there. Surprisingly fun.
We're here with Elena Height, fresh off one of the gnarliest lines of the day. To me, as an analyst, that line just showed how familiar and comfortable you are in this type of environment, navigating that terrain.
Thanks, T-Bird. You know, to be totally honest, I was like heart set on this side, and when it slid this morning, I went full rogue. So here I am.
And ultimately, how did you land on that line? Was that one of your backup lines if this didn't work out on the east face?
You know, I had kind of scoped it, but I wasn't really that sold on it. But yeah, it was a backup line. And when I saw Sage going there, I almost changed my plan, but I just kind of mixed it up a little bit so it'd be a little different. And I'm pretty hyped. Had the landing. Next time.
How's the snow holding up in there?
The snow is good. It's definitely a little bouncy. You can feel the heat, but it's so fun.
Well done, Elena. Nice job.
Thanks, T-Bird. And when the riders are saying they scoped it, they're using that OnX app. That's really the only way that you can get real eyes on what's going on out here, other than like a low-res printout. So the riders are really relying on that OnX app to know where they are on this course. It's so valuable for them. As we move right back into Jamie Anderson, if you saw the duels with her, it looks like she is on a different level right now with effortless riding. Bowing out last year because she just had a baby, but she is back. Mama is in control.
I am so excited to see her in this duel.
Yeah, and she had one of the great duels this year, making her way here to Revelstoke after surpassing Emma Crosby, who also rode incredible. There's that freestyle tendency we're used to from Jamie.
Look how calm she is with her riding style. It's just, she's very, very comfortable on a snowboard. So smooth in between the features. She's not fighting where she's going, and her lifestyle is very much reflective of that. As she opens up a new line in here.
Yeah, I was curious where she was going when she dipped into the glades. Found one of those Dustin Craven misty ramps.
Totally fresh line.
Nice, Jamie.
Judges want to see that because that means that you are hunting and pecking around this course to find unique features to hit. So Jamie Anderson, nice and smooth. Kind of had a little bit of a slowdown on the backside 360 up top.
I think she was pretty nervous coming back into competition after spending so much time away, and this will probably shake those nerves.
But if there's one thing that fans of Jamie Anderson can count on, she does not like to be put in a corner. And she performs really, really well when the pressure's on and maybe the scores are down.
Yeah, I think Elena might have her on this one.
A little bit faster than I thought it was going to be in there. It's like on the next takeoff.
Yeah, totally. It's short.
Pat, talk a little bit about whiting yourself out on the course as well, and how basically not having any vision after you make a turn in here would play into things.
Well, it certainly does, particularly when you're dealing with the trees. Also, I mean, you could be in the white room and hit another feature and not even know. We saw a couple of those already today. And the only way to combat that is to just go faster. Go faster than your spray. Don't check, because when you check, you'll see the riders are spraying snow where the snow's still good.
Yeah, but right here where Jamie kind of opened up this new section, scoping it out, her upper section, super smooth. Maybe not as much exposure that Elena had in her run, but still super smooth up top. She actually kind of went down on that little ollie off the side of that second little pillow. It wasn't the 360. 360 was huge and perfect.
You got into your stuff.
Yeah, it was sick.
Little flat in like the crooks of it, huh?
I had it.
You can see better than you can see on the on the drone thing. I was stoked to go through the thing like I wanted to with the trees on both sides. I was like, oh, this is it. I didn't think I'd get it.
I got it.
All right, Elena Height gets the lead right now. Let's throw down to T-Bird, who's going to get some words from Jamie after that first round.
Yeah. Coming for you next one.
All right, we are here with Jamie Anderson. Jamie, I overheard you saying it's running a little faster than you kind of thought it would, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. It was just like, you can definitely slow down a bit. They all kind of drop in together. Easy to kind of get a little ahead of yourself.
And you qualified through duels. You dueled Emma Crosby in Crested Butte. How does it feel to pass that qualification process and be here in Revelstoke in Montana Bowl?
It feels great. Yeah, I was pretty nervous at the duels, but felt good to get through. And yeah, I'm stoked to be here with the crew.
Is it safe to say we can expect Misty Natural Selection Tour 2052, maybe?
Imagine that, 2050, Littlest. Yeah, I would love that.
Nice job, Jamie. Thank you for your time.
Great words, T-Bird. I mean, Jamie Anderson, one of the best of all time. We'll look for her on her second run. Mary Rand up against Hannah Beeman up next. Two riders coming from places you wouldn't necessarily associate with big mountain riding. Mary Rand will be up first, coming out of Rhode Island.
And Mary's a rookie to the natural selection, whereas the other four ladies who've gone already are all veterans. This is our first glimpse of Mary Rand in an actual natural selection tour event.
Mary relocating from the East Coast out to Washington. So she's been cutting her teeth at Baker. Baker, a great training ground for any natural selection tour.
Yeah.
As she chucks a huge backflip. There's that whiteout condition right there where she whited herself out on the landing.
She whited herself out and almost went off a huge ramp.
All the riders are saying the course is riding pretty fast, so I think those next features come up quite quick.
Yeah, and it's also probably twice as big as you think they are as soon as you leave the lip. And it really separates, you know, the riders that will end up with those big scores if you're not scared to go fast in here. It's probably really hard to fight the speed checks on this course.
I'm really stoked Mary went for the big backflip because we saw one of those at Red Mountain in her duels against Spencer O'Brien, and that's what brought her here to the main event.
So Mary Rand.
Yeah, Mary.
Big backflip up top.
Gotta be stoked with that run.
Down here into the bottom. Nice showing from Mary Rand out of Rhode Island.
A lot of poise, a lot of skill. She's got to be proud of her first run here at the natural selection.
Yeah, and you know, you'd never think that Yawgoo Valley would be a training ground for Revelstoke.
Absolutely. Like that backflip, there's nothing but a flat landing at Yawgoo Valley if you go that big.
She went huge, got the grab on it as well for a split second, but then tries to throw the brakes on and just goes full snowblind. And you can see right there, she was actually heading towards that giant step down right after. Okay. But she got her line back on track.
Nice.
So what do you
Double
think?
line.
What do you think Beeman's going to bring to this after seeing Mary just chuck that?
Oh,
huge
I think
backy?
she's going to feel the pressure to throw a backy as well. And just, I think Beeman's strength is just keeping the flow. She's always been like one of the flowiest riders, and I've always loved that about her.
All right, well, let's go down to T-Bird, who's got some words from Mary.
From Narragansett, Rhode Island to Revelstoke, British Columbia. Mary, how does it feel to finally drop into an NST course?
It feels great, you know, feels better knowing there's some fellow East Coasters around. And yeah, I'm stoked. The snow is insane. The course is incredible. It's so cool that these guys put so much energy into it, and yeah, you can feel the energy.
From a rider's perspective, at what point up on the course could you start hearing the crowd? Because they're going nuts down here.
Oh, really? I couldn't hear anything. I was fully in the zone.
Flow state.
Yeah, blacked out.
Nice job, Mary. Well done.
Thanks, T-Bird. Very underrated, the blackout technique on the course. Seems like a lot of riders embracing that. All right, let's throw up to Stan, who's got some intel on where Beeman is going to drop for her run. Stan?
Yeah, Todd, we got some exciting news. I happened to notice there was no sign of Hannah Beeman up here. Then caught word Hannah Beeman is going to open up that east side. This is the first time we're going to see it all day. And me as an East Coaster, nothing I love more than an East versus West battle. So this is going to be our first East versus West course. I'm excited to see what happens. I think all of a sudden the judges add a new element, but no better person than Hannah Beeman, an absolute veteran, to tee this side off.
Thanks, Stan. Okay, this is big news. Hannah Beeman will be opening up a completely different side of this course. Before she drops, let's get an idea of the gear that she has on to make sure her day goes the way she wants it to.
I have been on Ride Snowboard's team for about 15 years now, which is a long time. I feel super privileged to be on the team. We have an amazing team right now, and it's really special that they stepped up and became one of the sponsors for NST and are supporting this, because this is such a big event for our type of snowboarding. I just have a great quiver of all different kinds of boards that help me prepare for any kind of conditions. So that really helps for stuff like natural selection, just having whatever options I may need for whatever conditions present themselves.
So Ride being the official snowboard partner of Natural Selection. Now, Pat, we had kind of talked a little bit, and Leanne, you actually spoke to Hannah via text this morning. She's actually riding the Ride moderator that we have here behind us. So maybe a little bit stiffer of a board, something that kind of plays to more of steeper terrain as she goes over here and unlocks this completely new section of course.
Yeah, we've been seeing the riders drop in through the temple. Here we see the portal.
And the thing about Hannah that I love is that she's always just, you know, sticking to her guns and riding what she wants to ride. So it's nice to see her just open up a whole new area.
And this plays into the credo as well, what the judges are looking for, because you're taking chances and riding something that's virtually blind. There's no traction there at all. All she's going by right now is what she's learned from images of this. No rider has been down any part of this course.
So that adds for the C and the R, the creativity and the risk.
I think there's quite a bit of risk on this side because it looks to be a bit steep and it had already slid. What she's riding hasn't slid, so I would be quite nervous about it. Oh, there we go.
There you're seeing the
little movement of snow. This
nice, Hannah. That was so sick.
Wow.
Showing her true strength.
Whoa,
right there.
There's that runnel where that avalanche debris is. But that was amazing.
And for people who haven't ridden through a runnel or a debris field, it's pretty much like death cookies. It's all set up like ice.
Right.
That was an awesome run, Hannah.
Also, it's worth noting, Hannah broke her arm earlier this year.
Yeah, when we were in Japan, she broke it like the day before I got there. It didn't really seem to slow her down, though.
No, and this is her first time back competing since having a knee injury 2 seasons ago.
Two totally different runs. I'm wondering what the judges, if they're going to reward the freestyle aspect or the more all-mountain run.
Fuck yeah.
So Beeman, I mean, obviously playing to
Gosh, that's
her strengths in backcountry and the steeper terrain. Let's take a look at this again. I mean, this is all foreign. You know, she's dropping into stuff this morning that had a lot of movement on it. They were actually throwing bombs in here because a decent-sized slide was set off earlier with the avalanche mitigation efforts of the Revelstoke Ski Patrol. So she had to be a little bit nervous. There it is right there. You see some sloughing off as Hannah just opens it up into this chute right here and then just hits that runnel down the bottom and gets blown out. But she made that. It's just like running into just like a dirt road in the middle of your run.
Yeah, and that whole side of the course wasn't ridden for a reason. And for her to step to it, I mean, none of the men's field stepped to it yet. It's just incredible.
Any predictions here?
Well, she might get the Sendy Award.
Perhaps. I mean, she
and
definitely...
maybe Mary with the backflip. That was
backflip
huge.
was awesome.
I'll argue that I think Hannah going over in there and pioneering that maybe would be a little bit better. But right now, Mary Rand has the advantage, 63.7 to the 50.2. Let's go down to T-Bird, who's with Beeman.
Yeah, I'm up here with Hannah Beeman. Beeman, we need some intel on the zone. There was some activity in there earlier. We can see a little bit of debris, but how is it riding up on the higher stuff?
The part that slid, the bed surface, definitely firm, but it's like easy to cruise on. And then there's a couple little pieces that were breaking away. But all the snow's good in there. Just that run out is quite firm from the from the Abbey debris.
You had said when you came down that cliff drop was just calling your name.
Yeah, I mean, it looks so beautiful. Look at it. I just wanted to ride it. So I had to sacrifice the freestyle portion of the top, but I just really wanted to ride that, so I'm glad I did it.
Thanks for opening up a new zone.
Welcome, guys.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we need in this. We need people to take those risks and go in there. Hannah Beeman, longtime Ride Snowboards athlete. And a big shout out to Ride Snowboards for being the official snowboard sponsor of the YETI Natural Selection Tour. All right, the situation as we look at it now, Haley Langland leads over Zoe Sadowski-Sinnott. Robin Van Gyn has the advantage. Elena Height the advantage in the matchup between Jamie Anderson and Mary Rand right now by virtue of that big old backflip has the advantage over Hannah Beeman.
Well, nobody's got a comfortable advantage at this point. And I think they all left something on the slope that they're going to go back and improve upon.
All right, well, before we get into more of the action here, we're going to throw to a piece on backcountry access. I mean, look, Hannah was in there in the guts of the new opened up terrain here. It's moving around. You do not want to go into the backcountry without the proper equipment. And I've been so stoked to be fortunate enough to get some packages from BCA. And here you guys can see what they're all about.
Probably my favorite place to snowboard in the world is the BC backcountry, and it's got everything. Coastal ranges, big glaciated benches that kind of connect range to range, and then as you get more into the interior, you have these steep, jagged mountains with boulders and pillow fields everywhere, and that is Revelstoke.
Whenever you're going out into the backcountry, we have a list of things that can hurt you. And those include, first and foremost, avalanches. A close second would be tree well hazards. The difference between the backcountry and a traditional ski resort is that when you're at a resort, the ski patrol has done a great job of marking all the issues that can come up and where to go and how not to get lost.
For anyone that wants to get into the backcountry, the first thing I would say is just take an AST1, which is an entry-level avalanche course. That'll get you the basics. It'll teach you how to use your gear. It'll teach you how to rescue someone from an avalanche. It'll teach you how to read terrain safely as you move through the mountains.
The more you know, the more places you can go.
I'd say the first most important thing you should do before you go into the backcountry, inspect everyone's gear. Everyone's transceiver should be on. Inspect the probes, inspect the shovels. Your gear needs to be dialed. It's really important when you go out with a crew that everyone there is keen to learn. You might be the most experienced person on the crew, but at least that way you know if you're the one in an incident, you can rely on those other people to do the right thing and to get you out of there safely.
It might seem like a long road, but it's worth it. To some people, it's everything.
Remember that we're all true to this. We're all obsessed with this because it's awesome. Take the necessary courses, avalanche courses, first aid courses you need, but I would highly recommend experiencing the backcountry if you haven't.
All right, and what you see here is the BCA float pack. You know, when you're in the backcountry, the backpack isn't for snacks, Pat.
Yes, it is.
And snacks. But you can see here the BCA pack, you got your probe, you got your radio. Inside this is a airbag that comes out to help you in a situation where you might be dragged down a hill. You've been out there in the backcountry, Leanne. You know the situations. You've been in some really hairy things. So how important is it to be prepared with like this?
Safety is the number one. It never takes a vacation. And so it's super important. I think there's, over the last few years, just taking all the courses has helped quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And Pat, you know, the NST crew is all outfitted in this stuff.
Well, it's like there's so many unknowns when you go into the backcountry that to cut any corners and multiply the risk, if it's as simple as having the right gear and knowing how to use it, it can make all the difference. And it literally is life and death.
Yeah, that's right. And the backcountry can also be right next to the half pipe, apparently. I learned that this morning. All right, well, we're going to go to break, and when we come back, the second round of the women begins. Stick around. Much more action to come from the YETI Natural Selection Tour.
When the perfect power exists, it'll be fusion. A never-ending river of energy to tap into at any moment. It will be carbon-free, radioactive-free, and power everything on Earth. And when that perfect power exists, we'll deliver it with the flip of a switch.
Here, the snow is deep. The friendship, deeper. The work, the thought, and the desire to innovate that went into our new 2025 models, deepest.
And we are back to the YETI Natural Selection Tour here in Revelstoke, BC. How's it going, everybody? I'm Todd Bridges, joined by Pat Bridges and Leanne Pelosi, and we are bringing you the women's quarterfinals here. And so far, we've seen some pretty crazy action. Hannah Beeman just opened up a whole new section of this course. And if you're wondering why I've got this Ride Snowboards moderator right here, well, I'm going to tell you. And this is the interactive part of the YETI Natural Selection Tour. Ride being one of the, or actually the premier snowboard sponsor of this event. That little QR code that's at the bottom of your screen, you can scan that and you can win a board just like this one, the moderator, like Hannah Beeman is riding, and you get boards, boots, and bindings of your choice. Pretty cool, huh, Pat?
That's incredible.
You got a lot of free snowboards. You don't have an opinion in this.
If I was allowed to have a phone here, I'd be scanning the QR code right now.
I'm sorry, you're not eligible. I'm sorry. All right, and if you've been noticing all of the staff, T-Bird, up top we got Stan, the entire NST crew, they're all wearing Arc'teryx gear. Arc'teryx, one of the best elemental gear companies on the planet. Here's a little bit of what they've got going on for their new movie, Dark Horse. Let's take a look at the teaser.
I showed up in the Pemberton Valley in 1998. The backyard was huge.
In the 2000s, there were so many film crews out here, and it was a real rat race. The snowboarding was growing so fast. It was about getting shots, you know, getting the ender in the DVD or getting the open. Money that was being thrown at snowboarding was insane.
I only really wanted to free ride, so I kind of didn't really care what everybody else was doing.
I think those guys had their own little scene. They were doing it because they loved doing it. There was a passion to it.
From the beginning and even still now, it was about like living locally and kind of having a bunch of things in grasp. Over time, you gain a familiarity with these spaces, and I think that's what it takes to have a life in the mountains.
Dark Horse, the new movie out from Arc'teryx. And Leanne, you've seen it. It's pretty sick.
It's really sick. Joe Lax is a local legend, and yeah, he rips.
Very, very cool. All right, so we're going to get back into these matchups right now. And Pat, we were just talking on the break about who's leading right now with the score to potentially go home with the snowmobile at the end of this thing.
Well, right now, Haley Langland has the first highest score of the first run by a big margin against Zoe, but we know that can that can change. But right now, Haley has a considerable lead, almost 10 points higher than the second highest score, actually a little more than 10 points higher. So she's in the running right now. If we had to give the sled out right now, Haley'd be taking it home.
All right, well, we're going to find out more about that after we get done with these runs here, because it's all about going out of here with the highest score of the day to go home with that Ski-Doo. All right, let's plug the Industry Alliance right now. Of course, the Natural Selection Tour can't take place without the support and of the brands that come in to actually, it costs a lot of money to run this thing, to be straight up. If you're wondering why we're doing all these ads, it's to pay the bills here. Between Ride, Snowboards, Burton, and all these other brands that come together, Arc'teryx, Ski-Doo, all these brands come together. They listen to what the riders' visions are. Travis Rice says this is his baby. He comes in there and he pitches, and all of these brands have put their faith in what natural selection is. And, of course, you guys are all tuned in. You all tuned in last year. This is the greatest snowboard event that you can watch. That is a competition on the planet. So big shout-out to the Industry Alliance. Let's hear more about that right now.
The Natural Selection Industry Alliance was created to provide a platform for all the endemic brands in snowboarding to get involved, participate, celebrate with us. These endemic brands that are part of the Industry Alliance are truly the lifeblood of snowboarding. These are all brands who already support the riders who are on Natural Selection Tour, and so we wanted to create this marketing platform to provide value to these brands and meaningfully engage them within our events. At the end of the day, the people and the brands that make up the Industry Alliance truly represent snowboarding community. So we appreciate them and appreciate you for supporting all these amazing brands who are bringing events like this to life.
Big shout out to the Industry Alliance. Couldn't be doing this thing without you. Okay, straight back up to the top here for the second runs of the women's quarterfinal. Zoe Sadowski-Sinnott will drop first. Right now, Haley Langland has the advantage over her and also the highest score of the day for the women.
Yeah, I think, one, it's not a comfortable place to be in, to be behind for Zoe, but surprisingly, she's got the most room to improve of any of the 8 ladies here.
And also, I would think that Zoe would take that first run as just getting intel on the course, wouldn't you, Leanne?
I think so. I think she knows what she has to do, and she's fully capable of coming out on top.
Will she take a similar line as she did on run number 1? Nope, she's going to go a little bit further down the ridge line. This is what I thought she was going to play to on run number 1. There's that big kicker coming up, kind of a backside hip for her. Big backside 360 and just bushwhacks right there.
That tree was in the way. Shoot.
But there we're seeing it. When you start traveling down the face of the slope, in a blink of an eye, you can miss 3 or 4 features.
Yeah, it's easy to get lost. I mean, there's so much stuff out here that provides airtime opportunity, but you can totally get overwhelmed by it and just fly past all of it.
Nice. Oh, my gosh.
Oh,
So sick.
wow. Zoe, very aggressive line towards the bottom.
With so much confidence. Nice, Zoe.
Goal posting a couple trees in that. There were already tracks in the landings. Like, that was incredibly impressive.
It's a little nerve-wracking when the riders disappear behind a grove of trees and their line looks like it takes you straight into the middle of the thicket.
Oh, yeah. A lot of this is blind. It doesn't look like it when we're watching this on TV, but, man, from their perspective, it's very hard to navigate.
Yeah, and a lot of these riders have a plan A, a plan B, but as we get into the later runs, some of these riders are going to be plan C and D.
Or no plan might be the best plan.
Straight zero plan.
Oh, there's no run there. Okay.
Yeah, Mary ran the blackout technique.
No, that was a great run.
Yeah, slick the bottom.
They really ripped over that side, eh?
Yeah. Look bumpy.
So Zoe, let's take a look at up top. There's that big back three, just deforester. Environmentalists are so angry right now. Just replace that, you know, you got to plant one. You take one out, you plant one. That's how it goes, Leanne. But this is where she got it done here at the bottom. Pat, she was carrying so much speed.
Well, and like you said, when you white out and with the snow moving and stuff, you get into situations where you have no option but to point it.
Yeah, so Zoe really making up for landing on top of the tree on the upper portion of her run. That lower half, no brakes, all gas through the bottom section of the course.
Yeah, that was incredible. I think Travis gave her a little bit of props at the bottom there.
Ben Ferg, you see right there to the left of her, unfortunately eliminated already from this competition.
That last part of her run's got to be another Sendy contender.
Yeah, absolutely.
100%.
How many pub beers do you think Ferg's crushed so far?
Well,
solid
really,
amount. I'm going to go with solid Bend amount of pub beer. All right, Haley Langland will be up next. She said that her stance was a little too narrow on run number 1. Maybe she widened it up. Maybe we can get some intel off of T-Bird at the bottom of her run.
Well, I saw it said her stance was regular.
I wonder if she's queuing up a song or if she's actually looking at the course on the OnX app. Could just be going through texts.
Well, you might be able to peekaboo. There is a monitor at the top of the course in the tempo where Haley knows exactly what Zoe just did. So you got to wonder if she's going to adjust.
I have a feeling she's going to lace the top section again and then make a little bit of adjustment down into that gnarlier zone.
All right, Haley Langland on course. And I gotta say, Haley Langland has one of my favorite styles in snowboarding right now because she's so comfortable and she's compact. She's got a great style. Coming in switch, half cab, off that YETI feature.
She's so stylish.
Back three, gets bucked a little bit off of a little mushroom landing. But taking some freestyle risk up top.
Yeah, well, that is right now, particularly since Zoe didn't do as many tricks in her line, it's opening the window for Zoe to take advantage of that.
You mean Haley?
Haley.
Yes. This is where the course starts to get steep.
Yeah, and it's hard to navigate amongst all those tracks. You really got to shut your speed down a bit.
Haley.
Sick!
Big frontside air off of that stack.
Haley is on one today. That was amazing.
Yeah, that was a really good line. Super good read of the terrain at the bottom.
That might have just been quite a big upset.
Yeah, I think this might be an upset right here. Zoe had a strong bottom portion of her run, but Haley up top with the half cab. Good size, riding switch through the pow. And then that big frontside air off that stack at the bottom.
For two freestyle riders, I think it was pretty impressive that they got pretty aggressive in that bottom portion of it.
Absolutely.
Fucking back three, sniped. I thought you were gonna ride out for sure. Oh.
They also both mixed up their lines
I'm so tired.
from run to run.
Haley saying she's so tired. I mean, half of it's got to be nerves, right? Like just nerves taking it out of you.
Oh yeah, it's got to be exhausting.
Haley, what a great read on the upper section of this course. Kicking that tail out. And then coming down here towards the bottom and really lining up the big feature. Here it is, comes in slow. Gets that board pointed, and you can really see how big some of these features are that you just want to creep over them. If she took full speed off that, she would have landed in the parking lot.
Well, and it's a testament to the riding that both of these ladies, they're used to groomed landings. And none of these landings are groomed anymore.
Yeah, you too.
All right, it's going to be interesting to see.
Fucking tired.
Haley Langland, 61.5. So she will be moving on to the finals. We have our first woman finalist. She'll be moving on to the Selkirk Tangiers portion of natural selection. Let's head down to T-Bird, who's going to be with Haley.
Haley Langland, congratulations.
Thank you, T-Bird.
What a run. How does it feel to officially advance to day 2 at Natural Selection Tour?
Oh man, I feel like I've had the uphill battle the entire time I've been on tour. It's been so fun to battle against Zoe, and I mean, what a competitor. And yeah, I'm just excited that I maybe won't be drinking tonight. So yeah, I'm excited to ride some more.
Well, I did hear you say too, talking about how long these days are and what the fatigue and how it can set in. You did say, I'm so tired right now.
Yeah, I think not even physically, but just mentally, it's kind of been a lot. Like coming here and the scout day was kind of cloudy, and waking up to news that the east face had slid a little bit. I think, it's just a lot going on, and I'm so stoked we have the group that's here. And I mean, this face has been riding so well. It was so fun to watch the guys this morning, and we still have all the girls in the next round of men.
You rode incredible. It's an honor. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Big ups to Haley for moving on to the finals. That's a big weight off your back for sure.
And a potential skidoo.
Yes, and a
It's really
potential
sweet.
skidoo. Yes. Let's not forget about that. Okay, we're going to move up. Marion Harity again, the big mountain rider. Maybe she'll play to her skills a little bit more now that she knows that terrain that's in more of the center of this course.
Well, and after seeing those 2 runs, it looks like that 75 from Haley's first run is going to be really hard to beat for the rest of these ladies because they both stepped up their run.
Nice.
Side 360, perfect. And she's just trying to get her way over to that center, the guts of this portion of the course.
She's got some good flow right now.
And she's maintaining. She's got like 4 or 5 airs already under her belt.
She's into uncharted territory at this point. There's not a lot of tracks in there. In fact, I don't think there's any tracks in where she's going, and there's some big exposure under her here.
Marion is just not afraid. I love this. She's like a fly on the wall right now.
And you just don't want to go from fly on the wall to bug on a windshield. That's really where it gets crazy. Navigating this, slough management there, coming down through the guts of the course. Probably one of the more aggressive lines that we've seen taken.
Nice, Marion.
Marion, a couple little freestyle tricks up top, and then straight through the middle over some very steep and exposed terrain.
Well, I'm not a judge. I got to imagine that gives her the advantage and leaves it up to Robin to better that run.
Well, you have to play to your strengths out here. You can't beat somebody else at their own game. If you're a big mountain rider, you've got to kind of stay in your lane because that's where your strengths are, and this course offers plenty for everyone to play with. Let's take a look at this. Leanne, talk us through the upper portion as she's set up.
Well, she does a nice backside 360 and just kind of keeps her flow the whole way down for the next couple pillows. Indie grab, and then as she navigates down towards this lower section, it's really intimidating.
That looks a hairball from here, like with the drone's eye view.
You just don't want to die.
Yeah, obviously. So Marion gets that run under her belt, went way better than run number 1.
So she threw down the gauntlet. Now Robin's got to better that run. I'd imagine, safe to say, that's better than Robin's 53 from the first run.
All right, well, we're going to throw it up the stand and find out if the Stoke Shack becomes a Choke Shack. Let's see if Robin can pull it off on this second run.
I think the benefit of Robin's riding is that she's got a couple.
Yeah, Todd, here I am, in the temple of Revelstoke. It's the closest thing we've got to a house here, you know? Everyone's huddled around the TV. We're all playing judge. We're trying to guess what's going to happen. People are getting excited. When there's a make, we go crazy. It's really a great place to be. You guys do look cozy in the studio, I will say, but I wouldn't trade this position for anything.
Thanks, Stan. We'll get back to you at around 4 o'clock when you're frozen solid. Because it's nice and warm in here. See? Look how cozy we look. We're all wearing beanies for some weird reason in Santa Monica. Insane. Well, I think right now we need to kind of talk about what the strategy that Robin Van Gyn needs to take down Marion's last score. Leanne, what do you think? Because you know her very, very well.
Yeah, I think Robin's really strong in the freestyle category and then also big mountains. So if she can mix the two of those together, she's golden.
All right, and as we see here, she won it in 2021 in Valhalla and Alaska. So she knows how to get this done. And it's really interesting, you know, the payoff to what I was talking about, the mental fatigue of this, as we heard Haley talk about it. It's got a way, because now we're way into the day here, and these riders have had ups and downs. It's been sunny, it gets cloudy. There's a lot going on for them to process.
Well, and as more riders take down the west face, the east face might not seem as consequential with the debris that's left from the early slides.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Hannah Beeman takes that.
Yep.
As we see a huge stomped backflip from Robin Van Gyn.
Yeah, Robin.
Kind of lost her there in the trees a little bit.
Oh, she's got to be feeling pretty confident now.
And that, you know, hopefully will translate to the rest of this run.
She does a lot of positive self-talk while she's riding. And
During the run.
Oh, yeah. She is amping.
Her execution in the credo is great for the top portion of the run.
Yeah, she's not really doing as much, you know, aggressive speed checking. It's more just like line scoping as Robin. Great read on that terrain. I think this is going to be an easy take for her. Big old smooth backflip. Great read of the lower terrain.
Agreed. I think she knew what she needed to do, and just she was trying so hard to just stay on her feet, and she nailed it.
Big trek up top, similar to Marion. Big improvement over run one. She's got to be stoked. I don't envy the judges now, but Robin did what she had to do.
It's nice when you watch riders go top to bottom and pull it smooth. That was such a smooth backflip.
And we saw a couple other riders coming in hot to that secondary ramp. And unlike Mary Rand and a few others, Robin didn't peel off.
Right. And she actually, there wasn't like any aggressive speed checks in there. She kept her momentum up. And I think that's half of it too, is like the overall impression. The judges don't want to see you stopping on top of stuff.
I'm so impressed with the girls riding right now. I think it's a shame that half of them get cut for the final, but it's the way the cookie crumbles.
That is the way the cookie crumbles. It's Thunderdome.
Nice line.
2 enter, 1 leaves. So as we said, whoa, Marion Hardy gets the advantage on heat number 2. Wow, that is that a little bit of an upset here?
I would say that was pretty surprising.
Wow.
But the judges really rewarded that NAR.
I guess so.
Okay.
Yeah. So weird. Yeah.
Awesome.
I thought Robin had that one for sure, but the judges, they are looking at different things here.
Yeah. Me too. I'm like, whoa. At the top, I was like, oh my god, I pretty much had to go. Okay. Yeah. Whoa. Nice. Okay. Congrats.
All right, Marion Hardy moving on to day 2. It is official. She will be in the finals.
Amazing riding by the two of them, though. That was awesome to watch.
I'm a little shocked by that because Zoe and Hannah didn't get scored very high when they went really technical and gnarly.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Now, if you guys are wondering, especially on this next run, what these vests are, those are the Dakine vests that all the riders wear. It has their name on their back. And Elena and Jamie Anderson both run them unzipped. I think it's more of a swag thing. But, you know, they want to have more mobility. So up next, this is the matchup we've been talking about here. Elena Height, Jamie Anderson. Elena right now with the advantage into this second matchup. Elena coming from half-pipe background, transitioned into backcountry riding. She's been all over the world in terrain that's over 50 degrees, so it's pretty crazy to watch her go from riding a pipe to riding just unbelievably steep terrain.
How does the snow not melt when it's 50 degrees?
Pat, semantics. They use, it's all CG these days, Pat.
Elena and Jamie had, I think, one of the best conditions possibly that you could possibly have in Alaska 2 seasons ago, and they crushed it.
So Elena with a little backside 360 up top. Now she gets into the meat and potatoes of this run. Check this out. She's on top of a very steep chute.
Oh gosh, hell yeah.
Little bit
That
of
was
snow
a 6
moving.
end. Now on the wall. Getting into it. This is awesome.
Elena gets tomahawked here in the bottom half of that chute. So she was in the lead. This may open the door for Jamie Anderson right now. If Jamie can lay a smooth run down, the judges are going to have their work cut out for him.
Well, you can never really shut the door on Jamie Anderson.
Yeah, she loves being in this position. So Elena Height having a little bit of problem sticking that run out on that lower chute.
Definitely some of the most aggressive riding for more gnar.
Yeah, I think she knows what could potentially happen when Jamie comes down. So she really wanted to take that risk and hopefully, you know, get rewarded for it. But just got thrown into an aggressive tomahawk down through the center of that chute.
We got to respect that send. That
Yeah,
was
you got to respect a good Tommy.
What we've seen starting with Zoe, do you think some of those landings on the west side are starting to get unfavorable? That people are forced to avoid them and start doing the technical gullies?
That's a really good point, Pat, because we have a whole bunch of men yet to come down this course, and it seems like the freestylers are really favoring that side of the course.
And I do recall, I think Austin was saying that it was getting a little warm up there, so those tracks have got to be setting in to be quite hard.
It still looks pretty floofy down here, though, where Elena chose her line. You see her there scoping. She can't see anything. All of this is blind rollover. As she heads into the chute, and she knows she only has one choice, is to point it.
It's always a roll of the dice hitting a pillow line. I'd say chances are like 50-50 coming out.
Oh, and there we go, the double Tommy. I hope she had her pockets zipped up and her car keys weren't in there. Because ain't no one going back up there to find her cell phone right now, I tell you what. All right, let's throw down to T-Bird.
Oh no. Oh no.
Just got some words with Elena.
I'm here with Elena Height down at the bottom. Elena, take us through the crux of that run there.
Well, I was really psyched about this transfer. That was definitely the crux. I actually landed, but the runnels below it were way bigger than I was expecting, so got a little caught up, but I mean, when are you gonna do something like this? It's kind of game time.
And how is the snow holding up on some of those steeper, sustained features?
It's definitely really steep up there, but the snow's pretty good. You can feel the warming in the air, so it's getting a little heavy.
How about the crowd?
The crowd's great. Everyone's here drinking beers, screaming. It's awesome.
Nice job, Elena. Thank you for your time.
Big shout out to Elena Hyde for basically just pioneering some women's backcountry riding here on course, and also, you know, the films that she's been in. Her riding is unbelievable. All right, so Jamie Anderson coming up next. A little shout out to Ski-Doo, who's been bumping these riders back up to the top so quickly so we can keep this event running, and also a Ski-Doo being given away today for the highest scoring run of the day on both the men's and women's side of things. And Jamie Anderson being a Ski-Doo athlete, she's just like another one in the garage, you know? Just to go next to all the oversized novelty checks and trophies that she has in her garage. So opting for a little more of a darker lens to kind of highlight the darkness that's happening out here as the day moves on. Jamie Anderson drops into her run. God, the light's got to be playing havoc on these riders.
It looks a little flat. But I think Jamie has got some confidence, and I think she's stoked right now.
She goes surfing it through here. Big backside 360.
That was so sick.
So much style. Like, it doesn't really look like she's trying, but she does the hardest stuff. Nice stalefish. Oh! Washes out on her heels. Pat, looks like she's kind of trying to get into some fresher snow down here towards the bottom.
Yeah, it does seem like she's wayfinding a little bit. Looks like it's working out. Powered through the runoff of another jump.
Trying to set up this line towards the bottom. Goal posting a couple trees.
Nice one, Jamie.
Jamie coming out with speed. Oh! And a little bit of a sneak attack down at the bottom.
Well, we'll see how this comes out, but you know, like, uncharacteristic fall on the stalefish up top, I would say.
It almost looked like she saw something in front of her and had to instinctively throw the brakes on. It didn't really look like, you know, it was like a fall because something weird happened in the air. But Jamie, that lower section of that run was really smooth. She had a nice 360 up top.
I get excited for the replays because often it'll show us what's hidden by the trees, because I really want to get some intel on how the bottom went.
So this is that big backside. Smooth. Yeah, she's so sick. That big backside 360, that's great.
And that slash.
All right, what happened here, though? This is the question on this run.
It must have been a bit flat.
You don't see a lot of people do straight stalefish. Maybe just didn't get her board straight back underneath her.
Well, in the landing, I think like Leanne said, that landing looks a little flat.
She got a sick tweak out of that, though.
She did. It's fully sideways.
This is pretty sick and steep. Nice.
Down here towards the bottom as she goal posts these two trees.
I think at this point it's got to be pretty blinding, not knowing really.
Oh, and this is where she just ragdoll. That nose just went under, and she just got flipped. But, I mean, that's how you have to do those runouts. You don't want to end up in a tree, and she was just navigating there with high speed through some deep pow. So I think that, you know, she's easily has the advantage here on this matchup. Elena Height's in the lead right now.
I don't know. I think you probably got it. I don't know. That was pretty loose.
Yeah, I'm not sure, actually.
That was pretty loose. Pretty loose, too.
Well, how...
Let's see.
Marion got judged.
Oh, Jamie.
Jamie Anderson
Takes
with a
it.
70 on run number 2 moves on to the final day. Elena Heights, great showing here. Look forward to her riding in the future. Always a pleasure to watch her in the steeps. All right, let's throw down to T-Bird. He's going to get some words from Jamie Anderson.
Holy mom. Okay.
Jamie Anderson putting down a 70 on that run. Absolutely mental. What's going through your head right now?
Just feels good to get the nerves going again. You know, I've been in chill mode for quite a while, and it feels really good to be back.
Is the competitive drive kind of kick back in? Do you get that rush from like having your back against the wall and having to put it down when it matters most? You've done it for decades now.
Oh, 100%. I mean, my nerves have been going since the seeding event. I was feeling Elena, you know, I've been competing with her since was 9 years old. So this is like the longest old-time competitor. But yeah, I feel really stoked. The nerves are good. The pressure was on. I was like, damn, I need to send it. I was still a little bit loose. I'm definitely still strengthening my body post-babe, but getting stronger every day.
Well, congratulations, Jamie. It's an honor watching you shred.
Thanks, Tom. Oh.
Chill mode. I've never heard that muttered around a new mom. Leanne, do you care to comment on that at all?
It is anything but chill.
Exactly.
It's so hectic.
It's more like a war zone. Oh my gosh. So Jamie Anderson moving on to the finals day. Very interesting setup. Mary Rand will be up next. She came up through the duel, so she's been battling her way up into the big leagues right now. And you see all these riders have that GoPro Hero 12 on their heads. Get a really interesting perspective on some of these tricks and some of these lines the riders taking. Much better than my crappy GoPro footage that I put online, I can guarantee you. Mary Rand drops in first in the Hannah Beeman-Mary Rand matchup.
Yeah, and we have 2 riders remaining to see who's going to best, you know, in Haley from her first run and win the snowmobile.
Mary, that front side 180.
Coming in switch.
Switch backside 360?
What?
Or did she? No, that was a backside 360. She must have tossed it back around.
That was awesome.
Yeah, that was sick.
Nice, Mary. She's riding so strong.
Yeah, she's been riding at Baker a lot, and you can tell. This is the kind of snow like Baker at like 10 o'clock in the morning after all the lines have been taken on some of the steep features.
Yeah, she's just powering through the landings that are kind of cooked.
That was really sick. Mary, that was amazing. And also the sun is coming out.
Yep. Very nice read on terrain. Mary Rand coming out of Rhode Island. Big surfer in the summer times. Coming out here and surfing her way down this course in Montana Bowl at Revelstoke.
Oh, I'm so stoked for her. She just did her best right there.
Well, she definitely didn't, you know, she made it even harder for Hannah, I'd say.
For sure. That was a really sick run.
So Mary Rand carrying the advantage into this matchup.
I don't know what happened.
She blacked out again.
Full blackout mode. I'm telling you, that's when your body is just letting your muscle memory take over and just hoping that everything went right. There's that 180. She must have thrown it back around.
Yeah.
Oh no, she must have half-capped it off that top one.
Okay, that's what it was.
That was a great combo of moves.
Great.
For the Indy there. And a pretty steep pillow up drop right here. It's one of those things you kind of have to inch off it because you get too much speed in the runnels and the tracks. It's just hard to manage.
It's so chewed up in there.
That was awesome. That was sick.
So Mary Rand looking like she's putting down a big score here coming up before Hannah's run. So begs the question, where's Hannah going to go? Is she going to go back into that steeper terrain?
I think I should risk the backy again.
I think if she wants to be competitive, she's got to go back to the other zone and get as freestyle as possible.
So Hannah's got to be thinking right now, I need to nail this run. It needs to be aggressive, it needs to be scary, and it needs to be smooth. She needs to put up a really big score right now if she's going to take down Mary Rand's second run through, because that had basically all the ingredients for a score over 80.
I would say that maybe that was one of the top runs along with Haley's.
Yeah, as far as like top to bottom, linking everything together, very smooth.
Well, and let's talk about it. She came up through the duels. This is her first natural selection event, which she's showing so much poise and a bit of strategy too, you know? And I think the point of the Baker landings is key.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it really plays in. Another rider that rides Baker quite a bit, Hannah Beeman, opened up a full new section of this course, taking some big risk, but now she knows it. Hannah Beeman being a longtime Ride Snowboards athlete, Ride Snowboards, the snowboard partner of Natural Selection Tour.
And, you know, she's already been at the top of the podium on the Natural Selection Tour. She knows what it takes. And we have one rider left here of the women's quarterfinals.
This is it right now. I mean, Hannah
so
Beeman.
Much pressure.
I know. I'm like sitting here. It's all calm. but it's really not. Okay, so here it is. This is the board that Hannah is riding right now. This is the ride moderator. And, you know, she's going to be putting a lot of her faith into this board doing what it's supposed to do at this point. I mean, this is a big deal for her because Hannah has done so well out here before, and she's really fun, like behind the scenes at night. Like there's no one you want to hang out with more than Hannah, but she's got to be feeling the pressure right now, don't you think?
Oh yeah, I think the pressure is on, and I think she's going to charge.
Yeah, she has to charge. And if you want to win that moderator board boot and bindings from Ride, scan this QR code at the bottom of your screen. Now let's get into this. Enough selling stuff. Let's see some snowboard action here. Hannah Beeman, I want to see her move into that east side, take some big risks, and stomp it. I want this to be a battle for the judges to reward two great runs against each other.
Well, you know, last year she was on the couch with us, did a great job, had a great time, but the whole time, you know, she wished she was up in Revelstoke, and here she is.
Yeah, Beeman.
Here we go,
What
Hannah
a
Beeman,
legend.
the last rider to come down in the women's quarterfinal.
Going to the west.
Taking the west route, maybe playing to her freestyle roots a little bit more. Remember, Hannah Beeman came up just crushing slope style. Backside 3, gets a little lost in the air.
Maybe there's another kicker. That has
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them, Leanne. They've taken great lengths to put a bunch of kickers in a row here.
Thanks, Craven. Nice little method there.
Well, the challenge there is if you don't get down to 360 up top, are you thinking you got to go for a 5 or 7 or something else down below?
Or just tackle some big natural terrain.
It's just hard to do some of those tricks down below because it's so steep. Not as much pop.
And also, too, on the run-in, it's like 3 feet deep. Here we go, Hannah moving into the bottom section of the course.
Yeah, she's getting the pow.
All right, so Hannah getting some bonus pow turns. If I have to put on my judge's hat. I don't think it's going to be enough to take down Mary Rand's last run.
Nope, that was so impressive, Mary. Like, the riding has been incredible. It's been nice to see her step up and kill it.
So Hannah Beeman, the last woman rider to come down here. The YETI Natural Selection Tour for the women. Moving on to the next event that goes on, the finals in Selkirk Tangiers. It's all but official at this point. I think Mary Rand will take this one fairly easily. But Hannah Beeman, what a legend.
Well, Leanne, do you think Mary's second run is going to score higher than Haley's first?
Yeah, that's interesting.
I think it's going to be really close, and I would say, yeah, maybe. I think.
Yeah, the combination of tricks up top, right?
Yeah, and I think Mary's line at the bottom of the run was very strong, which might put her over the edge of beating Haley.
Well, what's interesting is there were 15 runs in between.
Yeah.
Because Haley was the first rider to drop, first rider to get scored, got a 75.5, which is the highest run of the women's field, highest score.
Yep.
And seeing Jamie's run come in at a 70, you got to guess they started being a bit more conservative.
I don't know. I have a feeling that Mary's run's going to be an 80. Maybe just.
It was pretty perfect.
All right, let's see.
Not my best day, but whatever.
72 to a 44.2, but Mary Rand will move on. So, by virtue of that, Haley Langland will be the winner and go home with a brand new Skidoo, and also the point leader heading into the finals at the YETI Natural Selection Selkirk Tangiers. Let's throw down to T-Bird, who's with Mary Rand.
Say that one more time, Mary. What's that?
I was 3.5 points away from the sled. Fuck. Close.
You did incredible, though. Your first natural selection tour, you just eliminated Hannah Beeman, and you're going to the finals.
That's right.
What's going through your head right now?
Just another day. Yeah, no, I'm stoked. It was super fun. Hannah's the shit. She's like a sister to me, so it's just fun to be out there riding together.
Big Air Mare, ladies and gentlemen. Congrats, Mary. Nice job.
Big Air Mare in full effect. The rider from Rhode Island moving on. And huge shout outs to Haley Langland. She's having a really good day right now.
Dude, I thought you were taking it honestly after that. I was like, damn.
That's nice. Nice little bonus prize. And we're not done yet. I mean, this is just quarterfinals. Huge shout outs to Skidoo for giving away snowmobiles in the precursor round to the finals. That's pretty amazing. All right, so this is what the women's quarterfinals shook out like. Haley Langland on top and goes home with that Skidoo. Marion Harity over Robin Van Gyn. Jamie Anderson wins over Elena Height, and Mary Rand moving on. Now they will go on to the finals in Selkirk Tangiers, and they will all be battling for a brand new Rivian truck, in addition to cash and prizes. I mean, this is insane. Can you imagine if Haley moves on, she wins the Skidoo and just throws it right in the back of the Rivian and goes home, and then they have to battle that out between environmental, non-environmental. Like, how do you, I don't know, like, where does that go? But it's pretty sick to see what's going on right now in this competition. Surprises. Pat, I'll go to you first. What do you think is kind of a shocker here so far with this event?
Well, it does seem like the judges were favoring more variety of tricks, more variety as far as hitting a lot of features as opposed to going to the bigger line stuff. Mm-hmm. It seemed like Zoe, a couple other riders, Hannah on the east side, they took that gamble and it didn't pay off.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Leanne? What's your opinion on that right now?
I'm not entirely sure. I think it was a bit all over the place, and I think that it was surprising that Robin didn't make it through in the Robin Marion.
That was the only call that I thought was maybe a little bit iffy, but of course the judges are looking at different things than I am, and we all know my relationship with judges, so I'm not going to say anything else at this point. But, you know, it is really cool to see smooth riding rewarded. And honestly, you know, when we look at this, I mean, the matchups were so crazy. Haley Langland had one of the smoothest top to bottoms of the day. It just looked like she was riding with what the slope gave her. So obviously that's why she got that big score. Let's throw down to T-Bird, who's with a elated Haley Langland.
All right, I'm up here with Haley Langland, who is sitting on a brand new Summit 850 Turbo. Haley, have you ridden the Turbo yet?
Yes.
Do you love it?
Yes. Yes, I've been wanting one for so long, and now I'm so excited to get to take one home. I'm just super stoked. Today was awesome. Best day ever. Yeah.
With a score of 75.5, the highest score on the women's side, Haley Langland is taking one of these home. Haley, you rode absolutely lights out today. What were you feeling when you woke up this morning? Were the nerves there? Were the jitters there?
Definitely. I was telling everyone I've had like deja vu this whole week ever since the seating event, because I've gone against Zoe probably more than anyone really has in natural selection. But it's awesome because she pushes me, and I mean, I've tried every strategy against her, and this week I just wanted to pretend like I was trying to film a line, and that ended up working, and I had a lot of fun while doing it, so yeah.
Well, I think now your strategy needs to shift to picturing yourself driving a Rivian with this in the bed of it.
I would love that. That would be almost too much for me to handle, but yeah, I'm going to try and manifest that.
Congratulations, Haley. Well done.
Thanks, T-Bird. And Haley Langland, woo-woo! Snails go, woo-woo! She's got a turbo sled to take home right now. I mean, look, start manifesting. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Manifest, fill in the back of that Rivian with that sled, and man, oh man, what a great start. Haley already a force in slopestyle, looking to be a force in the backcountry events as well. All right, well, before we move on and switch out our announcers heading into the second quarter here at the YETI Natural Selection Tour from Revelstoke, we're going to talk about Ben Ferguson going out with his pub beer buddies. You know, it's great to see that, you know, Ben just wanted to let his hair down. They went out there for 40 days in the wilderness and kind of just let the beer speak and got back to the roots of what makes snowboarding so special. Let's check it out.
Ben Ferguson. I'm from Bend, Oregon, and I'm a professional snowboarder.
The seat taken, brother?
Oh, you, bro.
All right, let's go. Howdy, y'all. Shiny here reporting from the Beer Lodge up in beautiful McCall, Idaho. Ben, what's your favorite part of snowboarding?
I think my favorite part of snowboarding would just be being out there in the mountains with your buddies, man.
Explore the backcountry like never before. Use OnX Backcountry to map your backpacking trips with our extensive route building toolkit. Search thousands of mountain bike trails and track your rides. Discover backcountry ski zones with integrated guidebooks, avalanche assessment tools, and up-to-date weather reports. And find the crag with ease in 3D to access climbing routes. Whether you're a seasoned explorer or heading out for the first time, OnX Backcountry empowers you to adventure with confidence.
In your life does a totally new sport emerge where you get to make meaningful contribution through having fun?
Welcome back to the YETI Natural Selection here at Revelstoke Mountain Resort. 2 rounds of a 3-round competition done already. We had the first 8 men in that first round. We just had Todd, Pat and Leanne taking us through the women's qualifiers, where Hayley Langland took the top score of the day. And unbelievably, we saw all 3 previous natural selection champions, Robin Van Gin, Elena High and Zoe Sadowski-Sinnott. All 3 of them getting knocked out. For the first time in almost 2 winters, we've seen the incumbent riders on natural selection knocked down. Huge statement from some of those up-and-comers, Mary.
No, I think we just saw a tidal wave in the women's side. I mean, everyone had really amazing aspects of their rides. Hannah Beeman, don't forget, too. Mary Rand, just rookie year on tour, definitely not a rookie in any other capacity, coming in and knocking Hannah out. I mean, we saw a huge wave come through and eliminate all the past champions. So the Women's Tour Championship is up for grabs from a new winner this year.
Yeah, we'll have a new event winner and a new Tour champion.
Yes.
On the men's side, it's no different, Eddie. Those first matchups that we all commentated on were big headhunting rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think for me, one of the bigger upsets was Dustin Craven. He knows the terrain. It's kind of his home mountain range. He helped build the course, and I just really wish he had stomped that first run, that massive cliff.
Yeah, unfortunately he couldn't, and there is no room if you make a mistake here. Now, if you want to turn your gear into cash, get yourselves onto Sendy. It is an app where you can scan this QR code just down below me here, and you can rent, buy, or sell gear. You can also get hold of this. It is the NST exclusive merch. I like this one. What are we calling this color?
I say this is kind of a dusty lilac.
Oh, I like it. Dusty lilac.
It's very in right now.
What have you got there? You got... Oh, yes, you know. I like this one. Good at this. Look what you could have won. Okay, Eddie Wall on the long sleeve there from Revelstoke. Get yourselves over to Sendy, set up by Cam Zink, winner of Rampage, and Travis Rice, snowboarding GOAT, so you know it's legit. It is the best for action sports. Okay, now it's time to get stuck into the last 8 men of qualifiers. And we have some absolute heaters here. I'm not going to say that we've saved the best till last because there's so many strong matchups, but Jared Elston versus Chris Rasman. I'm billing this one as one of the most competitive riders on tour against one of the least competitive riders on tour. Rasman, such an incredible rider, but seems to struggle to put it together when he pulls on the vest.
Yeah, I also agree. You know, I think Rasman has a lot more of a filming background, and Jared, he's young and he's super hungry. So it'll be interesting to see. And again, I think it's going to be a very close matchup.
And then we go to Mikkel and Nils. I mean, this is like a gnarly matchup. Torgeir and Kevin Backstrom. That's going to be Sweden and Norway. And then the finals, Red and Travis. I mean, this is going to be a barn burner.
Okay, Jared, Octerix Dragon and Nitro versus the Libtech Spy and Rip Curl of Rasman. Some brand battles going on here. Okay, run number 1 of 2. Highest score will go through to the finals. Highest score of the day in the men's will take home that skidoo. Jared Elston hops in.
All right, Jared making his way down. If you follow Jared on Instagram, you will see some of the most mind-blowing, mind-melting snowboarding ever. So let's see what he can put down here. Has to deal with a few tracks from, you know, the whole beginning of the day. We're going front 3 to big wildcat and a little bit of a bobble.
Oh,
just so much intensity up top.
Wow.
Got 3 rotations in there and a grab as well off that straight air. Kicking up a bit of slough as he comes onto this ridge. Big bit of exposure off to his right.
I really think he's trying to shore up that foundation on that top part and then just back it up right here.
Okay, so Elena Hype came into his right there immediately. It looks like he's looking for the fall line though.
Here we go.
Big commitment.
Little peek over the side.
Yeah, trying to scope the line. This is very blind.
Commits.
Oh!
And make
Oh, wow. Beautiful navigation by Elston right there, and the crowd loves it.
Wow. What a start. Sage Kotzenberg enjoying every second of that. He knows he's through to the final, got the better of Dustin Craven. Jared Elston makes a huge statement in the first run of his battle against Chris Rasman.
Jared is definitely the kind of rider that wants to kind of plant that flag and make sure the person riding against him knows where things stand.
Well, 2022, he exploded into natural selection, making finals in Jackson Hole. But then 2023 didn't quite go his way. This is a big statement for 24.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say he's in the running for a snowmobile. That's what I'm going to say. Because we saw up top, he had front 3, he had wildcat, he had a back 3. Everything was speed, everything under control. Was able to navigate the paths that were in there from before him. And then he just destroyed this bottom line. Look at how steep that is. He's practically laying down on the slope.
Yeah, that's a top moment of the day for me right now, for sure.
Boa Dialed In Award, $3,000.
Oh, there you go.
Contender.
Definite contender. What was fascinating for me, he did not hesitate when he dropped up at the top. T-Bird's down in the finish area with him now, though.
Well, Duff over the edge.
Yes, here we are, Jared Elston. Okay. I think I understand this big air Jer stuff now.
Yeah, I kind of scrapped my way in there. Couldn't see where I was going off the edge, but kind of just trusted Dustin Craven on the intel, so major shout out to him.
Yeah, it looked like at a certain point there you were kind of like making sure you were in the right spot going down the right drop.
I mean, I knew where I was, but it was like a lot more downhill of a takeoff than I thought, so it was completely blind. But yeah, worked out.
Dude, way to come out swinging in the men's final round. Nice job, buddy.
Look at this view.
You know, little callback to last year in Revelstoke. I mean, I think Elston's very comfortable with some exposure.
100%. Beautiful shot, just leaning over that front shoulder, looking for the line, checking there was an exit, getting the speed right. So the Arc'teryx ambassador, Jared Elston, going over to the gallery. Sage Kotzenberg, Ben Ferg, Ulrich Baditscher up the back there. Got it on good authority that Koa Smith and Kai Lenny are in there with the New Earth project as well, those boys. If you watched The Life of Kai last year, Travis teaching.
Come on, my dad. Love you.
Oh, there you go. Simon Elston, one of the Pacific Northwest's best surfboard shapers, I'll have you know. Okay, back up to the top. This battle is only just beginning. Chris Rasman, one of my favorite riders on tour, who's never actually, he took that bald-face stop during the pandemic, but he got this spot after he took Torstein's place at the last minute last year in Alaska, stepped up.
And routinely, Rasman is one of the guys giving beta to everyone else. I mean, he's a true backcountry gentleman. He's always giving information, helping other people.
Okay, Rasman pressed the button on that GoPro, signaled he was coming into the course, so see what he can lay down for us here. Flicks around to switch. Oh, didn't get the purchase he wanted.
He's going for that cab 540, switch frontside 5, and just kind of under-rotating, landing a bit on his back.
You could see him swimming as soon as he took off.
But nice little back 3, front 3, real quick on the feet. I like that.
He's getting into that exposure now.
You see he's kind of staying out of the white room, staying ahead of some of that snow. Looks like he's kind of making his way down to this lower cliff to a back 7.
Oh, he holds on to it.
And that'll be classed like a little bit tail heavy, hand down, but I think the judges are going to give that to him. And we haven't seen any tricks down in that bottom section of the face.
Yeah, and a back 7 off of what kind of appears to be a downhill takeoff. Very difficult trick.
Rasman actually talked about that. He said Dustin came in and built all of these 40 platforms, but a lot of them, with the amount of snow that Revelstoke gets, they're downhill powder takeoffs.
Yeah.
Which is the opposite of what you want for a big, high rotation trick.
So here's that quick back 3 to front 3.
I'm trying to work out whether it's slow motion or not.
That's just time slowing down in the flow state.
We're in the Rasman zone.
Yeah.
So he did get the back 7 around. It was hard for me to see in the actual run. It kind of laid back a little bit onto his back arm. But kind of kept the speed out of it, so we'll have to see what the judges think. I'm gonna say Jared takes this one, but again, who knows? Judges are looking at this all different.
Well, it's interesting. This is the first time we've got kind of apples for apples, big trick versus big feature in the bottom half of the face. Rasman has got that instability up top with the cab 5, but
this part's almost as awkward as the seating event.
Way worse. I don't know what to do with my hands.
Hey, what are you going to do about it?
Boys waiting nervously. Conor Manning, the head judge, he'll be marshalling. Jody Washenak, Chad Otterstrom, and Guillaume Morissette. Actually, if you go on Conor Manning's LinkedIn, it says snowboard judge since 2006.
Did you follow him?
He's been doing it for a long time. He's a real one for sure.
Let's have another look at that back 7. Unbelievable getting that much purchase off such a flat takeoff.
Yeah. Again, leaning back pretty heavily. We'll have to see how the judges dock that. The one thing I will say about Jared's line is that he did stop at the top for a little while and kind of eye out his line, which I know the judges will dock you for as well.
80 points for Jared Elston. Tiny dock on that. Chris Rasman, the 64.5.
Okay, now I got to come for Nightmare.
Okay, so that is run 1.
That's a 6 score.
The 5th of our 8 men's qualifiers. So another 3 still to drop on first runs, and then we'll loop back round and everyone will get their second runs. So getting ready to step in now to what Mary has called her favorite matchup of this last pack of head-to-heads. Mikkel Bang going up against Nils Minnick. Which way do you see this one going, Mary?
Oh, it stresses me out. I don't know. Both of these riders are so incredible. Mikkel obviously has some of the finest backcountry style, I think, of anyone on a snowboard. Nils, I think, he has performed arguably the best of anyone to be eliminated the 2 times that he's been here in natural selection. As against Pat Moore, his first year, he was the 2nd highest scorer of the day. Last year, he and Ben had arguably the most competitive duels.
Okay, just over your left shoulder, we've got some intel waiting to come in from the one and only Stan Levier. What you got for us, Stan?
Hey, Ed. Yeah, we've just gotten official word. Our first battle on the east side about to go down between Nils and Mikkel. I know I'm excited for this one. I know for a fact Mikkel was checking his footage down in the gym at the hotel on his bike, turned around, saw Nils kind of just looking at him. Nils probably thinking, wait a minute, this guy looks into his runs before he goes? Yes, and I'm excited to see what happens here. This is the first head-to-head we're going to see on this east side. This will be a big telltale.
Thank you so much, Stan. Great bit of insight there. So 2 riders going toe-to-toe down the east side of the venue. The only person up to this point we've seen go into the east side was Hannah Beeman, and she only took 1 run, which left her at a disadvantage when she stepped back to the west side. So both riders committing to the east. It's a really strong statement, Eddie.
Yeah, and again, some of these matchups, you're like, okay, I can lean one way or the other, and you might have a little bit of an opinion going into it, but this one, between Mikkel and Nils, I really have no idea who's going to come out in the lead after this first run.
Okay, first rider to drop. It is the Norwegian giant, Mikkel Bang, on that big 170.
He's not wasting any time. He's finding a lot of speed on that traverse.
Lieutenant down the pole jam, just to his right there, straight onto this big YETI deck.
Oh, the little butter, the signature butter. I remember his butter last year at Alaska was one of the best highlights of the competition, in my opinion.
100%.
Popping off another pillow.
Making this look effortless, and don't forget he's breaking trail down here. No one's laid a track, so Mikkel looking at some brand new exposed terrain, blasting through that pillow.
Oh, and he keeps making this line more difficult. I've assumed he was going to go out riders right. Backside 3.
Oh,
staying on his feet.
Yes.
Unbelievable descent there from Mikkel Bang.
Wow. I kept thinking he was going to peel out riders right of that line, and he just kept going left and left and left, getting harder and harder, and then I did not expect the backside 3 at the bottom. I think that's going to be judged extremely high.
So Credo is our judging criteria. One of the loudest cheers we've heard from the bottom there. Credo is the judging criteria. The R stands for risk. And Mikkel doubled down on the risk. You called it, Eddie, every single time.
Yeah. Looks like he has a white goatee.
Meeks, what's up, buddy? This crowd's so loud down here. I can barely hear out of my IFB. That was unbelievable, dude.
Thank you. Snow is so good in there. Everything kind of shrunk going into it, but I went where I wanted and pretty stoked. So,
yeah, the Battle of the Big East. I mean, Nils is from Vermont. You're from Norway. That's even farther east than Vermont.
Yeah, that's true. But we're the northwest of Scandinavia, Europe, so we're the Northwest dogs.
Congrats, Meeks. What a run, buddy.
Thank you.
Let's take another look at this. Top to bottom, Mikkel Bang on point. Absolutely lacing this run.
I think what's so exciting about watching Mikkel ride this is that it looks like he's ridden it before, and I mean that as a compliment. Like, he just rides with such authority through terrain that he hasn't navigated previously, that I think that is going to elicit a very high score from the judges.
And what's interesting, I came into this thinking that you watch Alaska from last year, you watch all of the Alaskas. Mikkel loves, look at that, saving the best till last. Mikkel loves those big open faces, a lot of room to work. He's shied away from a couple of the more treed venues, but he's absolutely put the beat down on this one.
Yeah, and for those watching who don't know, Mikkel has been a pro snowboarder since I think he was like 9 years old, so that's fairly obvious when you watch a run like that.
Since when he was small. which was ages ago. He grows like a tree.
Yeah, when I met him, I think he was like 3 feet tall.
Hectic in those pillows.
So up at the top, Niels Minnick waiting to drop in. Niels mauled. With full respect to Victor Davier, Niels mauled Victor Davier in their duel in Durango. And for me, it was the 2 switch runs that Niels laid down that put that duel to bed. Niels' switch ability, like he's almost ambi-stanced in powder.
Oh, 100%. Well, I mean, like you said, Eddie, Mikkel's been a pro since he was 9. So has Niels. He started riding as a very, very young child and has only gotten, of course, better and better every year and really honed his backcountry ability from a contest start, similar to his competitor.
To paraphrase Kevin Jones as well, I always feel like if snowboarding's a science, then Niels Minnick is the professor.
Oh, I love that.
I love that quote, and I know that film that's from. That's amazing.
It's so good. Thank you, KJ. Little heads up to you there. Okay, Niels Minnick dropping in. Salomon, gyro rider. Sees Minnick on the back of his Dakine vest there as he starts making his first turns, following a very similar line to Hannah Beeman. Oh, canyon! Megan's canyon!
He just did it, opened it up.
Okay, we've been talking about that canyon, but because no one's been out here, he is the first man to open it. A bona fide gap over a cliff up at the top, the far east side of this venue.
Just sending it with authority.
So Hannah Beeman's track right there next to him. Exit cliff. Phenomenal work by both Mikkel and Niels. And now this is what Dustin Craven talked about when I first asked him about the venue. He's like, build a venue that can do everything and you put the pressure on the judges. Because you've got 2 riders, 2 totally different runs who've laced it top to bottom. Actually pretty similar. 360s off exit cliffs.
And both with that exact same. They both rode fast. They both rode as if they'd been there before and they knew it while having ridden it for the first time. I mean, that was impressive by both of these guys.
Dude. That was rowdy in there. Huh? It's wild. Did you pick up so much speed so quickly? Yeah, for sure.
It's fantastic in here. The body language on the sofas, all 3 of us leaning forward on tiptoes. What a run. Let's take another look at this. We'll get the canyon gap here.
Oh my gosh.
Kills that speed so comfortably.
Yeah, this gives you an idea of how A, flat-light it is, and B, how steep that terrain is.
And how little setup time he had on that 3.
Yeah. So again, I mean, I kind of called it in the beginning. This one is going to be very difficult for the judges, and they both laced very, solid runs. So, man, I do not envy the judges.
Backside 3s are well known as the ultimate safety trick. Both men drop those, but to even be able to rotate in the area of the face they were on right there was just impossible.
Did it feel leg burn? Little burn? Yeah, for sure. Towards the coming over like the chatter, I was just like, oh fuck! Please don't blow out.
Just 0 time. Niels got onto that toe edge and had to pop straight away. I think for Mikkel, it was midway through a pillow run at full speed. Mikkel bang, takes it a little more speed, a little more flow. As you said, he upped the risk at each spot.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that scoring for sure. I think Niels did an amazing job, but Mikkel's run, just the technicality at the bottom there, the way he was just navigating and kept going riders left into more and more difficult terrain. I fully agree with that score.
Okay, so Mikkel leads 82 to 76.
Can we leave it here?
So
yeah, I can hold it for your
just a little bit under. I think the highest score we've seen was it Austin Sweeten with an 85, I think.
Yeah, because you'll be down here maybe.
Mary's looking at her notes. Oh no, Sage with the 85. We've had a couple of 81s and 80. I think Mikkel's maybe in second place for the Skidoo there. So, but a lot of people, the Scandinavian battle, this one is a mouth-watering prospect. The power of Torgeir Berggrim versus the grace and style of Kevin Backstrom. I'm not saying that Torgeir's not stylish, of course he is, but Backstrom's got that elegance to his riding, a really kind of Euro-style tweak.
And it's our only dual versus dual matchup of our 2 competitors who emerged from that round.
Ooh, okay.
Okay, so Torgeir, if you haven't already, go and watch Temple of the Dog. Phenomenal project from him and Gimbal God. Look at that, playing with the first little bump. So back on the west side of the venue here.
Oh, a little backflip with a kind of like a method tweak in the middle of it.
Laid it right out, didn't he?
And you have to understand now, right now he's getting good light, which is good, but you see all these other tracks that are in the run add quite a bit more difficulty. They add more variability to the snow, and we heard the temps are warming up, so that's going to affect the snow.
Yeah, a bit of hot power for these last few runs. Controlling his speed well on top of some exposure now.
Oh my.
This is shaping up to be exciting.
Spicy.
Oh,
very nearly missed the toes there. Straight off the toes.
Oh my gosh.
Gigantic drop there from Torgeir.
Wow. That was huge, and a celebratory method. Just poked out the end.
You know, we've seen quite a few people get on top of that, that exposed terrain, right? And everybody's either veered to the left or the right, and he went straight off the nose all the way down. It looked like he maybe sat down a tiny bit in the landing, but I mean, he came out of it with some speed, and the judges have been rewarding these riskier lines.
Well, we saw Elena take the right-hand side of that. We saw Marion take the left. We saw Sage back 3. Almost the same point, slightly smaller. That was all the way off the front for Torgeir.
I'm here, I'm ready. Here we go. We're with Torgeir Bergrum.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, what the heck? That was insane.
Thanks, brother. Yeah, that landing was kind of flat, but Sage told me the snow was deep, so just went for it.
Was he right?
He was right. Thanks, buddy.
That was absolutely epic, man. And your first natural selection here in Revelstoke on this course to step to terrain like that, man, that's commendable, unbelievable.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm stoked. Been kind of tricky to navigate this throughout the day with all the tracks and everything, but the course is running sweet, and yeah, I'm stoked to be here.
Congrats, buddy. Well done. Excited to see that score.
Okay, Torgeir's got a long wait now, though, because following him in will be Kevin Backstrom. There's that beautiful backflip method up top.
Wow, this was an awesome run. The power with which Torgeir rides, I love it.
I love the fact that he got those 2 hits and then he gets this full redirect here. It's full purpose. He knows exactly where he's going. He's not getting sucked into the full line to the left. He goes and... This is nerve-wracking, though.
Okay.
Nearly over-egged that.
Yeah, you know it's steep when your chest is on the ground. Oh my God.
That's huge.
So big. That was
send of the day so far?
Yeah, I think that's definitely a contender.
Wow.
Okay.
And again, I mean, he had a lot of compression in the landing, but it wasn't like he just landed on his back or anything.
Oh.
Like that was about as solid as you can get with that flat of a landing.
Yeah, he went full.
But that angle really put it into perspective of how big of a drop that was.
Yeah, it was titanium femurs, wasn't it?
Yeah. In the Scandinavian battle, that's a statement right there.
Okay, Torgeir looking back up to the top now, where he knows Kevin Backstrom will be waiting for him. We talked about it at the top. It's Torgeir's power. We're about to see that grace, that elegance, those big tweaks that you know from all of those Beyond Medal movies with Kevin Backstrom.
Yeah, Backstrom's kind of a rider in the vein of like more like a Blake Paul or an Austin Sweeten kind of moves with that grace.
Just follows the terrain. He's not going to barge it quite as hard.
Yeah, and Arthur Longo.
He's got phenomenal pop though. He's got so much power. You see him spring heel out of kickers.
Yeah, it's almost that mixture of power and finesse. And again, Kevin Backstrom, one of the best styles in the sport. Makes everything look very easy. That's one of his skills, which can sometimes be, almost negative when it comes to judging because everything just looks so easy. In the duels, he had that epic double backy.
Yes.
with almost rotated a little off axis. Here we go.
Backflip tail grab.
Oh yeah, going big, keeping his speed.
Beautiful flow.
Big ollie over that.
Just as you're getting into the steep stuff. Whoa.
Oh!
Hold it.
Yeah.
That was a really cool line.
That was crazy. That was really cool. He like basically popped off and landed in a butter and then buttered off the cliff.
It looked like he kind of lost his balance in an ollie, and then you're like, no, I'm redirecting
Yeah.
into a butter.
I actually thought he was falling, but then I was like, oh no, that was on purpose. Yeah.
That's Kevin Backstrom at his finest, I feel like.
Yeah.
That's about dialed in for me. Like, that's really, really close to the most creative thing we've seen today.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I would agree.
And it's a...
Yeah, lovely.
I think it's a big risk heading that far west because you lose that vertical. We saw it cost Blake Paul badly in his matchup against Mikey Cicerelli. Very evenly matched between Norway and Sweden right now. I love that tail grab backy.
So, and you were talking about his pop too, right? And he has this low-key, insane pop.
So where it gets interesting is that creativity at the bottom versus the technical prowess that Torgeir had with his big line drop.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
Yeah. Oh my, that angle.
Wow, that was so sick.
How badly are the judges going to tear at him for that?
Yeah, that.
They're going to peck into him, or are they going to take a big bite?
Man, this is another tough one. But I do think the judges are going to reward that bottom trick.
Look in the corner there. It looks like a TV screen. Ben Ferg, Dustin, Ulrich, and Sage all watching. Can't wait to see what happens on the scores.
Yeah, Bill. Fan, du kör som högsta position. Nej, det är typ neddobbar där.
So if you didn't know, Norwegian and Sweden are similar enough that they can understand each other. It's like French and French-Canadian. Okay. Patiently waiting for this one.
That fatty to flatty was pretty wild.
Thanks, buddy.
Like
I was inspired by yours.
That's the flattest flatty on the whole hill.
Yeah. Well, I saw Sage said the snow was deep in there.
Yeah. Hey, was I lying?
You were not lying.
I was trying to gauge your scores are up, guys.
So the three men, 78.7 to Torgeir ahead of 75.7. So that tiny instability on the way out of the butter three for Kevin has cost him there, but that's a good sign, I think. Brilliantly, wonderfully close matchup set up for the second runs. Look at this, in front of your peers, the best of the very best sat behind the fence there watching each of these duels with bated breath. Kevin Backstrom and Torgeir Bergrim going back up to the top.
That's a heavy-hitting corral down there.
My goodness.
Yeah, they're having quite the sick day, looks like.
Oh, there you go. Look at that. Red Gerard up there now. Our final battle coming in. He's checking that OnX Backcountry app. Got a full satellite image of the face below him that he can route find. Look at this. I've called this the master and the apprentice. Since his gold medal in 2018, Red Gerard's work in the backcountry, his terrain read, his trick selection, his ability in variable snow has pushed him into a similar league to Travis Rice. I think in the next decade, he could overtake him. Flicks around to switch to open his run.
All right, kicking things off with the cab 180, AKA half cab. Now going forward stance. Backside 7, stomping it.
Oh my gosh.
Huge statement on the first two kickers.
One of the cleanest back 7s we've seen of the day.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of feel my heart pumping out of my chest right now.
Whoa, downhill takeoff backy.
And just powered through the tail to hold the landing.
Yeah, that backflip was pretty impressive. Goalpost. That gives you a perspective of how steep that terrain is. Oh my gosh.
And then pins it out of the bottom.
There we go. Well,
he took both throttles of the F-15 and just pushed them down, didn't he, for the exit?
So what you would most, I feel like you would expect from Red, more freestyle driven. He had the 7, He has the half cab, you know, and then at the bottom gets into some steep terrain, but nothing too exposed, nothing too crazy. So a little bit more of a freestyle approach, not a surprise from Red. And it, you know, Travis, I think, will take a complete opposite.
I'm not claiming this. Obviously, I am claiming it, but that had all the hallmarks of a Travis run for me. The half cab, the back 7, the backflip.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, I think right here, like Red's years in the traditional competition circuit, he has strategy dialed. He knows what to do, and he knows his opponent. He's seen Travis ride enough. They rode in the Quicksilver movie at the same time. Like, he knows what he's doing.
Do you think this is his 85% then?
Yes.
Just to put pressure on Trav?
This is him laying the foundation.
I mean,
100%.
This back 7, again, that's maybe a Sendy moment.
So smooth.
So best landing we've seen out of a 7.
Perfect turn out of it too.
Yeah, he's not skidding to drop his speed. He's actually getting the edge engaged. He says as he lays back into that one. Sorry.
No, I think this is a fantastic run by Red. I think it was fast. He put down a couple tricks. He navigated this goalpost, but I think he has more to give because he knows who his opponent is.
Tiny bit of hesitation there. Let's throw down to T-Bird, who's in the finish corral with Red.
Red Gerard, my man, you just put it down. That had freestyle elements. It had big mountain elements. That was a heck of a run, buddy.
Yeah, no, I was super excited. You know, it's been a long day for sure. A lot of waiting around, a lot of watching the boys rip it up. So I was just hyped to make it down with the clean run. You know, it's pretty choppy in there. There's still some fresh for sure, but more than anything, just happy to make it down with a clean run.
Did you notice when you were up top that right as you dropped in, the light got really, really good?
I actually did a little bit. I noticed on Tour Gear and KBs, the face started shining a little bit, and I was like, ooh, that's nice.
You do have Travis Rice up in that start gate right now. What's going through your head?
Yeah, it's about the worst guy you could have drop after you, so we'll just cross our fingers. I don't know what we do.
Let's go, buddy. Good job. Well done.
Okay, from T-Bird at the bottom of the course, we're going to go up to Stan at the top of the course, who's got some intel on T-Rice's strategy.
Yeah, that's right, Ed. Yesterday, when they were doing the name drawing, Travis basically said, you know what, I'm going to take this last spot after a little concern there would be too much tracks. Basically what he said was, if there isn't a good run in there for me, then we didn't do our job. Last year we saw in the Selkirk region, Travis had one of the gnarliest lines. We'll see if he can do his job here today, but Red definitely giving him a run for his money on run 1 there.
Fantastic setup there from Stan, and we can take a look back now, a little recap of that earth-shattering run that Travis laid down in Revelstoke last year.
I think this was a history-breaking moment last year.
It's just the idea of lily padding out onto another mushroom to redirect.
Yeah, this angle, this view puts it into perspective. Look how tiny he looks.
Oh, that drop alone is enormous. It's insane.
But once he's committed to the gap out, he's going down 200 feet whether he likes it or not.
Yeah, and then he ends it where he didn't need to do this, and he just back threes to just put a final stamp in that run. Yeah, there's a reason Travis Rice is Travis Rice.
It is truly phenomenal, isn't it? I think it's really easy to forget just how good he is. I have this innate sense within me that his talent is so great, we need to enjoy it. All talent is fleeting, even more so in action sports. So you need to kind of soak up every moment you get to see him riding.
Well, I think between this and then Velvet Castles, I think he's given us a lot to soak right now, which is great.
Yeah, we can marinate in it for a few years, yeah. What do you think he's going to do here, though, Eddie, against Red?
So right now, we don't know if he's dropping on the west side or the east side. You know, I'm predicting he's going to go where nobody else has gone. Travis is known for that. He's known to take the risk. He's known to get himself into some situations that look very sketchy and are very sketchy, but then he somehow makes his way out of it. So I'm very curious to see where he drops and what line he takes.
I think also he's not one ever to underestimate an opponent, and he knows what Red is capable of. I mean, Red is definitely one of the most impressive rising stars in the backcountry right now, so I think Travis knows that he has to really perform in order to kind of lock it up if he has the possibility to do so.
The one thing I do think Red has done with that first run is back Travis into a corner, and if there's one thing you don't want to do with Travis is make him angry. It's like the Incredible Hulk.
I think you could say the same thing about Red, though.
Yeah, we're getting there. They've definitely, in terms of their resilience to pressure, they're in the same basket now. Like Red's been there. He's done 2 Olympic slopestyle finals. He's X Games slope champion, and he's just transitioned, just as we said about McMorris earlier, he's transitioned effortlessly into the backcountry. So we can see on the screen behind us now, Travis is in the portal, which means he's on the east side of the venue. And that means we're about to have mayhem unfold. We've seen Nils Minnick, Hannah Beeman and Mikkel Bang in there so far. Mikkel cracking out a huge score from this side of the venue. Let's see if Travis can repeat it.
I'm so stoked he's taking the east side.
So at the moment following Mikkel's track, out onto that big diving board you can see just down to his right.
Ooh, front 3 and a little sketch, but it looks like he kind of held on to it. Again, Travis, one of the best at navigating, being outside of the white room and any slough movement.
Making this look, it's so steep, he's making it look deceptively easy. Barreling through those pillows.
Gosh.
Oh my gosh. Whoa.
How did he get through that? Wow. Literally bonked that huge nose stuck out in the middle of that drop.
So he just made that look very casual when it very much was not.
We need to see some other angles of that. We actually, feel like we lost a bit of that action through the cloud burst off that tap.
Yeah, I think some of the other angles are going to make that look absolutely mind-melting. And again, you know, we wanted to see Travis choose a line that nobody else had taken, and yeah, he did it.
Well, there was the one instability up top, the front 3 slightly over-rotated, he covered it, but then he went straight into the back 3 after that.
Right.
And it was when you look at the gradient on that, it's one of the steepest sections of the face.
Yeah, the angle we were looking at was a bit, you know, hid that a little bit. I can't find my words.
Yeah, and I'm just going to say this too. Anybody watching this, you know, you see this and it kind of looks, A, these guys make it look very easy, the guys and girls. B, it looks soft and fun and a lot of snow coming around, but like I can guarantee you 99% of people who, if they got on top of that, they would unstrap their board and figure out a way to hike out and away from all of that terrain. And meanwhile, you know, Travis is just having fun with it and doing tricks.
Well, there's some interesting statistics that we can start getting into. Travis is defending Natural Selection Tour champion, but he's won the last 3 events. He won Alaska 2022, going toe-to-toe with Torstein in some of the greatest competitive snowboarding we've ever seen. And then he took out Revelstoke with that run that we've just seen. And then he took out Alaska last year in that final against Mikkel. I mean, he is so mercurial in his talent. Mm-hmm. It's not just his physical ability on the snow. We saw it, his mental ability to get in the zone.
Well, I think a good example is last year at Revelstoke, he had that fall where he was dangerously close to the exposure, came down, was spitting up blood, and then went back and had that run that we watched earlier. I mean, that is such a mental fortitude showing, and that's unlike the majority of other humans.
Okay, we've got some of the replays now. There's that front 3 off the top. So laying back on that landing a bit. Gets up pretty quickly. Yes, this is what we wanted to see. Step out, gap onto that.
I mean, there's barely ground for him to touch there until the end.
Yeah, that was crazy. I'm glad we got to see it from that angle because that really puts it into perspective how gnarly that was. He essentially taps 2 large pillows while dropping, you know, a massive cliff.
Because I think he wanted a little more purchase of the first pillow to make the transition.
Yeah.
Twice there, any mortal would have just gone over the handlebars and driven themselves headfirst into the snow. It could have been catastrophic, but of course it's Travis and he makes it down. Okay, scores coming in on the left-hand side of the screen. Travis Rice, 81.7. Red Gerard, 76.2. So 4.5 points difference, 5.5 points difference between them. Yeah. I'd expect to see Red a tiny bit further up, but I think that last feature that we've just seen in the background there, really working hard for Travis.
Yeah.
Take a breath. That is first runs of the 5th to 8th matchups in this, the qualifying day of YETI Natural Selection here at Revelstoke Mountain Resort. Jared Elston leading out over Chris Rasman. We've got Mikkel in a strong position against Nils Minnick. Torgeir Bergrim leading Kevin Backstrom. Travis leading Red. They're all so close, though. There's no way you can call any of these.
I agree. I think this lineup in particular is so challenging to even pick a winner knowing who has won the first round. And I think a lot of these guys, too, they function so well under pressure that if they are in the back seat, that's just going to drive them further toward trying to up their opponent.
What's interesting as well, it's just dawned on me, there's so many points up for grabs if you go into the east side of the venue now, because you are on fresh ground. If you're in the west side, you are following tracks and you're on hard landings.
Yeah, and also the east side, again, the judges are always, as soon as you start locking into someone else's like their pathway and you're following someone else's run, I think immediately the judges are docking you. But as soon as you break away and you're kind of getting into, unnavigated territory, the judges are starting to really pay attention and amp up your score, because it's so easy to get lost out there.
Okay, we've already given away one skidoo today to Hayley Langland for the highest score in the women's. Do you think we're going to see a bigger score in the second runs here of these men that could beat Sage Kotzenberg on the 85?
Anything's possible with these riders.
Yep.
I know it's a cop-out, but it's true.
Yeah, it is. It is. They're definitely dealing with slightly warmer snow.
Yeah, and you know what? As the snow gets a little bit warmer, there's some upsides and downsides. The upside is that you don't get as much as that crazy white room happening, right? So you can kind of avoid getting blinded. But with it kind of getting a little bit more wet, your speed is harder to check. And so as soon as you start going straight, or you just adjust to get into something, your speed is so fast. So it's pretty wild how just the snow consistency changing from the morning to the evening can change so much in a rider's run.
Okay, well, the skidoo is still up for grabs, and make no mistake, all of these riders want to win a skidoo. It is one of the most important tools in their arsenal as a pro snowboarder, as you're about to find out.
The skidoos are just excellent workhorses. We are able to move personnel and gear into locations that are otherwise inaccessible. Not only are they an incredible tool, they're also just plain fun. There's a lot of ways to access the backcountry, but when it comes to production, you need something that can get you there fast and with ease. The unbridled power and performance, they say is almost more fun on the way up than the board is on the way down. These sleds are paramount to the success of these events all the way through, from the first time we put boots and or sleds on the ground through event completion and loadout. We couldn't pull off Natural Selection Tour without the support of Skidoo, hands down.
Camera speeding, we're 100.
Here we go.
There's something special about winter.
Every year I get the same feeling. Winter is coming and it's one of the best feelings.
ready? Little glimpse of the R1T truck there from Rivian, and both the men and the women's champions from here at the YETI Natural Selection Tour will be taking home one of those. I've seen some sort of little hatchbacks and compacts being won before. I've never seen anyone winning a truck like that at a snowboard comp.
This is pretty. They're setting a solid standard.
I like this one.
That one.
That's the actual truck they're winning, correct?
They told me I was getting paid in Rivians when I got here, and then.
Well, that one's easier because you can fit it in your carry-on, so that's easy to take back home.
I'll leave that one just there. Mary, what do you got over there?
I have the board Sage is riding, the K2 Antidote right here.
And for me, this is one of the most unique boards. Like, a lot of people taking different boards. Look at you. You're pretty good at styling those.
I've been working out.
Sage started working on that in 2021 ahead of Jackson Hole 2022, an event which he won. But he designed that board specifically for natural selection.
Well, I think, too, we talk about the arc originally from Natural Selection being the arc of filming the video part. You're starting in, the Rocky Mountains, you're moving to, Western Canada, you end up in Alaska, wherever it may take you. And so if you can build a board that can compete in every Natural Selection venue, you can build a board that you can ride all season long.
He worked really hard with J-Stone, didn't he? And he basically said, I want a board that can land a cab 9 in powder, that can scream down an Alaskan face and drop a 40-foot, 10-meter cliff. And that's what he came up with. Directional twin. And I think we were talking to Leanne about this the other day. She was like, J-Stone basically packed in every piece of space age technology that K2 have to try and build this board the way Sage wanted it. There's a QR code just down there. Bing! Scan that and you can find out a little more information about the K2 Antidote. Don't know what more you could need to find out, though. Give you a pretty comprehensive review there, I feel like. Not that I could do a cab 9 or scream down an Alaskan face on it, but I'm sure all of us can give it a good go. Take a deep breath. It's time now to check in with TAE. They're one of the partners that have been on board with Natural Selection from the very beginning, especially with regard to the sustainability mission, because they are committed to finding carbon-free, non-radioactive, clean fusion solution to energy production. Let's find out a little bit more about it.
Elevating the conversation around sustainability has been a priority for Natural Selection from day one. Mother Nature is our main character, and we are proud to partner with inspiring companies who are dedicated to sustainability. YETI has been instrumental to developing Natural Selection's sustainability strategy, proving that you can do good business but also remain committed to tackling the impact of climate change. Natural Selection's use of YETI drinkware, thereby reducing plastic use, is only one small example of how we continue to collaborate. TAE is one of the most innovative companies in the world, developing commercial fusion power and the cleanest environmental profile. Fusion is nature's preferred source of energy. It's the same process that powers the sun and stars, and it's what makes life viable on Earth. Natural Selection road tripped with Rivian across Colorado during duels and up to Revelstoke, showcasing EV capabilities in the mountains. Rivian sets a great example for others to follow as we are seeing rapid advancements towards electrifying snowmobiles and helicopters. For over 30 years, Ride Snowboards has been testing and employing new manufacturing techniques to decrease raw materials needed for production. As Natural Selection's official snowboard partner, Ride gets our dedicated crew into the mountains to make the magic happen. A New Earth project is an innovative company that works with many outdoor brands to employ sustainable packaging solutions. Less packaging waste means less plastic pollution in places where we play, both in the mountains and on the water. Lastly, Arc'teryx is dedicated to making gear that will last a lifetime. Through its Rebird program, designed to care and repair the most durable outerwear on the market. Natural Selection is stoked and inspired to partner with brands who have proven their commitment to Mother Nature, showing that you can do good business while also being committed to our planet.
That's been a central tenet, as you just heard there, of all of the brands who've partnered up with Natural Selection is their commitment to sustainability. And it's worth mentioning YETI, title sponsor, have been on board since the very beginning. They stood on the first faces that Travis picked out for Natural Selection, and they got the idea. They were like, yes, we're on board. Since the very beginning, they've been committed to trying to create a plastic-free environment for all of the events, all of the broadcasts. So huge thank you to YETI for their support and their commitment to that cause. We're also on board with a New Earth project. They're one of the biggest brands in terms of their work in sustainable packaging. They're looking at different ways that you can build packaging within the action sports community. So they're teaming up with advocates, industry-leading brands, and global packaging suppliers to come up with different approaches to packaging sustainably. So you're looking at cardboards, even mushroom or plant-based plastics and padding. So let's take a look at their story.
Travis, who has had a long career, is at a stage in his life. He's like, well, I want to use this as a microphone to really elevate the conversation around sustainability, to celebrate Mother Nature in a very engaging way, and almost use the competition, the content as a Trojan horse to have these conversations and to impact change.
The New Earth Project is a coalition of outdoor enthusiasts, industry-leading brands, and innovative packaging suppliers, all working together to solve these problems.
Great things are accomplished by the people who refuse to lie down.
Our whole mission around celebrating Mother Nature and talking about sustainability, now we have something very tangible that's relevant to our audience.
At a New Earth Project, our tagline has been, we do this together. And that was something that we figured out really early. Like, the secret sauce is community. Yeah. The secret sauce is everyone working together. My hope is that brands will begin to look at this sustainable transition as something to celebrate. And at the end of the day, like, that's what this should be about, is like, we're all inspired by this beautiful planet, and we have a responsibility to understand our impact and do everything we can to minimize that if it's negative.
Okay, the cat is well and truly amongst the pigeons here at the YETI Natural Selection Revelstoke Mountain Resort. If for some reason you're only just joining us, which I find hard to believe, we are in the midst of day one, which is qualifying. We're breaking 24 athletes down to just 12. We've seen the first 8 men going toe-to-toe in 4 matchups. We've seen the women, 8 women, go toe-to-toe in their 4 matchups. And we lost all of our previous 3 Natural Selection Tour champions. Zoe Sadowski-Sinner is out. Robin Van Gyn is out. And Elena Height is out. We also saw one of the heavy hitters, event winners in previous years, Hannah Beeman, go out to the rookie, Mary Rand. So in the women's, we're assured a brand new contest winner and a brand new Tour winner. We're just getting into the back end of the men's results, where we see Travis Rice versus Red Gerard. We've got the Sweden-Norway battle, Torgeir Berggren and Kevin Backstrom, Mikkel Bang, Nils Minnik, two of the best technicians in the game, and Jared Elston and Chris Rasman. We're going to be joining them very, very shortly. But right now we're going to show you a little clip from Arc'teryx. They put this together in conjunction with Natural Selection. We like to call it Backyard Selection. This is our man Scott Winslow. Check this out.
Yeah, bud.
Yes, Scott Winslow.
Is that a land? Did he make it? It cuts out, and I'm like, is he okay?
He got a face shot. He 100% made that.
Yeah, he stopped that.
Yeah, Scott.
And that looked pretty big, too, that drop. You know, every time I wear a GoPro and I do a drop, I'm like, oh, that's going to look so sick. And then I look at it, and it doesn't look like I ever left the ground. And I'm like, dang it. So anytime you see, like, a pretty good like time frame there, so that was a solid drop.
I like the fact he definitely got called into it as well, didn't he? The chairlift was having it.
Yeah.
A little Hollywood line there. You got to do it for the people.
100%. If you're interested in getting involved in that, you can do it using the hashtag Backyard Selection. Right now, it's time to take a break. Join us when we come back for the last of the men's matchups.
A different breed. That's how we describe our new sleds. And that's how we describe you, who rides them. You, to whom what comes after the storm is definitely not the calm. You who knows that there's a big difference between gray and monument gray. You who knows what this feels like.
Welcome back to YETI Natural Selection, live here in Revelstoke. You've seen the conditions that we're dealing with out there. The riders absolutely loving the Montana Bowl. It is the venue out on the outskirts of Revelstoke Mountain Resort, and they've got some beautiful terrain, beautiful snow to work with. One man who's been working with this is Sage Kotzenberg. He currently has the highest score of the day, an 85. He is in line to win the skidoo on the men's side of the draw. Hayley Langland's already taken the skidoo for the highest scoring qualifying for the women. But Sage Kotzenberg has got to wait for Travis Rice, Red Gerard, Jared Elston, Chris Rasman, Mikkel Bang, Nils Minnik. I'm not reading these off the screen. Torgeir Berggren and Kevin Backstrom. But you can win a signed K2 Antidote, the official partner of Natural Selection in terms of snowboards, if you scan this QR code. Let me get it right on top of it. Slightly over. Ding! Right there.
Regular Vanna White.
I can do that. So if you want to get stuck into it, this beautiful board could be yours. When we come back, Todd Richards will be back in this seat. He'll be joined by snowboarding's very own Simon Cowell, the ultimate judge, Pat Bridges, and Canadian snowboarding royalty, Leanne Pelosi.
Welcome back to the YETI Natural Selection. And huge shout out to Revian, because the riders are going to win one of these. Well, not this one. It's going to be twice as big as this, the one that the riders are going to win. But it's going to be amazing when they move on to Selkirk Tangiers for the finals. Not only did they go ahead and win a Ski-Doo today for the highest scores, but they're going to go home with a Revian. So there's a lot on the line here, you know, besides being the overall champion of the Natural Selection Tour. You get to go home with a Revian. That is solid prizes. We didn't have cars. They never gave me cars when I was competing. Gee, you got like a lease. You get one. Like, still,
you missed the boat.
You don't
right
even,
after that, it was the U.S.
Then
Open.
it was just cars. Everyone just got cars. My gosh. All right, well, check it out. We're going to drop a rider.
Woo!
I can hear a drone or a murder hornet in my ear. Let's go.
So we still have 8 runs to go here. Second run for the second half of the field.
So this will be Jared Ellison up against Chris Rasman.
Jared Elston had such a sick video part this year in Brown Cinema.
Yeah, he did. I mean, Jared is, you know, he's cocky. I like it. I like a little controversy in snowboarding. I think, you know, sometimes snowboarding gets a little boring, a little vanilla. And I think Jared is definitely a little bit of spice, kind of maybe taking the throw from Sean Palmer a little bit, you know, being boisterous, kind of being out there. It looks like the sun has come out a little bit better. The visibility, much better than I anticipated when we got picture back.
Yeah, it's nice conditions.
Here we go. Jared Ellison on course, coming out of Bend, Oregon.
Nice front 3.
Well, it appears to be what the photographers call golden hour, so we may actually get a cover out of these runs.
Well, you said it, Pat.
To a back 3.
So I wonder if they're, you know, I wonder how set up that snow is now that these riders have to deal with.
Oh yeah, it looks so much gnarlier from this angle.
This is, see, this is where it gets a little spicy. Jared's over here.
Oh gosh.
Oh boy. This is kind of a happy hour line right now.
Well, this is like Jared's first run last year in Revelstoke in Boulder Park.
Yeah, he's trying to get on his toes right here.
My gosh.
I think he's going to go off that nose there.
This is intense.
It's going to be sick.
Jared Ellison.
Yeah!
Nails that line.
That was smooth.
Wow, that was heavy. Waiting all that time up there in the temple to come down and lace a line like that, that was intense.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just nail it like that.
Are you kidding me? That's crazy. Oh, man. So, I mean, look, Jared came up on the top of that run. Couple little simple front 3s, then straight into a heavy, heavy line. Probably one of the heaviest lines we've seen today.
Might be the Sendy Award.
Oh, yes. Don't forget about that
very
Sendy
smooth.
Award. $1,000 for both men and women. Go to them for winning the Sendy Award. Here's a recap of what we just saw from Jared.
Frontside 360 to start out his run, weaving his way through the glades there. A lot of air elements up high, and we're seeing that the snow hasn't really changed too much.
This is where it gets a little bit crazy.
Yeah, he had to kind of figure out where he was on the face.
This is sketchy. Looking to set his edge.
Yeah, but he made it look so smooth. Look at this. Just nicely rolls in.
Look at that
air.
ollie, power ollie. Hits that second little bench and comes out at 1,000,000 miles an hour. And I think the biggest takeaway here is that, you know, when you've got legs that are just like lactic acid building up from like all the intense energy that you've had all day, and you just gotta like sit around, you know, and you've got the nervous energy and you're probably a little bit cold, and to come down and lace like that, That's insane.
Yeah, that was super impressive.
And we'll see. Rasman, though, he's got his work cut out for him after that.
Yeah, and Chris Rasman, you know, is kind of like Travis Rice's understudy. You were saying earlier that you guys call him Chris Rice or
Travis Raz.
Travis Raz. It's pretty interesting, though, because, you know, coming up under the tutelage of Travis Rice, Chris has got some of the most uncanny abilities to land in deep snow that I've ever seen a rider have. And he is up next.
He is an athlete. He
yeah.
is so strong, so just,
yeah, the dude just like foil boards around. He's just like pumping around a foil board for like a day. Tree trunk thighs. Here we go. Chris Rasman on course. Jared Ellison has the advantage in this heat. Looks like he switched it up here. Coming in fakie. Cab 5, a little bit on the heels. Little back 3, trying to set himself up over into that center zone. Man, that light looks good right now.
Yeah, it looks glorious, and you're actually...
Oh, aggressive thrashing. Rasman just got tomahawked there near the trees.
Well, that's got to put him at the disadvantage to Jared right here.
Yeah.
It's not what he needed up top. He was mixing it up, picking apart a lot of tricks.
Look at that 7. Wow. Oh, lands sideways. So Chris
nice
Rasman,
effort.
yeah, he knew that he had to really put something down to take out Jared. Big Air Jer coming in with the advantage. And I think it's pretty safe to say that Big Air Jer is going to take this matchup.
I think so.
Rasman comes down here.
Holy shit, that was wild.
But let's look at this recap and just kind of talk about where Rasman had something going on for him in this run.
I think Rasman had the benefit of, yeah, that cab 5 and just like a pretty sweet, nice lofty back 3 right here. So he was kind of killing it at the top. And
yeah, there it is right there.
I think it went sideways and then he just couldn't recover. And
yeah, and that's in some of those spots there, you can tell there's a lot of traction there, a lot of sloughing from earlier.
oh, it's so hard to deal with. You've got to really be either on it or just going kind of slow because it's hard to go fast and it's hard to control.
Kind of seems like Travis bucks that trend, though. Rice tends to go 1,000 miles an hour through the avalanche debris. All right, so right there, the results are, and I think it's pretty obvious, Jared Ellison will move on. He is the winner of that matchup against Chris Rasman. So Chris Rasman will go home and bang it out in the backcountry a little more and produce an incredible video part for next year.
With the Man Boys.
Yeah, the Man Boys, of course. All right, moving on. Mikkel Bang, we saw him come swinging in the first matchup here. Mikkel will be up against Nils Mindich. And look, Mikkel has the lead right now. Very stylish rider, very powerful rider. Eats a lot of raw meat, you know? Well, at least he looks like he does. He's a Viking. I just assume that. But so Mikkel's strategy was to go ahead and use that east face.
Oh, here we go.
Looks like he's going down the line over to the west side.
He's going to the side.
Yeah, you have to imagine that east side is really shady right now. Going for that big old kicker that's on this ridge line. Lining it up. Huge laid out backflip.
Nice.
Nails it.
Oh,
how's that turn? And there is still a lot of stuff to be hunted down, even further to our right on the screen. Nice tail gap.
Oh, that was stomped right in the track of somebody else's landing. That was perfect.
Yeah, you guys talked about the landings. Mikkel riding a 170
wow.
has got to be an advantage when you're going through the chop.
Well, not when he's that tall. It's like a 150. Mikkel Bang, tall glass of Norwegian water. He is a big human being. Absolutely crushed that run. giant backflip up top, carrying the advantage into this matchup. Let's check out the recap here of that run. We saw that huge backflip going down the ridge line. This is kind of a really cool perspective that we have here of how big this jump is.
Absolutely, starting off with the huge old backflip. I got to say, that was a great run, really smooth for Mikkel, but his first run was better, and I think he did leave the door open for Nils.
Yeah, Nils is very technical with his riding. Nils also has some incredible backcountry skills as far as being able to throw the big spins. We saw it in his duels. And if Nils can take that same line and do like a 900 or a 720 where maybe Mikkel just did like the backflip or the front three, I think he may be in for a bit of a problem in this matchup. Okay, heading right back up to the top. Nils Mindick about to drop in for his second run in this heat. Coming out of Stowe, Vermont. Remember, Mikkel carries the advantage in. Nils is going to have to dig deep. They both had really great first runs. Here we go. Nils on course, coming out of Stowe, Vermont. Just following down through the tree line here. All right, here we go. Nils right into the freestyle aspect of the course. Here he goes, switching it up. Switchback 5, switchback.
Wow.
Switchback 7 for Nils.
Oh my gosh.
Still riding switch.
This is
right
what I'm
here.
talking about.
Yeah.
Nils playing to his freestyle roots.
This is what everyone is saying.
Cab 5. Oh, he's still up, kind of.
No, he's still up. He's still up.
That was the most aggressive non-fall I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, into a fresh zone. Oh. Oh.
Wow,
Stopped.
Nils, absolutely gigantic. Switchback 7 into the cab 5, into opening up a fresh zone.
I mean, that was pretty damn sick.
Yeah, that was really
That
sick.
was insane. That was one of the best runs of the day, no?
I think so. Technicality-wise, like trick-wise, absolutely.
Yeah, technicality, like riding switch in powder amongst all those tracks has got to be so difficult.
So he goes, sets up switch. Switch.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. Switchback Sevi.
Yeah. So sick. And holding on through all those tracks.
Committing
Six
to
slash.
the switch.
He's real good.
He's
Riding
good.
switch
He's
and
so
pow.
strong.
Well, he is a former freeride world tour champion.
Oh my gosh. That is the battle right there. Didn't actually go down. Got kind of pinballed off a couple features. Stayed up. Got his head back. And just launched off of this right here.
That was so.
That's
that was
huge.
A nice pillow line.
That is huge.
That was incredible.
That was a heavy matchup. Once again, Mikkel carrying the advantage. This is going to be tight. Drop these scores, judges.
You could tell Nils
here we
really
go.
wanted
Here we go.
it. Yeah. Boom.
Nils takes it with an
by 1 point.
83.2. So Nils will move on, and we will get to see more of his backcountry freestyle at the YETI Natural Selection in Selkirk Tangiers, the finals. Nils would love a Rivian. He's a Rivian guy.
Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't
Who
love
wouldn't?
a Rivian?
All right, next up, Torgeir Bergrum coming out of Norway. This is the Scando battle, and I love this. Torgeir, perfect cab 5. Wow, hauling butt too down here through the upper portion of the course.
It's incredible. They're still managing to find a couple little nuggets.
Oh, and
that
this
are
one's
fresh.
freshy takeoffs.
Yeah.
Torgeir lining up.
That one's fresh.
There's a lot of them in here. I don't know what he's looking at. Remember, they all Oh boy.
Sick.
Another fast run out through those runnels. Oh my gosh. Just holding on for dear life and just blows out. And as you were saying, Leanne, that stuff is like set up like cement, isn't it?
Yeah. The nice thing about them going later right now is that this sun has probably opened up a bit more terrain.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that there's a lot more definition in the snow. They can actually see where they're going, but those runnels are just like
so gnarly.
definitely being meticulous about his line choice in here. Obviously anticipating the run out was going to be just like the most aggressive thing that he's done all day long. Check this out. Norwegian power stance, trying to get his edge to dig in, and then just gets blown out of his line. Luckily,
that is not his fault.
No, he didn't kiss that tree. But that was a harsh run out. The
that
upper
was a
section,
sick cliff.
pretty sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good. So we're going to get back up there, and it's going to be him against Kevin Backstrom coming out of Sweden. So Sweden versus Norway. You know, you have two guys also from Scandinavia that came from slope style backgrounds, both advanced through the duels into this. You know, it's a lot. There's a lot on their plate.
Well, and this is very anticipated. I think a lot of people were disappointed that he didn't advance from Jackson a couple seasons ago. So Kevin is one of the most, people are really looking forward to seeing him return to the tour.
Got some points to make up. It was very close. Torgeir in the lead after that run with maybe a bit of a blowout in the bottom.
And these conditions, no matter what, are definitely softer than the conditions he had for his duels.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
That looked like polished concrete. Backy tail grab.
Looks like that's how he started his first run.
Good memory, Pat.
Coming in switch.
Switch back one. Little back seat, holding on to it. Kevin with that butter 360 and just gets blown into the bottom. So maybe that line was intentional in that we saw before.
Yeah,
Pat
that
and
was
I,
exciting.
We kind of thought he got bucked off of, the first time he did that line, we thought he kind of got bucked into that butter 360 down that cliff, but it looks like it was completely intentional.
The crowd at the bottom is stoked. Respect this end. That was so sick.
All right, let's check out the recap of his run. There's that tail grab backflip. That's where you really have to throw the brakes on there, is so you don't fly into those other smaller trees. And as we've been saying all day, this is far steeper than it looks.
This zone looks like it has quite nice pow, though.
Yeah, the switchback one lands on kind of a mushroom. I think he was just looking. He was looking for this butter opportunity once again, and gets bounced off that lower shelf. So Kevin Backstrom, unfortunately, with that fall, I think the advantage again in run number 2 is going to go to Torgeir.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty safe to say. Came in with the advantage, he's going to leave with the advantage. But seeing that creativity, and seeing that butter,
it would have paid off huge had he landed that.
Huge. You heard the crowd at the bottom, and that's why Kevin's here.
All
you
right.
want to see that riding.
Well, as we thought, Torgeir Brogram is moving on to the final event, the finals location, I should say. He still needs to get his way and work his way through the semifinals.
And as of right now, for the Ski-Doo, correct me if I'm wrong,
Sage?
I'm speculating. I think Sage is still sitting
However,
in the Ski-Doo.
2 riders yet to go. as we wrap this up. Red Gerard will drop first, followed by Travis Rice. One of the most anticipated matchups we've had in this event, the young buck against the veteran.
Yeah, matching ski-doos in the Gerard garage with Haley.
A his and hers?
His and hers.
Wow, taking the couples award.
I know, the couples award today, I think, maybe going to Red Gerard and Haley Langland. I really, I was hoping for a little Austin Sweeten, Robin Van Gyn.
The Van Sweetens.
The Van Sweetens. But I think it's going to go to Haley and Red as we get ready for the drop.
But we talked about it. Travis actually came out of first run with a little breathing room.
He did. However, Red is a fast learner. He knows what kind of riding gave Travis that big score. Arguably, I think Red maybe he did a 720, but it was like not the best Red 720. I think Red knows from his slopestyle background, years and years and years of doing that, and also his experience in the backcountry, he knows how to incrementally up and build and play the game. There's no reason it's no mistake that he got a gold medal at the Olympics. He knew exactly how to play the game, and winning Dew Tour and winning X Games and everything else that he's won over the past few years, he absolutely knows how to play the game.
And looking at Nils and Mikkel, they opted out of the east side. If Travis opts out of the east side, then he's playing right into red zone.
And remember, all of these riders laced up with those Dakine vests. It's got their name on their tactical vests. Snow Tactical. You can put all kinds of stuff in there. Your radio, your GoPro can strap on there. As Red drops in for his final attempt here. Travis Rice has the advantage into this second matchup. Here we go. Giant inverted back 7. Totally got upside down on that one, so sticking to the same line a little bit.
A nice grab there.
That was huge, though. Front 3. Backy. Big backy. Oh my gosh.
This is a real nail biter.
Yeah, I feel like I just woke up from anesthesia. I'm back. I'm conscious. I'm conscious again. Here we go. All right, so check it out here where Red comes in. This is a gigantic backside 7 and gets upside down and stomps that thing out. Then he comes in here, little Indy, pops a frontside 360. So he's stacking tricks up top and then comes into this giant backflip. And that's where the point of contention is. It does kind of look like he threw the heels in to slow down a little bit, probably whited himself out on the landing. So Red Gerard trying to make up for the difference with some tricks.
The judges are like, if you are in the whiteout in the middle of your run, is that going to affect your score?
Well, and it's a very interesting thing because Travis Rice, and they alluded to this in the other group that was in here doing the talking before we came in. Rice is very good at whiteout management and slough management. He has an uncanny ability to know exactly what he needs to do to keep his line of sight, and you have to when you're doing the lines that he does. So Travis Rice, coming out of Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Father of 2, baby on the way. He wants to bring home some bacon from this event being his brainchild. The stakes are very, very high here going into the final day. As Travis Rice drops in for the final run of the day here at the YETI Natural Selection Revelstoke. Switchback, actually backside 7.
So solid and perfect.
Into a freshy zone. Oh, wild front 5. Somehow pulls it back.
Revert.
That was a very cat-like instincts being put into effect.
Well,
Another 540.
You'd expect like untracked takeoffs midway, bottom of the course, but at the top, he definitely just sniffed that one out.
He did go huge. I'll say that. Travis Rice went absolutely massive. He may not have grabbed. Travis may not have grabbed that dipped shoulder 540. He may have opened up a little bit, but it was massive and he didn't go down on it. Red, I think, had a little bit more composure in his tricks, but still, Travis was taking the big risks, opening up a new line. I think this is going to be really hard for Red's score to take down what Travis just threw down. So here we go, Travis Rice in the lead with the advantage.
Yeah, right?
Will Red Gerard be able to make up the difference? Let's check it out here from the top. Pat, what went right?
Well, certainly starting things out with this 720. Classic Travis Rice.
Classic. He can do that one in his sleep.
And then here he is, finding a whole new, fresh takeoff and landing.
Dude,
What a cat.
that was insane because he was heading right for the shrubs on that one. Gets it back together, spins it around.
Cab 5.
Gets a cab 540 nose grab. A little bit of an indie off of that. Or technically that'd be a frontside air for him. Yeah, that's a heavy matchup right here.
Yeah, right?
So we just ran through 48 runs. That's a lot of riding on one slope.
Yeah, this slope is beaten. It has been given a beating by these riders. So this is the final matchup of the day. Who is going to be moving on between the young buck and the veteran into the Selkirk Tangiers portion of Natural Selection, brought to us by YETI. Let's check it out.
Red with the spin up top.
Yep, and then this 720, huge. Grabbed, inverted,
That was huge.
stomped.
That was so sick.
And I will argue that grabbing mute and getting upside down on a 720 is probably more difficult than grabbing nose the way that Travis did it, just by virtue of technicality of the trick and where it was placed. There's that backflip. So we got to compare and contrast those to Travis's run. And is it going to be enough to make up the difference? That's the question. You know, the judges are doing double duty right now. Oh my gosh, this is going to be intense. Oh my gosh, I want to see this. What are the scores? They are definitely deliberating hard. And I've got to say that these judges here, I can't even really talk smack on the judges too much today because they're all so damn good. Really incredible snowboarders, all of them. Here we go. Oh my gosh, we have scores coming in.
Oh, the same.
Travis Rice, 82.5 ties. This is a tie.
This makes sense.
That is absolutely insane. I want to get an official word on this. What's happening here? Can there be ties? T-Bird, help us.
They go to the first run score.
All right, we are here with Travis Rice. Travis, have you ever won on a tie?
Never won on a tie.
There's a first time for everything.
I think that Red and I should just go tie break this thing with bar fight right now. Look at it.
Yes.
Should we get you a bump up there?
I mean, look at it.
I'm not going to lie, that last run took the judges a long time, but I see after watching the recaps why it took so long. That was a pretty kind of blow for blow style run from both you and Red.
Yeah, man. I don't know. Getting the pleasure to dance with Red. I mean, he's such a talented individual. I've looked up to him for many years since, the lead up, couple years, him going out and being the complete wild card into the Olympics, and not even that he won the Olympics, but it's like who he was through it. So it's an honor to be able to go, like you said, blow for blow with him. I mean, it could have gone either way. I thought his first run was super clean. I don't envy being a judge out here. It's tough. How do you balance, free ride components to freestyle components? I frankly kind of wanted to see Red roll out to that glory finals face that is going to be run later this week. Honored. If you're watching, really appreciate you tuning in. Thank you. This stuff is crazy to throw these types of events from the backcountry.
Well, hey, man, congratulations. You did it again.
Thank you. Yeah, well, you're just on to the next phase of the journey. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Can't do it without you guys.
Thank you, Travis, for putting on a show. Now, this is the way it goes. They did tie on those scores. The judges had to go and look at these recaps. They wanted to get this right because of the implications of this final run. It ends up going to who had the higher first run score, and that would be Travis Rice by virtue of him going absolutely buck nasty on run number 1. Thoughts, you guys, because this is kind of heavy. Pat, I want thoughts from you first.
Well, I think the flow of Red's run trumped Travis's. Red really flowed incredibly. See right here where he's putting on the brakes to keep him from going over the falls, but he knows where he's at. He knows what he wants to do here.
I'll play devil's advocate. I feel like if you're looking at this in the true judging criteria of what natural selection is, yes, Red's run flowed from top to bottom better. That is my opinion. But I also think that Red was riding it like a slopestyle. He knew where he was going. He was playing to the favorites. Leanne, do you agree with that assessment, kind of? That it was an even matchup, but then you go back to the first run score, and Travis definitely kind of took a more nasty line.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, I'm stumped. I didn't know who was going to win, and I think that was the right call. Was even.
The only point that I had, the point of contention, is that, look, Travis would not have put that in his video part. He would not have put the wild style attempted frontside 720 loose into an inverted 540 in his video. It's not, that wasn't on purpose. So that's where my point of contention is on run number 2. Run number 1, easy winner for me. I think that Travis took the craziest line, maybe one of the craziest lines of the day. So I think the advantage goes to him. But I'm not a judge. I just talk smack about him on TV.
No, and
way more fun.
I agree with you, but I think in second run I would have given the edge to Red.
All right. Well, let's go down to T-Bird, who has got the latest recipient of a brand new turbo skidoo, Sage Kotzenberg.
Yeah, thank you, Todd, and everyone in the booth today. You absolutely crushed it. I'm standing here with our men's highest qualifier of the day, sitting on a fat score of 85. This right here is Sage Kotzenberg, and this right here is going to be his new snowmobile. Sage, how you feeling, bro?
Dude, I'm so hyped right now. This is insane. Super sick day.
You been on the Turby yet?
I have one right now, but it ain't this. It ain't this.
Well, hey, man, congratulations. You absolutely crushed it out there today. You showed up. You showed out. Here's what I think. I think you just take this thing for a test drive right now.
Let's fire this thing up, dude.
All right, brother.
All right, thanks, T-Bird. Nothing would give me more pleasure if he just bogs this thing right now. All right, T-Bird. Back to you for another thought here towards the end of the day.
All right. Well, hey, Sage is out. We're going to take off, but I want to thank all of you for tuning in today and watching, and thank you to all of the announcers in the booth. Here's to another incredible day in the mountains.
Cheers, T-Bird.
Cheers, T-Bird.
Woo!
Cheers, Sage. Congrats.
Sounds like, oh, it needs to warm up.
Big congrats out to everyone that went out there and absolutely killed it today. And a huge, huge shout out to everyone that brought this broadcast to you. Everyone is trying their absolute best to make the impossible possible so everyone at home can view the incredible riding from this group of individuals. As we watch Sage completely bog a snowmobile right now. All right. Wow. What a day. Cheers, you guys.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Let's enjoy some pub beer. And this is the Sick Day Custom Can brewed by 10 Barrel Brewing. And we're going to go to break right now. When we come back, we're going to bring you the Natural Reflections post-show. I haven't even had a sip yet. I'm just punch drunk. We'll be right back.
When the perfect power exists, it'll be fusion. A never-ending river of energy to tap into at any moment. It will be carbon-free, radioactive-free, and power everything on Earth. And when that perfect power exists, we'll deliver it with the flip of a switch.
Hey, what's up everyone? It's Travis and Cam here. You might have already heard, but we dropped an amazing marketplace app called Sendy last year. It's buy, sell, or rent adventure sports gear anywhere in North America.
Radio check.
Yeah, I got eyes on you.
Oh, take a breath, everyone. This is Natural Reflections. Sat in the studio with Mary Walsh, Eddie Wall, and Todd Richards.
What just happened?
It feels a little bit like that, doesn't it?
It really does.
Todd, I've got to say congratulations. I spat my tea and then my beer about 5 times at the end of that broadcast.
Yeah, and Ed Lee, better you, not me. That's really where I'm at right now. Look, the battle between Travis and Red, I think the judges did the right thing by taking all that time and really trying to get it right. You could tell they were trying to.
Liam Griffin up there was like, I want the judges to have every single angle before they make a decision on this. But that's how close it was. And we pulled it all apart. You called it perfectly, Travis losing that front 7, but then it felt like he made up for that.
Yeah, you know, in my opinion, I do think that the disadvantage that Red had was he wore a groove in the course, okay? And the thing that the judges don't want, like Credo is all about trying to experiment and find your way down while taking these big risks. Red's a slopestyle rider, and you can see that, and I think it's inert. I would do the same thing. I would find something I like. I know what my trajectory is. I know what this takeoff is like, and I know where I can hunt and peck and stack these things almost like a slopestyle. Red's an amazing backcountry rider. I'm taking nothing away from his riding abilities. But when you play to the criteria I think Travis played to the criteria of what natural selection looks for a little bit better. I will take away, though, I know that Rice doesn't like to get wild style in the air. He wouldn't want that. Had he laced that front 7, I think it would have been a really easy call.
Here's one thing that we discussed, though. Travis hadn't ridden down that west face.
Exactly.
That was his first run down there.
Exactly, and he opened up a couple features with freshy takeoffs.
Yeah, the front 540, even though he opened it up and, stopped the rotation, was big.
Yeah,
and
huge.
he still stomped it, little quick revert at the end there. But, like, his back 7 nose was big and clean. The front 5, little wild, but big.
And the cab 5 was a lot bigger. Once we saw the race drone angle, it was far bigger than it looks from straight on.
Yep.
Okay, enough of our ramblings. We're going to get stuck into the runs of the day now. First, we're going to kick off with the women's, and it's none other than Hayley Langland. She takes home the skidoo for this run. And you've got to hand it to Hayley going up against the queen of natural selection, Zoe Sadowski-Sinner.
Love to see Hayley in the driver's seat, and this run really epitomized just, I think, the hours that she's been stacking in the backcountry coupled on top of her contest experience.
I feel like, Hayley's style, she has one of my favorite styles in snowboarding across the board. And she just flows. She's small in stature, but she makes up for it. She's a very powerful rider that's a little bit on the smaller side, and she takes advantage of her lightweight abilities to bounce through the course and the powder or whatever she's riding. It's fantastic to watch.
Okay, next up we have the one and only Sage Kotzenberg. This one, a lot of people, I think, thought Sage was on the back foot because he was up against Dustin Craven, the man who actually put this course together, built 40 platforms through the summer alongside his crew. But Sage came out with this and gave the judges no choice.
All I'm going to say is Kots fired. Okay, everyone take notice because Sage Kotzenberg is coming for the title.
I was still trying to get Kots fired. Wow, that's pretty good. That's pretty good, Todd.
It's a lack of oxygen, Eddie, really.
You're quick, and I am not. But this is the highlight of the whole run. I think everybody was just going to be impressed if he was able to make it down this run, if he was going to be able to air off the bottom, and then surprises us all with this quick hop around to toe side turn into the backside 3.
This is a leap of faith right here.
Right here. This is incredible. And just stomp in that, what it looked apparently like a flat landing.
Full meteor into that landing, too.
Yeah, that was, I think, no doubt that one wins run of the day.
Easy.
Yeah, truly phenomenal. He had no business with that 3. If you're interested, both Hayley and Sage will take home the 2025 Rotax E-Tech skidoos. Top of the line. Those new skidoos go out on April the 2nd. If you go out and invest in one of those right now, you can choose between 3 years of coverage, or you can get $1,000 worth of skidoo apparel or accessories free with your new sled. So definitely check that out. Now we've got the move on, and this is going to be interesting to see what everyone thinks. Send of the day. It's the online marketplace. Turn your gear into cash. Best thing you saw, and then we'll go and have a look and see what it is. Eddie, you start because you're looking terrified.
Oh, man, that's tough. I mean, honestly, I was going to, if that question was asked to me, I was going to say Sage's backside 3. So right now I'm at a little loss for words.
I know what it. I know. I'll start because I know what mine would have been.
I know what mine is.
Had it been landed, Kevin's ollie to butter, switch back one out down that last face.
If I can't use Sage's back 3, I'm going to go with Jared Elston's line at the bottom, the kind of double gap, double pillow tap.
I'm going straight toward gear. Right off the nose of the feature that everyone was hunting and pecking around off to the side, he went straight off the nose and basically went as far out and as flat as you could possibly go and did the best with a flat landing that you possibly could.
Yeah. And with that one, we could give, you win a free knee surgery or something.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Do we have an orthopedic sponsor? That seems like
socialized medicine, he's fine.
Oh, yeah.
What about you, Mary?
I want to comment on the women's side, if that's okay.
Yes.
So can we talk about Hannah Beeman opening up the entire East venue? I feel like that's deserving of something.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Okay, I can tell you that one of you is right.
Oh, okay. What does that
Eric.
mean? Very nice.
It's for me, it's a repeat of that pipeline moment we saw in surfing earlier in the year. Like Hannah Beeman beating everyone to the punch on the east side of the venue. And she properly went there, didn't she?
Oh my gosh, love to see it. And I think Hannah is, I mean, we talk about Travis Rice being the one who says, I'm going to either open up the course or I'm going to close it down. But Hannah is the same kind of rider. She has so much experience, so much depth that she makes a statement and allows other people to follow that with her and build confidence in that way.
And also, I'll say this too, taking that risk because the ski patrol up at Revelstoke was definitely telling these riders, look, this whole thing can move. It moved already this morning. It's very dicey and spicy over there. And for her to have to put all that away and open up that new line, that definitely, you know, it's got to be worth something.
Well, and on top of that, Nils Mennick dropped in, 3-4 runs later up against Mickelbang and took exactly the same line.
Yeah.
He back-threed that last cliff, but it puts what Hannah did in perspective like that. Hannah winning that send of the day courtesy of the Sendy app, the place where you can turn your gear into cash. You can also give it a second life, so people don't have to buy new gear all the time. Wherever you're traveling, you save on excess baggage, turn up somewhere else, rent some gear off someone, so you give gear as much use as possible. Hannah has won $1,000 worth of credit to use on the Sendy app as well. Now it's on to the men. We're just going to take a quick look now at the men's send of the day. It was Todd Richards, you called it.
Really?
Yes.
I love it when the commentator's always right. Check it
Look
out.
at this. He only just held on to that. He could have elevated himself all the way down
And
there.
it's so flat. He had at least 3 flaps in there with his arms before he made impact.
He was winding the windows down in the
Yes, he
Messerschmitt
was.
bubble
Watch
car.
the deep impact here. That's
view-
gigantic.
Yeah, that's a massive clip.
It's well over 40. It's probably in the 50-foot range.
Look at this.
Oh my gosh, just being to hold on to that. Wow.
Femurs forged in the fire as reported.
That's right.
Oh my goodness, that boy. We talked about him at the start. He is pure power.
A lot of whole milk growing up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Definitely not a lactose intolerant individual.
Okay, I think the biggest, if we start looking at the bigger picture, though, we've drilled in on a couple of runs, couple of moments there. Let's look at the bigger picture. There were some huge scalps taken today. We'll start in the women's. 3 previous champions, Elena Height, Robin Van Gyn, and Zoe Sadowski-Synnott, and then previous event winner, Hannah Beeman. The 4 incumbents from natural selection all out. I mean, no one saw this coming, Todd.
I didn't see it coming, and this was the only really cantankerous piece of judging that I really saw today. I wasn't so sure that Robin should have been the one that was eliminated by virtue of what she had going on with the backflip and how smooth she rode that run. But once again, I guess it falls into what are the judges looking for. Natural selection is a completely different event than anything else on the planet. This is the criteria. And if you are going and putting yourself over exposure and things that are far more steep than the average person would consider comfortable, that's what gets rewarded. And I guess I just have to live with that.
Yeah, and another thing to be said is, these judges judge professionally contests all around the world year-round, and they've been doing it for years. And not only that, they can every single one of those judges could take runs on that course and probably take solid runs on that course. So, I mean, there's something to be said for that. Coming from a judging past, I tend to be because generally if you have a kind of something to pick with the judges, whenever they describe why they did what they did, after you sit down with them and you calmly talk about it, you walk away being like, that makes total sense. And unfortunately, they can't do that to every single critic out there, you know?
There are some events where you see judges wandering out of bars at 3 a.m. and then walking to the judges' booth at 7. But
and I've never done that. I can tell you that
Eddie
right
goes
now.
to sleep early. He
Yeah.
needs his rest.
I do.
But then, yeah, this is not, as you just said, this is not the case. And we discussed at length last year that Travis versus Dustin semi-final in Revelstoke. And you re-watching in the heat of the moment, you see something, you re-watch it with a judge's explanation, and it all starts to make sense.
See something, say something. Yeah, that's what I always.
You know, can I bring it outside the judges? And also, thank you to the judges. You guys have the toughest job out there. So you guys are great. But I want to bring it up to just the riders and the women's, where women's backcountry riding is right now. And I think that's part of what is so cool about having Leanne on site today is that she's done a lot to help bring other women up with her through filming, through crews, everything like that. But what we're seeing natural selection is such an up-leveling of talent just from time in the mountains. Having the access to this kind of terrain, the riders that are here taking runs year after year, it's just having everyone rise. And so the competitive field is getting enriched. It's really exciting. I mean, it's like you can see it today. We had 4 of the best women riders, be defeated in competition by 4 other of the best women riders. I mean, it's amazing to watch.
What's fascinating, though, take a look through. We talked at the start, that first matchup between Torstein and Mark McMorris, those 2 classic superpower nations, Canada and Norway. They've dominated slopestyle competitions for the last 15, 20 years. Look at the power that we had in there from Norway. You've got Mikkelbang, you've got Torstein Hogmo, you've got Torgeir Bergrim, but then Ulrik Badischer was down there watching. You start looking at Starley Sandberg, Alec Ostring. There's so much
You ever heard about
talent.
Terje Håkansson?
Is he Norwegian?
Yeah, he's Norwegian.
No. You have to.
Yeah, and like you said, it's the lineage and the history and the influence of Norway on snowboarding. I mean, Daniel Frank, you think about all these people that have made such incredible marks. And this is just the newest generation of riders, and it will go on for years and years and years.
And also for the people out there who aren't familiar with the size of the mountains in Norway, they are not large.
No,
they are small. They're like smaller than East Coast, like Pennsylvania resorts.
That's the south of the mountain, the south of the country, the Lingen Alps up north. If you're prepared to live with nomadic reindeer herders and eat dried fish for weeks on end, then the Lingen Alps have got some big mountains.
Yes, absolutely. I guess what I was referring to is like where most of these pro riders come from and grew up riding are very small, like, kind of 1-2 chairlift type resorts. And it's pretty impressive to see that level of riding come out of resorts that small.
Well, what's fascinating, you look at someone like Cleveland in Donbass, he's got a rope tow.
Yep.
It's almost like Red's backyard, but the frequency of hits he's getting there is what's created that repetition and consistency.
Yep.
And it's exactly the same theory for Mia Brooks. All riders that one day we hope we'll see.
I think, something that's really interesting is to see these slopestyle riders be able to switch and go into the backcountry, because that's always kind of how it starts. It's like someone that rides slopestyle really well is great off a groomed park takeoff. And then when you take them into the backcountry, it's a little rough at first. But it seems like that transition into the backcountry is becoming easier and easier for these riders. I mean, look at Red. Red just really started venturing into the backcountry and hitting big jumps into deep powder landings not very long ago.
4 or 5 years ago,
Right.
but I think his video parts in Sequencer and Short and Sweet with Ben Ferg proved, we talked about this a bit earlier, I think he's the natural successor to Travis's crown at the moment. His trick selection, his terrain read, his ability in variable snow. In the next 10 years, what we saw, he took Travis all the way there today.
But you almost have to come from that. If you want to have good style in the air, you need to come from roots of slopestyle. I mean, Ferguson, Pipe, Austin Sweeten was a form Youngblood kid who came up on rail trips and hitting park jumps. All of these people. And you can kind of tell the ones that didn't because they go to the freeride tour.
Well, to piggyback that point, look at Mark McMorris. So back in the day, a few years ago, in order, one of the qualifying spots to get into natural selection was a gold medal at the X Games. And Mark McMorris won the X Games, and Mark McMorris got into natural selection. It was his first time going, and it was on Scary Cherry out in Baldface. And Mark, obviously we all know, one of the best snowboarders in the world. he did not look experienced in the backcountry during that. And to see where he has progressed to is insane.
One quick interjection is, can't forget about, you mentioned halfpipe. We have Ben Ferguson, Elena Height, Raibu Kariyama from the duels, too. We have to mention the halfpipe riders because they're
Dustin
edge control.
Craven?
Yeah, Dustin Craven, great call.
Nils Mennick.
Nils Mennick. I mean, all these halfpipe riders, that their edging brings them right to the backcountry in the same way.
But then there's a chin-first approach. The one that always stands out to me is Zoe. Like she had, you take it, okay, Jackson, Baldface, you have a line of sight on those faces. To go into that Revelstoke venue last year, that bowling ball effect, and ride, as Jake Phelps at Thrasher would have called it, chin first into some big blind rolls, and as fast and non-hesitating as she was, that was, to me, it was spectacular. Okay, we're going to take you now into day 2. That wraps up the qualifying day of the YETI Natural Selection in Revelstoke. We're moving on to Selkirk Tangiers for our finals day, and this is what the women's bracket looked like. We've got that slope. We talked about slopestyle riders crossing into the backcountry. Hayley Langland, the best example, going up against the ex-freeride World Tour champion, Marion YETI. And then we've got probably the GOAT of women's slopestyle, Jamie Anderson, going up against a woman who rode out of her skin today. Some of the best runs we've ever seen from Mary Rand on the other side of the draw. It's up for grabs. That Rivian, right now I think I'd put a pin in Jamie, maybe, but I'd love to see Hayley there as well.
I mean, I think Marianne has a great opportunity there because she's so well versed in freeriding, and also Mary Rand rode so well today, and she is in Baker. She trains there. I mean, you know, that's her home territory, is riding that kind of big line.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, don't count out Hayley, because I think that she has the momentum now going into this.
Don't count on her or count on.
Don't count her out.
Don't
just.
Yes.
Jamie's great, but I think Hayley's a little sneaky.
Yeah.
She's going to sneak in there.
Okay, yeah, a lot of different styles there, Eddie.
Yeah, nope, I agree. I agree with Todd, and don't count out Hayley.
Yeah. It's anyone's
Don't
game.
count on Hayley.
4 women, lots of talent, anyone's game.
Okay, now let's have a look at the graphics for the men's, and you can see the scalps that were taken today. Torstein Horgmo knocking out Mark McMorris, Sage knocking out Dustin, Austin taking Ben Ferg. That was a battle of the giants. And then Mikey Cicerelli, the young Canadian, taking out Blake Paul. Jared Elston on Chris Rasman. That, I think, one of the biggest battles, Nils Mennick versus Mikkel Bang. A switch backside 7 in the backcountry, everyone. Torgeir Berggren knocked out Kevin Backstrom. And then it came down to a tiebreaker in the second run. So Travis's first run score is what took him through against Red Gerard. And I mean, are we going to see Sage Torstein, Austin Mikey, Jared Nils, Torgeir Travis? Torgeir Travis!
Wow.
That's like a battle of the power lifters.
I can't wait to see, you know, like once these riders get through today, now they can kind of relax a little bit. And, you know, this was the battle to get into this final event in Selkirk Tangiers. I can't wait to see Austin Sweeten unleashed on some bigger open terrain without so many trees to slow him down. I get excited to watch that kind of riding.
I'm going to double back on that, too, because I think that's going to be incredible. I'm really, really excited to see Nils in his first finals day. I think that's going to be super exciting. And after, I think, saying on what you said, Todd, with that Travis doesn't like to be kind of untethered in the air that way. I think he's going to go into finals day, like, you know, very focused and eyes on the prize.
I've seen a couple of sneak peeks of some of the venues in Selkirk Tangiers. They're a lot more open. And I think that Nils Mennick, given the space to open up his switch riding, could be one of the deciding factors.
Yeah, I agree. But we can't count out Jared Elston. Yeah. Young powerhouse.
Yeah, the dark horse.
Rode pretty well. Okay, we're going to be back, I think, April 2nd. I might get corrected on that in my ear very shortly, but we will have the finals day from Selkirk. April 4th. There you go. I told you the squirrel would be in my ear. April 4th, we'll be back with the YETI Natural Selection from Selkirk Tangiers. Top 8 men, top 4 women, battling it out for those Rivian R1Ts. We'll also be announcing who won the BOA Dialed In Awards from today, the most creative and unique takes on the Montana Bowl in Revelstoke Mountain. Mountain Resort. All that's left for us to say is thank you so much to all of the partners who make natural selection possible. Thank you all for your support. We're going to leave you now with some highlights from the first day of competition.
Cheers,
Cheers
everybody.
to you all. 10 Barrel Brewing, pub beer. Thanks for a sick day. Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers, cheers.
You guys got it.
There we go.
My name is Carter Westfall. I'm a co-founder and CEO of Natural Selection. I want to take this time to recognize the partners who are part of Natural Selection, because without their support, none of what you're seeing would be possible. You know, our story goes back to the fall of 2020 when YETI's CEO Matt Reinches visited Travis and I at Jackson Hole. Together we walked the course at Jackson, and they could envision what we were trying to create, something super innovative, really taking a whiteboard and creating something special and new. And they took a risk on us. So now we're in our 4th year and just working with incredible partners who are all playing a super functional role to how we execute the events.
Partners we work with are instrumental to getting the job done, relying really heavily on the gear and equipment that we bring out with us to have a good day out there. We work with some of the highest caliber athletes in the field, and we work with some of the best crews in the field. And there's this expectation that our gear keeps up with us and our equipment keeps up with us. And I'm really proud of the partners we work with. I'm really stoked to work with the partners we work with, and really grateful in what we get to do because of them.
I mean, our whole outfit, everything we do is supported by our partners. And last but not least, I want to give a special thank you to Red Bull. They've been with us from day one. They're bringing all this content to a global audience, and we couldn't be here without their support.
The most prestigious contest in snowboarding. The best riders, incredible natural terrain, perfect conditions. This is the YETI Natural Selection live from Revelstoke Mountain Resort.
A backside 7.
Boom.
Stomping.
Mark Morris, X Games slope gold medalist in 2023.
Double wildcat.
Held on to it.
Wow. Oh my God. That was wow.
Judges are looking for people to chuck, and Sage understood the assignment. Let's just say that.
Big score. At the moment, Sage Kotzenberg sitting in the position for that skidoo.
Austin Sweeten returning after your hiatus.
Austin Sweeten just tucked in behind Sage Kotzenberg for highest score of the day.
Oh, massive pop on that method.
Ben Ferguson is out.
Stayed on his feet. Overall smooth run.
Force to be reckoned with.
Stomps. Wow.
Big names going out in the first of our 4 matchups there.
We have 8 riders that are coming in here for the women. We're head-to-head. Unfortunately, someone has to go home. Zoe Sadowski-Sinnott will start us off here in the women's quarterfinal, run number 1. Here we go. is on top of a very steep chute. Wow.
There's that freestyle tendency.
She chucked a huge backflip. Will be the winner and go home with a brand new skidoo, and also the point leader heading into the finals.
Commits.
Oh!
Amazing.
Oh, wow.
Jared Elston makes a huge statement in the first run of his battle. It is the Norwegian giant Mikkelberg and that big 170. Okay, Niels Mendick dropping in.
That's it.
Straight off the nose!
Oh my God!
Gigantic drop there from Torgeir. Just as you're getting into the steep stuff. Oh my God! Hold it!
Backside 7 stomping it.
I feel my heart pumping out of my chest right now.
Whoa, down.
Pins it out of the bottom.
Again, Travis, one of the best at navigating.
Whoa.
Switchback 5, switchback.
Wow.
Wow. Switchback 7 for Nils.
Oh my gosh.
Still riding switch.
This is what I'm talking about. Nils playing to his freestyle roots. Cap 5. Oh, he's still up, kind
No,
of.
he's still up. He's still up.
That was the most aggressive